Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie district at the base of the picturesque Southern Alps is the southernmost rowing course in the world. Rowing teams have travelled here from all over New Zealand to race in this idyllic location. Athletes warm up from the boat park at the western end of the lake, row past their supporters and into the start blocks of the 2,000 metre course at the eastern end of the lake. Crews hit top speed in the first 300 metres, fighting for early dominance. They then settle into a rhythm, maintaining a base speed through the race's middle. Around the 900 to 1100 metre mark, decisive moves test opponents' stamina and rhythm. As fatigue sets in, the strongest crews emerge. In the final push, lactic acid builds, ratings rise, and gold medals are decided.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
And a very good morning to you all from this beautiful, this stunning, eye-catching venue here in the middle of the South Island, Lake Ruataniwha, and what a magnificent picture it presents today. Surely one of the most scenic images you could see, even from this beautiful island, the South Island of New Zealand, renowned for its scenic beauty. But this is the scene here prior to the start of the second to last day of these national championships in 2025. It is, in theory, finals day today, but we do have a little preamble. The tricky crosswinds and high winds of late yesterday afternoon caused a postponement of some of the semi-finals, and they will be getting underway first before we get into the actual finals. And with me to interpret all of the technical intricacies of this fine sport, I'm joined by Felix Moran. Felix, a very good morning to you. What do you make, first of all, of these conditions?
Good morning. Yeah, definitely a lot better than yesterday. Unlucky for these scullers, they're going to have a few more races than they interpreted. Obviously racing got cancelled yesterday, but we're back underway today. A bit of a crosswind starting with today, cross headwind, but yesterday's conditions were just unraceable. Looked like it was flagging out about 4:30, but got worse. So,
and we're watching the women's intermediate single sculls semi-finals. This is the first of them, and the water conditions here you can see as they make their way down this 2,000 metre course looks a lot flatter, not the chop that we saw yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, no, definitely. The water's probably not as perfect as people want it, but they're going to have to deal with this. Right now, probably sitting in about a crosswind, So, small changes, you're going to have to overcorrect your course and put more weight into the footplate for stability.
And so it looks like it's Dana Leishman who's making the early running here, nearest to the camera in these calm conditions. It's, as Felix mentioned, something of a crosswind that's blowing here today, but the field is starting to bunch up as they head to the first mark. And Lewis Goodwin there also prominent at this fairly early stage of this long 2,000 metre slog. Lewis Goodwin from the powerful Waikato Club. And also in the race, starting from the top of the picture, we have Mia Brown from Invercargill, Nikki Rue from Mercer, Brianna Patterson from North End, Jessica Taylor from West End, Dana Leishman from the Dunstan Arm Club, from Waikato, Lewis Goodwin, scratching from 7, and Lucia Yates brings up the field.
Yeah, starting to go into a little bit of a headwind there, and you can see Louise there really holding back her stroke at the end and focusing on that layback, especially in a headwind. That's really what you want. You don't want to be rushing stuff, especially like a tailwind.
So the field has really sorted themselves out. The leading three, Louise Goodwin nearest the camera, and further across the course is the West End sculler, Jessica Taylor, and Dana Leishman.
Yeah, so you can see Jessica Taylor and also Diana Leishman there. Diana just made a push and just passed Waikato there, but Jessica Taylor's following on her side. Yeah, this middle K definitely for me is where the red zone. This is where people make their deciding moves. You look at Mahe Drysdale, especially this is his strike zone. This is where he brought up big meters. And you look at his Olympic final. This is where he brought the crews back, and then he made his final sprint at the final 500 to win it. And that is exactly what Diana Leishman is doing there. She's probably got half a length there.
This is the first time in the race that Leishman has got to the front, and the question is now, I guess, Felix, can she hang on? Because the challenge does seem to be coming again from Goodwin. Close that gap right down to nothing.
Yeah, definitely. Especially anything can happen in a single scull. It can come down right to the last 100 metres with sprints, and if you're within a boat length, within a half, anything can happen. So definitely, I think, between these three, anyone can really take this race. It's only a semi-final though, and I think they've got a big enough gap for it to be okay. They're going to go through to the A final, but anything can happen. The main race, what people want to see, is the race for fourth.
And at the moment it looks as if it could be Jessica Taylor maybe, who's in the middle of the course there with a slight narrow lead over the two further to her left. Meanwhile, back at the top of the field, and it's still no change out front there with Louise Goodman and Dana Leishman. They've had this ding-dong battle, but it's by the look of it now, it is a Goodwin that's putting the oar to the water, as it were, and has established what looks like a winning lead at this stage. Yeah,
definitely. I think, she definitely reminds me of Mahe Drysdale. He didn't always have the best starts. So he was in the pack, and then he executed in that middle section, especially in that third 500, and that's exactly what she's done. And now she's just going to push away to the finish, getting ready for that A final. But the race is on for the final spot in the A final. It's a tight race for fourth here between North End, Mercer, and Invercargill.
It's across the far side of the course. Perfect conditions here today. It's very chilly, as you'd imagine, at this part of New Zealand, with Mount Cook not so very far away. But the locals always quick to point out it warms up, as it has done each day, and the winds get up as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Diana has she's got a shorter stroke than if you look at Waikato's Louise Goodwin, but it seems to be working for her. She's coming into the last 250 of the race now. I think she can relax. She's going to go through to that A final.
Yes, a well-judged race here from Dana Leishman.
Yep.
From the Dunstan Arm Club.
Yeah, definitely a well executed race strategy there. She knows she's going to go through, but it is this battle for fourth, and right now it's between North End and Invercargill, so it's going to be interesting here. And I think Invercargill on the far side, Mia Brown, is starting to bring up that stroke rate. North End are going to go with her.
But it's Diana Leishman making no race of it, really. And the thing I suppose she's got uppermost in her mind at the moment, now that she has effectively won the race, is how much energy can she conserve for the final later in the day. Her plans at the start of the week would have been for this race to have taken place on Thursday. She had a good night's sleep in preparation for the final, so this is a tough day for her.
Yeah, definitely. I think she should have relaxed a little bit earlier here, but who knows. But here we go. It's going to be the battle for fourth here. Who is going to get that final spot? Is it going to be North End or is it going to be Invercargill? I think North End are on the winning end, but it's going to be on the line here. I think North End are going to take it.
Yes.
Oh, on the line.
Brianna Patterson from North End 1 gets that all-important fourth spot. So the first race of this very long day has been completed in very good conditions. And Dana Leishman winning it from Louise Goodman in second place. And they both go through to this final. This is the women's intermediate single sculls later in the day, along with the third and fourth place getters from this first race.
It was a great race. Well executed race strategy, and I'm excited to see what she can do for finals day.
So that's the first of a very busy program here today at Lake Ruataniwha. Let's just have a look at that race in part again. This was the start.
Yeah, really good, really early square, preparing that blade for the catch there.
And it was close for much of the first half of the race.
Yeah, real big emphasis on that layback there. Pushing her boat through kind of the head crosswind.
So here is the draw for the second race today. This is also in the women's intermediate single sculls. And there are the 8 contestants, or their clubs anyway. Petone, Cure, North Shore, Waihopai 1, 2, and Waihopai 1 and 4, and Petone. So it's a bit of a 2-club race here between Waihopai and Petone. And quickly underway, a very busy program, so there's not much of a gap between races. Good for the spectators. And we're underway, and in the middle of the course, it could be, by the look of it, maybe Caitlin Whitaker or Lila Jack making the early showing.
Yeah, it's all Waihopai at this moment in time. It's probably Lila Jack in lane 4. Then we go to Caitlin Whitaker and then Charlotte Klein. But again, it's going to be this race for fourth, and the whole pack isn't safe here. I remember saying, again, anything can happen in the single, but I think definitely Lila Jack has got the advantage here.
There she is in the middle of the course, middle of the field, and she has gone out hard, and she's obviously keen to make sure that she can nail down one of those final berths. But there's always a price, isn't there, Felix? If you go out hard, what have you got left for the sprint? Yeah,
definitely. I think it's called a fly and die. Normally you go off hard for the first K. But that's normally for finals day if you're not one of the favourites. But no, I think she's done this race well. She's actually started sprinting well over the 250 there, so she's going to secure her spot in this A final. But what a race we have. 5 boats racing for 4 spots. I think Lila's going to take the first spot, but it's going to be a good race. Waihopai It's going to be Waihopo versus North Shore and Cure Boating Club. So who is going to take that 4th spot? You can see lane 6 there. That is Charlotte Klein. She's dropped back a little bit. I think she needs to go now. This is not the time to be not sprinting.
But the tactics here of Lila Jack appear to be paying off, coached by Danny Young and Scott Gundle. And she went out hard, and she hasn't eased off at all. And she set the pace, and really only across the far side of the course I was seeing a bit of a challenge here, maybe in lane 2 there from Bojo Baldwin.
Yeah, so Waihopai. It's going to be Waihopai, Cure, North Shore, and I'm afraid that Waihopai, Charlotte Klein, is just going to miss out here. She'll be going into the B final, but that one achievement.
So that's the end of our second race here today, coming to you live from Lake Ruataniwha, and some of these beautiful seascapes and vistas that this beautiful setting offers. Our next event will also be the single sculls, but for the men.
We can get a really nice shot of this replay here. This is Waihopai, Caitlin Whitaker. Yeah, really nice looking stroke. It's interesting to see, especially in small boats, how technical changes are made. Obviously being coached by the same people, it's interesting to see how they listen to their coach and if their styles are similar or different.
Quiet still sitting here today. There'll be a lot more noise, I'm sure, as we get into the finals later in the afternoon. But this is the first men's intermediate single sculls, and these are the contestants: Bladen Rowe, Charlie Brougham, and George Talbot, Jack Clark, Jack Hurley, Sean Brooke-Adams, Chris Brooks, and Brendan Isles, completing the lineup from those clubs: West End on the outside, and at Otago and QBC down on the inside. So a very good start being made here by the man in the middle of the course. Looks like it's
Jasper Moreland.
Jasper Moreland. He's in lane 5, and he's gone out hard too, but it's more conservative approach coming from those other 4 that you can see. Again, the same situation. The first 4 go through to the final.
Yep, coming into about the last 100 metres now. They've just gone through. Jasper's gone through, and wow, what a race on the line. Right now, I think it's Otago in second. It's going to be Otago in second, and I think Clifton on the far side. Who's going to miss out here? I think it might be Canterbury. Liam Collins. This is going to be a massive upset if he doesn't go through. It's going to be on the line. He was the favourite in the South Islands, one of the South Island champs, and I don't think he's going to go through.
So something of an upset in the first semi-final of the men's intermediate single sculls. Maybe the cold conditions early in the morning took him a little longer to adjust to, as the tail of the field come across to complete that first semi-final. This is the men's intermediate sculls.
Yeah, to be honest, that's a real big upset for me. I thought he could have potentially taken the whole event. But you never know. Racing in the morning, your strategy changes. You're not warm. You're not mentally ready. So who knows?
Well, the first rays of sunshine are starting to sneak across this course here at 7:45 in the morning here in Twizel for the second to last day of the New Zealand Rowing Championships for 2025. Next event will be the second semi-final. So we're underway. It's rapid fire stuff here at the morning, as the organisers quite understandably are trying to catch up with the original program. These are all races that were scheduled for yesterday afternoon, the semi-finals, but as we mentioned, were postponed because of the choppy winds here late in the afternoon, around about 4 o'clock. So into this latest in the second semi-final, Wellington, Aramoho, Timaru 1, Porirua 1, Clifton 1, West End 1, Union 2, and bringing up nearest the camera in lane number 8 is Otago 2 with Brendan Isles. And look at that. Couldn't get a much more even start from those three than that.
Yeah, I think there's a clear first four here. It's funny to see there's 2 Aon Māori Cup under-17 single winner boats there. So at the Māori Cup, if you win the under-17 single, sponsored by Laszlo, and you get your club a brand new single scull. So there's 2 boats there. So that is lane 5, which is Jack Hurley of Clifton Rowing Club. And also lane 3, which is Oliver Coas. Sorry if I got the pronunciation wrong there.
In lane 3. So not much between them, but the first early move coming across the far side of the water from Jack Hurley. And at the stage of this is the image we have at the end of the race. All 4 of those scullers will go through to the men's intermediate single sculls final.
Yeah, I think these 4, I think they can kind of relax now. They've got a lot of clear water. Just bring it. They're going to be racing
Just
again
bring it
today.
home gently.
Yeah, so like in Henley, they do it a lot. If they've got miles in front, you don't want to blow yourself out for the rest of the regatta. So,
especially when you've got a semi and a final on the same day.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, this is
And even once we get into the scheduled events today, it's a very packed program. Probably the racing will finish around about 3:30 this afternoon, so it's not as if they can go and lie down and have a sleep for 3 or 4 hours.
No.
Got very good facilities here at Lake Ruataniwha, including gyms, some smart-looking gyms, and not so very far away from the finish line here, where these rowers can work out and prepare themselves in top-class conditions in the middle of nowhere, basically, which is where Twizel is.
Yeah, I know, it's funny, but, obviously New Zealand, one of the most beautiful rowing scenes in the world. I don't really know why they sprinted there. I think they should have just been more conservative with their energy. Sean Brooke-Adams going to race in the men's intermediate quad with West End, trying to get a gold medal there. They're the North Island champions. So let's see if that had any effect.
So that's the men's intermediate single sculls taken care of. We've found our 8 finalists, 4 from each of the 2 semi-finals. And our attention now turns to the men's senior single sculls. A few more familiar names here, Felix.
Yep, definitely. Got a few here. Yeah, you got Finn Allenson, Jimmy Middlemich, Angus Cool, Sam Barnett, Liam Cox, Joshua Clark, Ryan Gass, James Hollard. You look at Ryan Gass here. He raced in the under-22 single scull yesterday, bringing it home in 3rd. Liam Cox, he had an insane club season last season. He pretty much won everything he raced in, single, double, and I think he got a medal in the quad, I believe. A lot of people coming from the South Island. Finn Allenson, rowing from Dunedin, and Sam Barnett as well. So all these, especially when you get older, you start to know your field pretty well, become mates off the water. So these people know each other, and they probably know each other's race strategies as well. So it's going to be interesting to see, especially when you get to the senior grade. There's going to be a lot more strategy to this race, and people are going to, work around who they're racing.
So 2 from the Avon Club in Christchurch, along with Dunstan, Clifton, Auckland and Tauranga, make up the rest of this field. Scratching from lane number 1, so 7 starters, and only 3 in theory will miss out here.
So obviously a lot better there. Who is that in lane
3 or 4. Is it Barnett or?
Yeah, that is Sam Barnett. Impressive stuff from the sculler from Dunson. Dunson's got an incredible sculling program, coached by
Simon Smith.
Simon Smith definitely brought the Dunson program back. Incredible rowing coach and becoming one of the most dominant forces in sculling this club.
And being challenged at the moment only really by Finn Ellison across the far side there in lane number 2. The scull you can see at the top of your picture, no one in lane number 1. So Ellison trailing Barnett, and Barnett going out hard. He wants to make sure that he's in those first 4, where he is at the moment he should. But good race unfolding here as some of these other scullers starting to increase that stroke rate.
Yeah, again, I'm interested to see Ryan Gass in lane 7 there. He's not. I would have expected him higher up the field, if not winning this race. He was a reserve, or he raced in the under-23 World campaign for New Zealand. Definitely a great single sculler, but I think he will go through to the A final. Maybe his strategy was like this, who knows.
But it's Finn Ellison that's making the most impression here, top of the picture there in lane number 2, and it appears that Sam Barnett went out hard.
Oh, that's actually Jimmy Middlemich. He rode for New Zealand as well in the under-19 campaign. But yeah, it is going to be the race for 4th here. Right now it's sitting like Sam Barnett, Jimmy Middlemich.
And between them, Angus Cole looks like he might have that.
Yeah,
third spot.
Angus Cole, but it's going to be 4th. Ryan Gass is looking like he's going to go through. He's got the sprint on. I think, he's making the most distance. He's got the most momentum. It's going to be the first 3. We know who it is, but who's going to get this 4th spot? It's coming right down the line here, but I think Ryan Gass has got it.
Yeah, nearest to the camera here, right down the bottom.
Yeah.
There's the buzzer. He gets there by probably a metre from the man alongside of him, Joshua Clark. 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the men's senior single sculls final.
Yeah, I think Ryan will be a little bit nervous for that race, but he got through. That's all he needs. So let's see what happens in the final. I think it might be a different story, but who knows?
So this is the scene from the finish line, looking down the course as the sun competing with the clouds, trying to warm up spectators and competitors in particular here on this, the second to last day of these national championships, being brought to you in association with our good friends from Milford, official live stream partner of these championships. So to the second semi-final in the men's single sculls. Who do you fancy here, Felix?
To be honest, there's some big names here. Sebastian Fulton, Herbie Austin Baker. Herbie Austin Baker came over for the UK. Hinsky sculling, obviously related with Axel, one of the major sculling coaches of New Zealand. But anyone could take this race.
Well, there's a scratching also here, so there looks to be like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Just the 6 competitors in the second particular semi-final, so some of the pressure is off here. 4 of these 6 will go through.
Yeah, I think obviously clear Sebastian Fulton. He won the under-22 single yesterday. Incredible. He rode in the under-23s as well. But Herbie Austin Baker, I think this is real interesting to see. In the under-22 single yesterday, no one challenged Seb. He was miles in front. And Herbie here, he's got a length going into the last 500, so anything can happen.
Well, it's very tight, isn't it, between Austin Baker and is it Fulton?
Yep. Yeah, Herbie, I believe, has just gone through Sebastian Fulton. It's a battle for first here, and I don't think they have enough clear water to relax.
But they both are assured of a place in the final, so they would have worked that out. But maybe just a little bit of personal rivalry going on here between the two of them.
Yeah, mainly try to send a message. This will shock a lot of people. Herbie is a big sculler, was a reserve for the GB team, for the junior GB team. So
what he's out here just to try and improve his career.
Yeah, I think he came down here with Axel. So Axel used to coach at Hinckley Sculling School. And yeah, Herbie was part of that kind of crew. Went to GB, and I think Axel sent him a message, are you interested in coming here? And yep, Herbie is in front now.
For sure.
I think he's going to definitely try send a message to Seb saying, you're not safe in the final, mate.
But I don't think Fulton is necessarily done here.
No.
He's making a fight of it for sure. But as Felix Moran just pointed out, it's Herbie Austin Baker, the Englishman, over the Kiwi at the moment. And yes, he's now got a clear half boat length as they head down to the finish line.
Yeah, I definitely think Herbie can relax now. He's going to go through. It's going to be, I think it's a clear 4. So it's going to be Sebastian Fulton, Herbie Austin Baker.
And maybe Lewis Masters.
Lewis Meets. And
there's 1, 2, 3, and closer to the camera probably, is it Clayton Potts or
Matthew O'Meara, I think.
Matthew O'Meara. But there it is, 1, 2, and 3 anyway. Austin Baker, Fulton, Mates, 3, and we're giving the 4th one to Matthew O'Meara from the Dunstan Arm Club.
Yeah, that's an impressive race from Herbie there, and I think that race was to send a message. Axel trains him well, trains him hard, but this guy, that's a big win for Aramaho.
One lone duck sharing the course with many of the world's leading scullers. Anyway, as we turn to our next event, this is the men's club coxless pair oars. And the semi-final. 7 starters by the look of it. There's been a scratching from Wairo, and they won't participate in the scheduled lane. And there's the remaining ones. Haruki Horikoshi, George Nielsen, Finley Dickens, Luke Thompson, Luca Turner, and Sebastian Lynn, Travis Telpos, Alex Einmunger, Caleb Javis, and Theo Brown. And off they go.
Oh, wow. So that's
Boy, look at this start.
That is Tompkins and Guerra there.
They're in a hurry, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They've got somewhere to be.
It's Tompkins and Bed Guerra. And alongside of them is Finley Dickens and Daniel Taylor from St. George's. Yeah,
I love St. George's, to be honest. Not my home club, but I have rowed there a couple times. A very small club, but the 13th oldest club in New Zealand. They've really, all the schoolboys they've got over the last couple of years, they've really built the club up.
And where is it?
So it's on the Tamaki in Auckland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a really small club. But in the last couple of years, they've really done well, especially their senior 8. So most of these guys will be racing in that senior 8, and they're racing with the big boys. They were only, I think, 0.3 of a second off North Shore at North Islands, and I think they have the motivation behind them as a small club to upset a lot of people.
Boy, look at this! You'd think this is a final, the way that Tompkins and Bede Guerra have gone. Over the first 700-800 metres, they are way out in front. And I suppose we should also make mention what I imagine is this crew from Japan. Across there in Lane 1, Chuo Uni, comprising of Haruki Horikoshi and Yuka Seiha. So looks like these events are, this championship, the premier rowing domestic event in New Zealand, attracting competitors from various parts of the world.
Yeah, I think I talked to them yesterday, actually. They're a real nice bunch. They're coming from Japan. I think it's good to see Japan
and
rowing.
You're fluent in Japanese, of course, Felix?
Sorry?
You're fluent in Japanese?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I gave it a go. Went to Japan, actually, last month, so I think it's good to connect with the culture there. It's incredible to see these guys. Glenn Sinclair, he's the head coach of Otago University. He's a great coach, so he's doing
a good job with them.
Yeah, he's giving home to them.
But they are spread far and wide in this first semi-final of the club coxless pair oars, and it's Luke Tompkins and Bede Guerra, coached by Leon Barracliff and Alice Drummond that have this comfortable lead with, by the look of it, St George's, Finley Dickens and Daniel Taylor alongside of them, and comfortably there in third place. Closer to the cameras, Luca Tona and Sebastian Lyon.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see this St George's club. Anything can happen with them, especially the amount of schoolboys they've got, especially more from Auckland Grammar, Glendowie.
So there is. That's victory for Tompkins and Guerra. Second place goes to Dickens and Daniel Taylor, and Luca Turner and Sebastian Lyon in third place. And who's going to nail that fourth spot? Is it Nilsson and Vanderpeet?
Yeah, I believe so.
1, 2, 3, 4. So all of the action coming from the middle of the course there, as we found our first 4 finalists in the men's club coxless pair oars, as our attention now turns to the second semi-final, where they have assembled 2,000 metres up the course. The 8 starters. This, I think, will probably be, by the look of it, the last event that was scheduled from yesterday before we go into our first series of finals today. So they've done an excellent job, the organisers here. It was a real headache yesterday. There was various thoughts about whether they should postpone or whether they should restart. In the end, I think probably the wise decision was made, and they decided to postpone racing for the rest of the day. But, gee, they've got through them quickly this morning, and we're nearly back on schedule. So here is the lineup for this men's Club 2 coxless pairs oars, with a full lineup of 8: Wellington 1, North Shore, St George's, Auckland, Avon, St George's, Aramoho, Wanganui, and West End. 4 to go through.
So it's a full North Island lineup here. So these guys would have all raced each other. Got a lot of, up at North Island, North Shore, St George's and Auckland, coming from schools like Glendowie, King's College, Westlake Boys, Auckland Grammar. But it's going to be lane 5 right now. That's Charles Beale and
Benjamin Ashman.
Benjamin Ashman yesterday. They had an absolute ripper of a race in the Club 4. They set a blistering time of 6:19. But who is coming up beside them here?
Is it Upton and King?
Yeah, Upton and King.
Lewis Upton and Alex King, coached by Peter Mills and John McDermott.
Yeah, Peter Mills, what a coach. He's got a lot of history coaching. And they have actually just passed Charles Beale and Ben. Lewis Upton comes from King's College. I knew his brother pretty well. But Alex King as well, he's a extremely good sculler and a sweeper as well. So, and it's interesting to see they've just moved past. I wouldn't have expected, to be honest. Anyone upsetting Avon, it's a big upset for me. Anyone beating Avon.
But I suppose that if you get into the race and you're feeling good, even if you know you've got a final coming up in 3 or 4 hours, if you're feeling good, keep the momentum going.
Exactly. I feel like they can relax now. They've got a lot of clear water, probably about 4 to 5 boat lengths. But it's going to be the race for 4th, and there's 3 crews going for it with only 2 spots left.
Well, yes, there's 3 of them fairly well thrown together there. You could probably throw a blanket over them. That's a West End 2 and St George's 3 maybe, and across the far side, North Shore, I think, with Thomas Klingen and James Brake in the mix as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be Auckland who take this race, but who is going to take 4th? That is the big question.
So there it is, Auckland 1 and St George's are through.
It's going to be on the line, and I think it's the outside crew of Whakatane. Oh, no, sorry. Is that Aramaho?
Yes, I think it is. Aramaho Whanganui of Anton Zebish and Toby Harris. And so they sneaked home, and they'll have a rest for a few hours before they get back on to the water for the final of the men club's coxless pair oars. So that's how it finishes, and if our program is running to time according to what we have, we are now ready for the start of the finals.
Yep, so we have a break in the program actually until 8:55. So racing gets underway at 9 o'clock with the women's intermediate 4.
So this is the scene here at this So it's been a very frenetic start to the day today, and I'm sure the organisers are delighted that the wind has stayed away, which played havoc yesterday, and they've got through all of the races that they didn't manage to complete yesterday. A few surprise results, but some fairly competitive racing there, even in semi-finals where it was pretty cut and dried after the first 500 who was going to go through. But preparing themselves for the finals, and look at these perfect conditions here. Hardly a breath of wind. It's like glass, isn't it, down there today compared to the choppiness. And it's occasioned because of this position of this course right out of the open in the flat. It does tend to get a lot of shifty winds, doesn't it? It can be a headwind at some parts of the course, crosswind at other parts, tailwind, and you've got to cope with all of that.
Yeah, some people call it the Lake Poopuki of the South Island, but obviously a lot more beautiful than that.
Yes. Says someone who doesn't live anywhere near Auckland.
No.
This is this beautiful course here, the premier rowing venue in the South Island, of course, competing with Karapiro for the top spot. Traditionally, of course, Cambridge is considered the home, the spiritual home, but I imagine scullers, competitors, do they like coming to Ruataniwha to race?
Yeah, of course. I think everyone loves coming here. You get people from overseas. I was talking to Lisa yesterday, the Dutch sculler. But, you know, look at these views, of course. Of course people love coming here.
So we'll take a short break, and we'll be back with more racing. And when we do resume, we'll be into the finals.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
With beach sprint championships being added to the 2028 LA Olympics, no surprise some top Kiwi rowers are adding their name to the list, vying for selection. Maybe just go out to the first buoy, around the first buoy and back in, just so you get a bit of a feel for it, get as many people through as possible.
If you can come in at more of an angle, you've got less turn. Exciting, it's new, it's a different challenge to going out for the flat water, and even though it is rowing, it is a very, very different sport.
Yeah, I think that unpredictability is really cool. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong in a race, and you can be 3 or 4 lengths ahead and still not have won the race. Top tips from the Olympians: how do you do well in this sport? Getting to know the waves, getting to know how the boats work in the waves, but also entries and exits are crucial. You can win and lose a race getting in or out of a boat.
100%. And turning as well around the end buoys is quite important. You can lose or gain a lot of time on that turning, but probably my biggest tip would be getting out of the boat. When you hit the beach with the boat, you actually run the boat up onto the beach, and so you hit the beach with a lot of speed, and if you don't get your feet moving quickly after racing for the last 2 minutes, you'll just face plant.
We both face planted at the Worlds on the biggest stage, and I think, eating sand is the new thing to do in coastal rowing.
Rowers aren't typically known for being coordinated as well, especially when it comes to running, so there might be an element of that.
There's just so many elements that make it a spectator sport, and you just don't know. It can come down to literally a second, and you've got 2 people diving on a buzzer. Now in Olympic sport, we've got prospects of medals up for grabs. So again, these young kids on the beach are going to stand and have their first go potentially today, and any one of them could be at the LA Olympics. So it's a really new and exciting space for, I think, for young rowers in particular.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, welcome back to Lake Ruataniwha for the start of I guess we could call the business end of this frenetic week of rowing activity. It's the first final of these championships in 2025. And first up today we have at exactly 9 o'clock this morning, starting right on time, hopefully, it is the Women's Senior Coxless 4 final with crews from Waikato, North Shore, Avon, Waikato, Avon 2 and 3, and Wairo Composite is the lineup.
Yeah, it should be an interesting race today. Straight into the A finals, women's intermediate cox 4. So these rowers, most of them would have come out of the novice season last year and moving straight into their second season of rowing. So it's good to see these rowers staying on, and now they've been rewarded with a chance to get a medal in the women's intermediate 4.
This is the scene at the start line. The wind's a bit shifty, but you can tell from that beautiful visual shot from our drone that it's fundamentally a fairly calm surface that the competitors are encountering today, in contrast to the choppy winds that caused a postponement yesterday. And so it's been quite a busy time this morning getting the program back on target, and that has happened. We've had probably about a dozen races so far today, semi-finals and various races and divisions, but now our first final.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Some big names, especially some big clubs. You're looking at, Auckland, North Shore, big sculling school, big sweeping club. Aramaho Wanganui, they've really become a club not to mess with. I see in that picture there, so that's Ella Ross and 3-seat for Auckland. She rode for Auckland Dio. In the intermediate category, you can come back after a 2-year break, 2 or 3 year break. You can't quote me on that. So yeah, it's good to see that she's getting back into the boat and enjoying the sport that we love. This is what I was saying. So, you can see the names of the of the bow seat. But then, if you want to see the
So all is in readiness here as we look down at the start line with the Petone 1. Petone, when you think of sport in New Zealand, and you mention that Wellington suburb, you think of their famous rugby club, but also, as we're seeing here at Lake Ruataniwha this week, they have a very strong presence as well in the sport of rowing at the highest level. There's the 8 starters.
So I would go through the start list here. So we have Petone 1, we have Avon and Dunstan Composite, we have Oamaru 1, we have Auckland 1, Mercer 1, North Shore 1, Aramaho Wanganui, and West End. Big clubs names. They look like they're setting up, so this race is about to get underway.
They're off on this 2,000 metre course. There you can see the finish line way in the distance there as they make their way up this beautiful venue, and a good even clean start.
Yeah, it looks like Oamaru have gotten away quickest here. I think if they're going to pip Auckland, they're going to need to get a pretty quick start.
And there in the white boat in the middle of the screen, you can see just a narrow margin over the rest of the field is the Oamaru crew of Indig Jones Hogan, Bridget Spittle, Emily Wainwright, and Tessa Wright, and Pippa McMillan, the Cox.
Yep, so Auckland, they're looking like they're in the lead here. They've got a pretty good start. This crew are the favourites to win this event. So it's going to be interesting if they can capitalise on this opportunity. They've got some good experience in this boat. Like I was saying before, Ella Ross, she has some experience. She's won a few titles. So, yeah, let's see.
It's Auckland just sticking their beak in front, as it were, after a good, solid start. But a very bunched field. This is the Women's Intermediate Coxed 4 final.
Yep, so Auckland go there. They've probably got half a length. They're looking really good. They've probably got the highest stroke rate.
But I'm sure they would be aware, Felix, that the wind conditions are changing, and we've just been down at the finish line prior to the start of this race, and there is a slight headwind over the closing stages of the course, and so that needs to be taken into account.
Yep, so definitely the start of Lake Ruataniwha, that's when the wind kind of gets worse. It's more open. As you get down the course into the main straight, that's when it gets a little bit more relaxed. So on the start, you've got to be there. And I think with Auckland's experience in that crew, I think they know how to race this course well. But you have to look beside them. That's Mercer there. They're pulling it back. So they might be making a move here. And I think they want this. Any crew that gets to the K first, they've got a massive advantage. Yeah, so Auckland looking really good there. They're looking really gelled as a crew. Coached by Peter Mills. He's got a lot of experience coaching. He's coached a few Olympians in his time, and a lot of history at Auckland Rowing Club. So he's going to be wanting to get this crew home as national champions.
So there they are, just ahead of Mercer, the Auckland 1 crew comprising of Ava Stevens, Montana Maialopa, Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay, and Isabella Farnlau as well, the Cox. And as Felix mentioned, coached by Peter Mills and Alex Wally, and extending that lead to now 3/4 of a boat length. Very controlled, but a very confident performance coming from the Auckland 4 here.
I feel if I was Auckland Rowing Club, I would make a push here, which I believe they're doing. Give them a better opportunity to go into the K, and then they can go into their work, properly get into that red zone, make the moves that they need to make, and take a lot less stress over their shoulders. So they've just moved, almost got a bit of clear water from Mercer. I think Mercer need to make a move here, strategically. And then when they go to the K, they need to work hard if they've got any chance of catching it. Yeah, so Auckland have made a move now. They've got their burst. They're going to do a burst into the K, and I think they're going to do another 10 on the legs when they get through the K to open up a little bit more water.
Mercer maybe just pulling it back a little at the moment. It's back to around just over half a boat length between those two, and down close to the bottom of the screen. It looks as if it could be Aramoho or West End as well in contention here, but they're all in the wake of Auckland, who've basically led from the start of this race.
Yep, so Auckland there on your screen, looking really clean, all really relaxed now, but I think after the K, this is the red zone. Like I was saying before, this is where people can either win or lose races. It sets them up for their sprint, and I think if Auckland could get a couple more pieces going, maybe a few bursts of 10 on the legs, 10 on technique, they can really relax their stroke but get that boat moving quickly. And I think they've now opened the race up to clear water, and Mercer haven't responded, which is a big mistake from them.
So it looks like it will be Auckland that will continue to control this race, but the minor placings here are certainly still on the line. Mercer tried to hang on to that second place, but the challenge coming from the bottom of the picture as well from West End. So, but this is the Auckland 4. There they are, Ava Stevens, Montana Maialopa, Ella Ross, and Charlie Barclay with Isabella Farnell, the Cox. A beautifully controlled race, good collective teamwork there, and yes, it oozes of relaxation, doesn't it, when you see that close-up of that crew. No panic, no concern at the moment. No, they have the control of this race. And Mercer trying to hang on to that second place at the moment.
Yeah, the big question is now, as they were trying to hold on to Auckland, they would have lost a lot of energy here, and now other crews can capitalise on Mercer doing that. I feel like they made a bit of mistake. They could call it a fly and die, but I think Aramaho Wanganui are going to capitalise on this, and I believe they will pass them going into the last 500.
Fly and die.
Fly and die. Yep, you go off the K, you go
then
strong.
you die somewhere in the last 500.
And then you just hang on. You hang on. But I think Mercer, they are hanging on, but I think Aramaho, Wanganui will catch them. They've got a bit of momentum, and you don't know, North Shore are coming as well. It's going to be an interesting race. Who knows? They've got 500 metres, maybe because it's a final, they've got the adrenaline to get them home. But who knows? Who knows? At the moment, it is staying the same. North Shore, I think, need to do a burst now. In this situation, it's the crew that works the hardest. They're in a lot of pain right now.
Trying to hang on for all that they have. Coming down to the closing few hundred metres of this first final. This is the women's intermediate coxed 4 final.
Yep, so North Shore have made a burst, and they are going. They're going first. They've upped the rate. It's almost coming to the last 250 metres here. I think Auckland are going to get the championship, but I think Mercer are in a lot of trouble here. They went too early, I believe, but Aramaho, Wanganui, North Shore and Mercer are all in the line here, and I think North Shore are just about to pass Mercer. Aramaho, Wanganui have a great opportunity to get a medal here.
But Mercer hanging in there, as Felix has mentioned, their bodies are tired, but mental determination might just yet get them to the finish line. But now, as predicted by Felix, Aramoho Whanganui coming through, and they do have that small advantage in second place. Mercer now trying to hang on to third place, as West End coming with a finish as well, but Auckland still way out in front.
Yep, so North Shore, they've just gone through Mercer, but I think Aramaho, Wanganui, they didn't lift their stroke rate. Mercer knew that they needed to sprint here if they were going to get a medal here, and they have done that. So that's good. I think it's going to be a bronze for them. North Shore have moved through them. What a sprint from them. Mercer are trying to match them, but Aramaho, Wanganui, they just didn't have a sprint on them.
And so coming down to the finish line, as expected, they've led from start to finish. Superb display of teamwork from Auckland 1, and the Auckland team comprising of Ava Stevens, Montana Mealopa, Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay and Cox Isabella Farnell. Very impressive, and they take out the gold medal in the women's intermediate coxed 4. But strong finish also there coming from North Shore, and they've just grabbed that second place.
And man, if you look at Mercer, they are tired, but they've been rewarded for their hard work. They're going to come in with a bronze medal.
That's how it finished, 1, 2 and 3. Auckland, North Shore and Mercer. All the action coming from the Auckland province.
Yep, exactly. North Shore, a big sculling school. They're going to get a lot of influx of rows from Westlake girls. I do feel bad for Aramaho, Wanganui, I think, but it's something that you're going to learn from. They didn't get their sprint right, but now the next time they race, and I'm sure they're going to have a few more races today, individual athletes maybe, they're going to know that this sprint is finals are finals and people want it.
So that's the first final of these national championships for 2025, done and dusted as it were, with the victory, comprehensive victory, start to finish lead basically by Auckland ahead of North Shore, and the Mercer crew taking the third spot in the women's intermediate coxed 4 final.
Yeah, great picture of your screen there. Really nice leg drive. They all look in sync. Yeah, and then this is the moment where North Shore finally made their move against Mercer. I just don't think Mercer had enough in a tank.
It's a matter of getting your tactics and your strategy right, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think Mercer were lucky there. But it was their sprint that saved them. Aramaho didn't have that sprint.
And didn't have the finish to get them to the finish line ahead of the crack Auckland squad. We're not doing the B final?
Yep. So here we are here. So we're going into the A final of the women's novice double. So these first year of rowing, this is going to be an incredible race for them. First opportunity to get a national title in their first season.
So there's the lineup for this particular final, with Oamaru, Waikato, Clifton, Aramoho, Counties Manukau, Clifton, Canterbury and Aramoho Wanganui 2 completing them as they make their way through the first couple of 100 metres. This is the A final, and the women's novice I suppose is juniors. Another way of putting it, but novice is the term used in rowing. It's the novice double sculls A final.
Yep, first year of rowing, a lot to learn. I would say, the people that win these kind of races, they've learnt the quickest.
And it looks like it's Waikato and Counties Manukau, the two crews that are showing out at the moment, very bunched in the middle of the course, with Aramoho and Clifton as well. But way out in front already, and it's a substantial lead that has been forged by the crew in lane 5, Counties Manukau.
Yep, Counties Manukau, coached by Kirsty Dunhill. I've spent a lot of the week with Kirsty. She's an incredible coach, selector as well for New Zealand.
And boy, she has got her pair bearing the field very early on here. Sarah Blackie and Hannah Piper in the boat for Counties Manukau, and coached, as Felix said, by Kirsty Dunhill. And boy, this is a fly and die, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that. Kirsty trains them very hard and very strategically. She knows how to train them well, not overwork them. So this is the only boat she's brought down to this regatta. They've had 2 to 3 days off of racing. And I think this crew are fresh. I think they're going to get to the end, and they've got a substantial lead.
Is it Canterbury 2 there? Look, in the picture in second place at the moment by the look of it across the top there.
I think that is Waikato, actually.
Waikato, of Beth Williams and Isla Klein.
Yep, they're looking good. And especially with novice racing, this is from my experience. When you're out in front, you have so much confidence, but when you're behind, trying to look around, you're new to the sport, you don't really believe that you can catch them. So I think that's what Kirsty's done here strategically. Go out quick, mentally put the other crews down.
But it's a long way back for any of these other crews here, that sort of lead. But trying to make a race of it is Beth Williams and Isla Klein across there in lane number 2, the Waikato 1 squad, or pair, spread far and wide, and it's a women's novice double sculls A final.
Yep, it is. So counties are taking the charge here. Then we go to Waikato.
And then it's a long way back into the middle, maybe Aramoho Wanganui in the middle of the course.
Yep, so that's your top 3, but what a lead. They're going to really use this K now. I feel like they should go into this K, get to the K, do a burst of about 10, then they'll really get that momentum, and then they can not relax, but really put them in a kind of mental state that they can win this race.
Well, we've seen a lot of races today already since 7 o'clock this morning, but none have produced a gap like this at the top of the field. This is not just a boat length, it's 3 boat lengths?
Oh, it's about 4. It's incredible. Incredible sculling, and they've actually just gone out of your picture here, so I think we're going to have a focus on the next 2 medals. So Waikato are looking good in second right now, but it's going to be the race for third. So that's Aramoho, Wanganui.
And Canterbury, is it?
And I would say Clifton.
Or is it the Clifton pair of Francie O'Sullivan and Cassie Colborne? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Clifton in this regatta, especially in small boats. You look at that intermediate double, they are caning it.
And there's the buzzer for our winners. No surprise there as they come home in emphatic style. The Counties Manukau pair of Zara Blakey and Hannah Piper.
Oh, sorry. That was for the B final. That was for the P final. So we're still in the A final now. They're probably going into the last 750 metres. Yep, so right now it's Aramoho Wanganui versus Clifton Rowing Club for that bronze medal. Clifton Rowing Club, what I was saying, they've had incredible momentum through all the age categories.
Yes, don't be confused by that hoot. You're sounding that's a race in front of this one that's just been completed, a B final. But back here, it's all Counties Manukau.
Yep, so Aramaho Wanganui, they've become sculling giants in the last 2 seasons, especially with Axel Dickinson, an amazing coach. I've been coached under Axel Dickinson myself. He works them hard, but he works them smart as well. So he's a big strategist.
And there it is, a huge gap.
Wow.
Finally, the leaders come into vision as they make their way down to the finish line, and they could probably just cut right back to a casual kind of last couple of 100 metres and still win by an emphatic margin.
Yeah, this is their only and final race. So Kirsty made the right decision to bring this crew here. Then they're going to be heading up straight to the Aon Junior Regatta, which is happening at Karapiro tomorrow. Yeah, incredible. Yeah, Kirsty's going to be incredibly proud of this crew. Obviously, just started rowing. This is going to give them a boost to continue the sport.
Yes, so remember the names, folks. These 2 novices, Zara Blackie and Hannah Piper, names that I think we'll see and hear a lot of in years to come, in the traditions of the great crews that this sport has produced. And we only need to go back to the Olympics in Paris last year and see the performance of the New Zealand rowing squad overall to show that the sport is in very good hands. And here's 2 young women who look as if they will have a part to play at the highest level in the sport as well. Maybe not just in New Zealand, but in a broader sequence as well.
Yeah, incredible.
Look at it. Amazing.
It's amazing stuff. Yeah, looking really long, looking really strong. In this headwind, in headwinds, you've really got to be technical. You've got to be smart how you put power in different parts of the stroke. Bit of a really holding on to the legs and a really big swing back, which is what they've got. Really impressive stuff. They have absolutely dominated this race. They've probably got about 5 to 6 boat lengths, even more.
They've blown the opposition, as they say, out of the water, literally. And in second place, across the far side there, it's the Waikato crew of Beth Williams and Isla Klein, who will hang on to second place. And third looks as if it could be
Aramaho versus Clifton.
Yeah.
This is the main race. It's going to be for third. Any crew that wants it now, they're going to have to sprint. But here we go. We have an amazing shot of Counties Manukau. They're going to bring it home. Kirsty Dunhill, congratulations. Thanks very much for the tips during the week. But a massive congratulations. Your team, your crew, they are national champions for 2025.
Waikato, Williams and Klein trying to hang on.
Yeah, Waikato are going to come through second, but it's the battle for third. It's Aramaho versus Clifton. I think Aramaho will take it here. Aramaho, they've got a really good sprint on. The catches are high, but they're really ripping it. But Clifton, I don't think they're going to have enough water. Oh, a little bit of a crowd from Clifton there, but I think Aramaho, they're going to cross the line. Yep, they're going to get the bronze medal. So congratulations to Aramaho.
Clifton put up a brave showing, as did Waikato, but they're all in the wake of the Counties Manukau pair of Blackie and Piper, coached by Kirsty Dunhill, and they've taken out the women's novice double sculls A final.
Yep, I think Aramaho, they were smart there. Their middle K, their third 500 was really impressive, and I think that's what set them up for that sprint. They had the advantage going into the last K. Going into the last 500.
Are we doing the men's B final next?
So I'm about to hop off now and hand over to Janie Charlton, big name in rowing New Zealand. So yeah, welcome Janie.
Hi, Jenny. So Janie or Jenny?
Janie.
So our next event. Sorry, Janie. Surname?
Charlton. EY.
Charlton.
Yeah.
So what event is this? So that we are underway with our next final, the men's club double sculls final. The crews in lane 1, Mercer, Oamaru, Dunstan, Nelson, Dunstan, Arm 1, Wellington, St George's and Whakatane. And I'm joined by Jenny Charlton to share her knowledge of this particular event and others to come. Jenny, welcome to the championships, and pretty even start here.
Yeah, no, it is, Brendan. Thank you for having me here this morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Yep, an exciting race here. A good start by Dunstan there in the middle.
And yes, they have a narrow lead at the moment by the look of it over, is it St George's or is it...
So that looks like it's Nelson and Whakatane who are up there with Dunstan. Yep.
So a nice bunch to look about this particular race. This is the A final, the men's double sculls final. In the middle of the course, it's...
Yep, it's Dunstan Arm out there winning. Yep, the Dunstan Arm number 1 crew. Roland Osnan and Harrison Thode, coached by Simon Smith. Two young boys, just 1 year out, finished school last year.
He seems to be having a pretty successful regatta, Simon Smith. His name is popping up with a lot of crews, usually near the top of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a great setup there at Dunstan Arm. Lots of young, talented athletes.
That's down there in Central Otago.
Yep, and just out of Alex and Clyde. Big body of water there, which is fantastic training ground for these young athletes. Then closely followed there by Nelson just inside Dunstan Arm and Whakatane in the outside lane there.
So a nice even look about this field. And what do you make of the water conditions at the moment?
Yeah, it's holding. There's obviously that breeze out there, which seems to be reasonably consistent at the moment. It's there. It's hopefully not going to blow up too much, but
which was the problem we had yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
The wind was building during the day to the point that the racing was postponed. Mm-hmm. But here we have a good competitive race coming from these two.
Yeah, looks like Nelson's made a big move here as they're coming up on the 1,000. Definitely picked up about half a boat length in that move through the 1,000. These boys, Sam Johnson and Flynn Mercer there, coached by Bob Gilchrist at Nelson, had a good strong move through the 1,000.
So those two have a nice lead over the rest of the field. The battle for third place down at the bottom of the picture there.
Yep,
Whakatane with Travis Dalpos as Schultz and coached by Graham Watt. But this is where the battle is for the gold medal and the prize of national champions for 2025 between Nelson and Dunstan.
Yeah, Nelson's just made a really big move here and pulling up alongside Dunstan.
In the blue and black, the Dunstan pair alongside of them of Sam Johnston and Roland Ozan with Dunstan and Harrison Thode. So yes, it's stroke for stroke at the moment.
So just moving through, 7:50 to go. I'm sure these boys have raced each other throughout the season here in these South Island regattas, so know each other well.
So tactics plays a part soon, doesn't it? Who goes first?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
How much have you got left in the tank?
Yeah, and sitting side by side too, you don't have that, you're right there, you don't have to look too far across to see your opposition. So great bow ball to bow ball battle going on here.
N4, the Nelson pair, N5, the Dunstan pair. And
you can see who's got as this headwind kicks in, it gets a little bit harder and a little bit tougher on the legs into the final bit of the race here.
Yes, it's noticeable when you go down to the finish line from where we're broadcasting, and you can see the water not as calm as it is anywhere near the top of the course. But that's still, look at that, stroke for stroke. No one showing their hand yet.
No, and we've still got
500 metres to go, is it? The 1,500 metre mark?
1,500 mark, yep. And you've got Whakatane still hanging on to third there, but the Dunstan Arm number 2 crew seems to be making a little bit of a move up there on the inside as well. It's Whakatane who have to keep their eyes open there.
But the Nelson pair look very relaxed and strong, don't they?
Yeah, no, they are. They're taking some good long strokes through the water there.
But no panic yet coming from
Dunstan crew look
Dunstan.
pretty relaxed as well, so whether the timing of who's going to move first into that final
Well,
bit.
there goes Nelson now. Nelson have thrown down the challenge, have shown their hand, and they're off with about 350 metres of the race to go.
We're just sitting here seeing the Whakatane boys out here in lane 8. He's currently sitting in 3rd place, these boys.
But Dunstan coming back, they're not letting Nelson get away.
No.
Cat and mouse between these two on the waters of Lake Ruataniwha, heading for the closest finish we've had in any race today. We started competition about 2.5 hours ago, but haven't seen one as close as this. Nelson trying to hang on to this paper-thin, wafer-thin lead they've got. Don't be fooled by necessarily the angle of the camera there at the moment. But Nelson... Yes, they've now got probably half a body length,
yep.
half a boat length.
Yep, into this last 250 metres now.
Dunstan may not have anything left.
Oh, you never know. That sprint, that ability to lift it up in this last 20-odd strokes. They'll be telling themselves that they need to make this move pretty soon.
They're trying, but the Nelson pair of Sam Johnston and Flynn Mercer
Hanging
not
on
showing
at the
any
moment.
mercy
Yep.
on their opponents.
No, they're not. And Whakatane's actually just trying to put their bow ball up on Dunstan's stern as well. Here we go. Dunstan's making a bit of a move now here. Coming in.
Here they come.
Yep, they're coming up on them now.
Dunstan.
Last move.
Dunstan not done yet. But will they run out of water?
Oh, I don't know. There's every stroke they're picking it up here.
Yes.
Coming up to the
The
final few
Nelson pair
strokes now.
don't seem to have much left, maybe.
Oh, that was a pretty close finish there, Brendan.
Yeah, very
We've
close.
got Whakatane coming across in 3rd, and Dunstan number 2, finishing off in
In
4th
fourth.
place there.
How did we see that finish again?
Oh. I think we're unable to see. They didn't get the shot there. I think maybe Nelson hung on, but Dunstan was definitely moving. So we'll wait till they get the official result there.
Come through, but was, as I mentioned, the closest finish we've had from any race today. And so congratulations to both of those crews, Sam Johnston from Nelson and his teammate Flynn Mercer, and Roland Ozanne and Harrison Thode from Dunstan, producing a fantastic race. So we'll just wait for the official confirmation of that men's club double sculls final.
Yeah, some great racing out there with those two crews battling each other the whole way down the course.
So Nelson at this stage with what you might say is a comfortable lead, and judging by the reaction in the boat, I think Nelson must have hung on, Jenny. Yeah,
It does look like it did.
Yeah.
They did, yeah.
So well done to Nelson. And South Island 1 and 2.
1 and 2, yes. North Island snuck in for the
Not to be
bronze medal
seen.
there.
Yeah, Whakatane coming in.
No, and those young boys, Travis and Ash, are putting their hands up along with Roland and Harrison for under 19s. So great result to put them in contention there.
So a good example of the very young, promising and exciting talent coming through in the sport, which has this wonderful ability of producing world and Olympic champions with regularity, as we have seen over the years.
So it looks like we're moving on to the next event here. Now the women's club double sculls.
So this is the lineup here: Dunstan, West End, Waikato 1, Dunstan Arm, Clifton, Avon, Canterbury, and Dunstan Arm 3. So Dunstan, wherever you look, it's almost a benefit race. They're bound to get a medal, you'd think, at least, wouldn't you? But I'm sure they'll be hoping they can go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty impressive effort. But no, some great sculling going on there in Dunstan, and also branching out into doing some sweeping as well, which is fantastic. So it looks like we've got a mixture here of three North Island crews, and the rest are on the South Island.
And Simon Smith again coaching the Dunstan Arm 1 in lane 4 in the middle of the course.
I think those girls may have won the South Island champs and up against Clifton, who won the North Island champs. So should be a good battle going on there, and they're off.
Good even start, as you'd expect. This is an A final, and in the middle of the course.
Yep, we have that Clifton crew. Looks like they've just in lane 5 there, just got a little bit of an advantage off the start line there. Very hotly followed by Dunstan Arm number 1 and Canterbury number 1. early stages of the race at the moment.
Canterbury down at the bottom towards the picture there in the second lane from the bottom. So 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. But Dunstan, is this a big club, Dunstan?
Yes, Simon Smith's done a great job of building that club, and a lot of club rowers. Wouldn't quite me what the numbers were, but I did go out there for a practice, and impressive number of boats out on the water there.
And look at this, a perfect spearhead kind of formation at the moment.
Well, the Clifton girls made a very strong start to this race and almost got themselves out to a boat length there. So Isla Robinson and Jessie Pilford, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox, off to a strong start here in the women's club double.
And that's Dunstan to the right of them.
Yes, and then we now have Avon moving up on the inside.
Right. And then Canterbury, who did start well, but they seem to have lost a bit of their early momentum.
So definitely those 4 crews are sort of starting to separate themselves from the other 4 crews.
Dunstan, Clifton, Avon, Canterbury.
Yeah.
All within close proximity of each other through the first 500 metres of this women's club double sculls A final.
Yep, so making a move through the island here at the 500 metre mark.
A little island there, which tells them they've got 500 metres behind them and 1,500 to go.
Yep, still a long way to go. The Dunstan girls just made a really nice move there through the 500, just moving themselves up alongside the crew from Clifton.
So it's almost a repeat of what we saw in the men's final, where 2 crews separated themselves from the rest of the field and then went stroke for stroke right to the finish line, and we could be in for something similar here as well.
Yep, just having a nice strong move there from Dunstan and drawing themselves up level with the Clifton girls. That wind sort of looks like it's still staying pretty consistent.
Canterbury, not to be totally ruled out of the picture, hanging in there, still in with a fighting chance, with still a lot of water between now and the finish line.
Yep, and Canterbury have moved themselves back in front of Avon there in the battle for third, and we've just had Dunstan stretch themselves out now and take the lead of the race ahead of Clifton. As these crews are clipping along at a nice little rate into this headwind, keeping their hands moving.
Yes, Dunstan just increasing their stroke rate and giving themselves now a quarter of a length boat lead as we go back to Avon, and then Canterbury, who are also very much in the picture here.
Yep, no, Canterbury's bows coming up on the stern there of that Clifton boat, and Avon's hanging in there, but those 4 crews have started to a little bit of separation as they're coming up to the point here, getting nearer to the 1,000 metre mark. So Olivia Renshaw and Bella Breen are having a nice little push through this, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark here.
That's the Dunstan pair, coached by Simon Smith. Again, his name pops up in every race at the moment, and usually his crews are at the top of the field. He must be thoroughly enjoying and being immensely proud of what his club is doing here across the board.
So coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now, it looks like Dunstan are three quarters of a length in front of
Dunstan
Clifton.
from Clifton. And Canterbury still in third place, so really no change over the last 500. Same formation. Dunstan, Clifton, Canterbury.
Yep. Then we just have Waikato coming there, and then the other 3 crews, Dunstan Arm 2 and 3 and West End, battling it out there together.
And don't be confused by those horns that are going off. They're just races that have B-finals that have taken place in front of this one. But here we are again, almost a carbon copy of what we saw in the men's final just a few minutes ago.
Yeah,
look at that. In fact, it might even be closer.
Clifton's just done a nice move there after the 1,000 and pulled themselves back up a bit closer to Dunstan. Both crews sort of taking a quick look at each other to see what's going on, again side by side, which makes it a lot easier than racing from opposite sides of the course.
Is there much talking goes on between the crews? I mean, in your boat, in a situation like this, would the 2 women be talking to each other?
There'll be quite often just some words, single words that they sort of know that are cues. It gets to a point in the race here where not full sentences are coming up by any stretch of the imagination, just little words to remind them, clues to keep them together, technical bits.
and Avon getting themselves into the medal picture here as well.
Yeah, Avon coming up on Canterbury. There's a battle going on for first and second, and then another battle going on for third and fourth.
The Christchurch battle between Avon and Canterbury there.
Yeah.
But across further the course, we can see, by the look of it, in lane number 4, Dunstan, arm 1 with Olivia Olrenshaw and Bella Breen, and as we mentioned, coached by Simon Smith, and technically look as if they've might just have this right as well, because that's a very decisive move they've made. Look at that. Yep. Suddenly, 20 seconds ago, it was nothing between the two. Now there's nearly a boat length.
Yeah, no, but the backwards and forward going on there, so Clifton need to work really hard in this little bit here, just coming through the 750. Try and keep their bow ball still on that Dunstan boat, but there's a good strong move going on here by the Dunstan girls, sitting up nice and tall, really driving those legs, doing a great job. Clifton's bow ball sitting there, still hanging on to halfway down the Dunstan boat there.
Well, as Felix Moranas likes to say, can all change in 20 strokes.
Yeah, definitely can.
So Clifton
still keeping their nose there on the Dunstan boat, but those Dunstan girls are looking pretty comfortable, and we've still got a battle going on there for third and fourth between Avon and Canterbury. Avon's just made a little bit of a move while they've been at a camera shot there, and
Avon have just moved ahead of perhaps a slightly tiring Canterbury crew, who tried to stick with Dunstan and Clifton through the first half of the race, but might be paying for it now. But it's the colours of Dunstan flying high at the moment, ahead of the Clifton pair.
Yeah, and Clifton pair trying to hang on there. Now coming up to the final 250. Dunstan's just done a little bit of a move, just trying to shake off those Clifton girls, just as Avon's trying to do the same to Canterbury there.
Yeah, if Clifton are going to win, they've got to go now with they're only about 200 metres of the race to go, and trying to narrow that gap between themselves and the Dunstan pair, who've been very strong right from the gun.
Yeah, and Clifton are starting to move the boat back up on
Dunstan
Dunstan there. Avon's extended their lead out over Canterbury there in the battle for third, but this race is still going on, half a length between these Dunstan and Clifton girls, coming into that last 100 metre mark, just through there. Clifton's trying to sneak up there.
And I think
Dunstan's
they are making some impression, but yes, it's a case of the charge coming from Clifton and Dunstan trying to hang on.
Stroke for stroke at the moment. Every time Clifton makes a little bit of a move, Dunstan pulls it back.
But it is narrowing.
Yeah, down to half a deck.
Here comes Clifton.
Are they going to run out of room? They've got a couple.
It'll be a cliffhanger, maybe, in favour of Clifton. But look at that.
Like Dunstan's just going to hang on. What a great sprint by Clifton there.
A metre and a half maybe.
And then we've got Avon, who have strode away from Canterbury in that last little bit to pick up a third medal. So Charlotte Peterson and Sophie Davis there.
So that's how it finished. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 lanes alongside of each other. But in the end, it was the Dunstan Arm 1 crew of Olivia Ollerenshaw and Bella Breen, coached by Simon Smith, that have emerged from the New Zealand Rowing Championships as the number 1 crew, winning the Women's Club Double Sculls final. Congratulations to Olivia and Bella.
Yeah, fantastic race there with the Dunstan and Clifton girls out the front there, battling each other all the way down the course. And
just looking at some of the highlights of that previous race.
Yeah, 2 close races with the top 2 crews battling out in those club double races. Some great racing here from these young athletes.
Dunstan took the lead early on and they built a big lead, but then Clifton came back, didn't they? They really did come with a strong finish, and just, I suppose there'll be some regret in that Clifton boat. They didn't just go a fraction earlier.
Yeah, always what you could have done, but that was a great race, great effort by those young ladies.
So relief, some disappointment and some joy in the different boats there as they reflect on the last 2,000 metres. But both crews can be very proud of what they've achieved here.
Absolutely. It's a pretty cool feather in your cap to say you're a national champion. So we've got the men's senior 4 here in the starting blocks. Oh, and they're off.
Yes. No mucking around here. One race ends and the other gets underway immediately. The men's senior coxless 4 with Avon 3 in 1, Auckland 1, Waikato Avon 1, North Shore St George's and Waikato 2. So 2 crews from Waikato, and 2 from Avon as well.
3 from Avon. 3 Avon. 3 Avon.
3 Avon, yes, you're right. Avon 3, 2 and 1.
Mm.
And one of the fastest from the heats is the Avon 2 crew in lane number 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a good battle here.
I think it might be Avon that's out in front.
Yes, Avon number 1 has got off to a great start there in lane 5. Closely followed by North Shore, just sitting outside of them. And then Waikato in lane 3 and Avon 2 sitting back and forth there. Great shot from the drone of these crews. See those red Avon boats quite clearly.
Yes, the Avon 2 boats cruise alongside each other, and they probably obviously know each other well. So there will be some added rivalry here within the club.
Yes.
Something they'll be able to dine out for some time. So just tell me, so who's Avon?
Number 1 is currently in the lead
Avon
there.
number 1.
Yep, so.
They will say rightly so. That's why we're number 1.
Yep.
But Avon 2 keen to change that. The Avon 1 crew of Harry Galvin, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme and Matthew Glenn, and their coaches Leon Barrowcliffe and Logan Keys.
Yep, I got off to a strong
who are coaching, I noticed, both crews.
Yep, all 3 crews. The
So
nice big men's squad there at Avon.
So I wonder where his loyalties really lie deep within his soul. Is it Avon 1 or Avon 2?
Yeah, the Avon number 2 crew is actually a group of boys who rode together at all from Timaru Boys.
Oh,
so
okay, wow.
They're now rowing at Avon Rowing Club, different year groups, but they all started their rowing at Timaru Boys. So that's a pretty awesome story there.
Perhaps we should call them Avon Timaru. But,
yep, so still got Avon 1 sitting out there, but North Shore have also had a great start and are sitting right alongside Avon number 1 there.
And the white boat.
And we've got a great sort of battle there with also Avon 2 and Waikato number 1. So our top 4 crews as we're starting to get near the 1,000 metre mark.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's going to be a tight battle here. These Avon boys are just trying to push out there. We've got Cody Johnson, who won the under-22 pair yesterday. In the middle of that boat.
Avon from North Shore at the moment, by the look of it, and the second Avon crew has settled back in 3rd place.
Just ahead of the Waikato number 1 boat there. We also have the Avon number 3 boat just sort of sneaking their bow up onto the stern over there in lane 1. A strong move through the 1,000 metre mark here by that Avon number 1 crew, just starting to maybe get almost out to a length lead.
And probably, was it North Shore or Waikato in 2nd place?
North Shore's in 2nd place there, and Avon number 2.
3rd, and then Waikato further up the picture, as it were.
Yes.
So through the halfway stage of the race, and again it looks a very impressive performance here from Avon. They're setting the pace and no one wanting to stay with them, but as we did see in that last race, that you can make up an enormous amount of ground in the last 100 metres.
Yeah, I'm seeing the battle here for 2nd and 3rd right now with North Shore and Avon number 2. North Shore just getting the better of that one right now.
It's the Q6 that you can see there. That's the boat of North Shore, and Q4 is Avon 2, and you can just see the stern of Avon 1,
yep.
which tells a story in itself. Clear cut margin between them and the rest of the field.
Just push through the 750 there. North Shore just doggedly hanging on to the stern of that Avon boat. Some great battle going on out there. We've got
but North Shore, yes, starting to make some impression here, I think, on Avon 1, but still...
Got that Avon number 2 crew, the young boys there. The crew looking strong there with Matt Glenn stroking the boat, with Josh Simon behind him, Harry Galvin and Cody Johnson sitting in the bow there of that number 1 Avon crew. Doing a strong move here, just trying to shake North Shore off.
But North Shore hanging in there.
Yeah, battle with that Avon number 2 crew.
And what's that, the 1250 mark I think we've just gone through, is it?
Oh, it's 1,500. We've got 500 metres to go now.
500 metres to go. So that's probably the moment when North Shore have said we've got to put the foot down, as it were, and they are making an impression here. They have gained on this crack Avon 1 crew, Avon 2 in 3rd place. Numbers competing with my tongue at the moment. 2 1s and Avons.
Well, we've got Avon number 2 here and North Shore having a good battle. Avon 2 are just trying to creep up there on North Shore.
Well, they've got second place at the moment, North Shore, but they've taken care to some degree of one of the Avon crews, but can they catch the one in front of them? I'm not sure. They did seem to be making some impression a few hundred metres back, but I think also we've seen Avon just lift their stroke rate a little as well, and they've restored that lead, which was what it is now, way back at the 500 metre mark. So no change much at all over the last 1,000 metres, but North Shore clearly in second place, Avon 2 in third place, and Avon 1 in first place.
Yeah,
the
battle's heating up here for second and third. Avon 1 looking very strong, just rowing away from the field there, but the battle is really on for that second and third between North Shore and Avon number 2. Looking at the number 1 crew here, really striding into their work, 100 metres to go.
Nice clean work, isn't it? Very little splash coming from any of those.
Oh, that's battle for second. Just had the Avon number 2 crew just row through a
starting,
tiring North Shore.
Yeah.
Yep, they're trying to now attack their number 1 crew, but
well,
Avon
they are
number
too,
1.
aren't they? And they would know, wouldn't they? The Avon 2 boys would know exactly, but all a bit late as it happened. They just needed to have gone a bit earlier. Avon 2, and who knows, it might have been closer. But anyway, they'll be celebrating in the Avon Club tonight, 1 and 2. And North Shore having to settle for third place in the men's senior coxless 4 final.
No, great finish there by that Avon number 2 crew to just surpass North Shore on that last 100 metres. But Avon will be glad to see themselves in 1-2 on the podium there.
So that's the Avon crew of Harry Galvin, Cody Johnson, John Simon, Matthew Glenn, with Leon Barracliff and Logan Keys coached both of those squads. So the coaches will be very pleased. They've gone, 1 and 2?
Yep.
Can't do much better than that if you've got 2 crews in a final.
No.
You finish 1 and 2. So this brings us to our next final, which is the women's senior coxless 4.
Yep, so this will be another South Island, North Island battle here.
Yes, strong presence from Waikato and an even stronger presence from Avon. 3 Avon crews in this next race, and 2 from Waikato, and the other crews will be North Shore and Wairo Composite.
Yep, so looking to the Waikato and North Shore have been having a great battle up on the North Island during the season, and then we've got the Avon crews down south. So it's going to be interesting to see that north-south battle. Seeing the medal presentation here for the women's club double.
So the day warming up and the crowd numbers improving as well. To watch this Friday. Yes.
Day ahead of yourself
yes.
there.
Saturday will be the final day of the finals tomorrow, but still a lot of finals to come today. The next, as I said, is the women's senior coxless 4, and you've got to give credit to the organisers here. They are absolutely running to perfection here. These races don't start a minute early or a minute late. The schedule was for this to start at 9:50. At the moment, it's 9:49, so we're less than a minute away from this next particular final. Again, I imagine the action will come from Avon and Waikato in the middle of the course, in the middle of the field.
Yep, no, we'd hope to see the sort of North and South Island champions battling against each other there. As I said, Waikato and North Shore have been having some good battles over the summer up north, and then we've got the Avon crews from down south and the Wairox Composite crew.
No one in lane number 1, but then Waikato, North Shore, Avon 1, Waikato 1, Avon 2, Avon 3, and Wairo Rowing Club to complete the lineup, composite crew.
Looking like it's still, there's a little bit of a breeze up there at the start, but it doesn't look like it's getting any worse at the moment.
Yes, you can just see the paddle there, that it's not as smooth as it was an hour or so ago.
No.
Just those little wavelets, I suppose you could call them.
Yeah. So it's requiring the sort of person to hang on to the rope there to keep the boat straight as they sit in the starting blocks.
The little island you can see there towards the top of the picture, I think, is that 500 metre mark about there, isn't it? And then towards the forest is the halfway stage.
Yeah.
It's not absolutely dead straight the entire course, is it? There's a little.
No, it's definitely straight. The course is straight.
Is it?
Yeah.
Looks like there's a little bend there somewhere.
Very deceptive. No, I think the guys will tell us here that these lane ropes and they're off.
So off on this 2,000 metre journey, these crews, Waikato 2, North Shore 1, Canterbury 1, Avon 1, Waikato 1, Avon 2, Avon 3, and Wairau composite team.
Looks like those crews on the inside have had a pretty good start. Looks like there's a.
Is it the composite crew?
There's an extra. I think looks like one of the Avon crews has moved over into lane 1 because there's a red boat there in lane 1. So it looks like they've moved one of the Avon boats over into lane 1. So that line up across the thing is one of the Avon, Waikato, North Shore, Avon, Waikato, Avon, Wairau. So slightly sort of to what we've got written down here.
And so is it Wairau in the front?
It's got the composite crew out here in lane 8. The Wairau Nelson composite crew have got off to a really great start, along with the Avon crew that's over there in lane 1. Just not quite sure which Avon crew that is that's been moved into lane 1.
We'll just call them Avon.
Yeah. So, but that Wairau composite crew.
Wow.
It's got off to a great start out there in lane 1. It's got a combination of, it's actually got Nelson, Wairau and Dunstan in there.
Yes, Millie Thredden, Naomi Robertson, Mila van Rensburg and Daisy Vavasseur, with coach by Kay Surgener and Tim Babbage. And it's very unusual to see a crew down on the inside, probably one of the slower qualifiers. But here they are leading this final, so they figure their tactics are, let's see what we can do. We'll go out hard and see if we can hang on.
I'm just wondering whether they may have moved the fast crews from the middle lanes, Avon 1 and Waikato 1, over into lane 1 and 2. It looks like that's they might have reassigned the lanes based on the wind speed, because that, I would say over in lane 1 there we've got Avon 1, and just inside them we have got Waikato number 1. So that Avon 1 crew is now stretching out to a lead. So I think that.
But even though they're actually competing now across the far side of the course, not in what we were told was their designated lane.
No, so I think maybe with the conditions they've instead of gone with the arrow formation, they've gone with lane 1 as the fastest crews. So it looks like that Avon number 1 crew of...
well spotted, Jenny. Well, it's
Arilla,
amazing, yeah.
Arilla O'Sullivan, Phoebe Collier, Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel are out there about a good length in front now. Yep, that is the crew out there with Georgie Bethel stroking it. Katie Bell, Phoebe and Arilla making a strong move over there in lane 1. That water's getting probably a little bit more jobbly, hence the move of moving those faster crews over onto the inside of the course.
So what's the thinking behind that?
Generally with the seeding, if the wind conditions are a little bit unfair, they will move the seeded crews to the best positions. So if there's a crosswind on the lake and one side's more protected than the other, they will move the seeded crews over.
That's common practice, is it?
For finals days, it can be, yes. So looks like that's what's happened in this case. And we've got Waikato number 1 sitting in second place there in lane 2, and North Shore tucked inside them.
I mean, the curious thing about that theory is, though, that here you've got this composite crew down on lane number 8 who don't seem to have received any kind of benefit from the shifting winds.
No, they got off to a great start, probably feeling it a little bit more now as they're through the 1,000. But they're hanging in there. There's the Wairau and Nelson composite crew there. Yep, so we've got Avon 1 really stretching their lead out there in lane 1. And then we've got a battle going on there with Waikato number 1 in second place, with North Shore number 1 and the Avon number 2 boat. Are sort of in a battle there now for second and third. So I think that Avon number 1 crew is pushed out to quite a comfortable lead.
And I think the composite crew might have, as they say, done their dash. They're slipping back now. They're in 5th place at the moment after leading through the first 300 or 400 metres.
Yep.
But across the far side, there it is. We've agreed this is the Avon 1 crew of
Waikato number 1 crew right there in second place right now.
Waikato crew comprising of Gallagher, White Parsons, O'Dwyer and Melville.
Yeah, and then we've got the battle here for third place between Avon number 2 and North Shore number 1. Avon on the red boat here and North Shore on the white boat.
Avon 2 with the Claudia Kinder, Tyler Stewart, Jessica Tavendale and Mania Butler, and Tim Hopkins and Matt Adams, the coach. But across the side, at the side it is, again it's Avon, who are having a very good Friday morning here in these finals. Their Crows dominating some of these races.
Yep, no, that's a convincing lead at the moment with 500 metres to go. Avon have got a good couple of boat lengths there over. Currently Waikato holding on to second, just over Avon number 2.
I don't think anyone's going to touch Avon 1, are they, from this distance out?
It's a very comfortable lead at the moment. Looking strong, ticking along to a good beat that Georgie's setting there. Got a tandem boat there with the Katie and Phoebe sitting together in the middle there on bow side. But the battle is still on for that second and third place there with Waikato number 1 and Avon number 2. Looks like Waikato have done a good move in that fight through the 500. They're coming up to the last 250.
But at Avon number 1, they know they've got this race, I'm sure, and they have seen off all of the challenges and can enjoy the last couple of 100 metres, knowing that they are going to be crowned the national champions in this event, the Women's Senior Coxless 4.
Just got Waikato now trying to push out to sort of 3/4 of a boat length lead, but the Avon number 2 crew is slowly picking them up. So we're going to be able to see a great finish here, I think, for the second and third place. That Avon crew's now picked up half a boat.
Yes, trying to narrow it down, but have they left their run too late? Waikato trying to hang on.
There.
That's the gap, though, between first, second and the rest of the field. It's Avon 1 by the proverbial country mile to take out the Women's Senior Coxless 4 final.
It's a great battle going on here for second and third. We've got Waikato just extending a little bit away. Avon 2 made a little bit of a charge there, but Waikato just pushing away now. Izzy Melville stroking that boat. Avon 1 have crossed the line. Congratulations.
And that's number 2 there, going to Waikato with Anna Gallagher, Tessa White Parsons, Tegan O'Dwyer and Isabel Melville. So
in third place to that Avon number 2 boats. Avon, a couple of crews on the podium there.
Well done for picking up all those lane changes.
That was a great race, great strong start out there by the Nelson YRL composite crew, but it was that lane 1 Avon number 1 who really charged through after about the first sort of 700 metres and had a really strong finish.
So looking at some of the moments from that race, which had its moments, but once Avon decided to make a move early on in the piece, no one really were able to challenge them again since then.
We've got a little bit of a gap here as we wait for the next race.
Well, the next event should be the men's novice coxed 8 final. I'm sure it will be. A few clouds covering the distance. Can we see Mark Cook today? I don't think we can. Around the corner somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely around the corner, yep.
It's certainly visible yesterday from Lake Tekapō, which is about 50 kilometres up the road. Yep. These beautiful scenes here. This is apart from anything else, I mean, it's a fantastic venue for rowing. In fact, you could probably run 2 courses here, couldn't you?
Well, it's probably wide enough too.
Yeah, and long enough.
Yeah.
Um,
No, it's a fantastic venue for sure.
And now we get back to the start line for the men's novice coxed 8 final. The crews, we've got Canterbury, Hawke's Bay, Hamilton Composite, Oamaru Composite, Petone and Avon. So 3, 4, 6 crews by the look of it.
Yep, and a couple of composite crews there, which is
There they
great.
are.
Trying to encourage and make some full boats of novice men.
Canterbury, Hawke's Bay.
Just check and see how the lanes have been assigned. So it looks like to me, if I'm not reading this wrong, that Avon number 1, Avon are in lane 1, and then we have the Oamaru composite boat in lane 2.
That's the Oamaru Composite.
Yep, that's in lane 2. I'll just see whether they've reassigned these lanes. Tony is out in lane 7. Nelson the Hamilton Composites in lane 6. So I've definitely mixed up the order of all these crews here.
Well, it's up to you, Jenny. You caught it.
So yeah, they just must have judged that the conditions are affecting the crews, so therefore giving those crews in this race who race the heat, because some of these crews sat out the heat, because when it's a straight final, the crews have the choice of racing the preliminary heat or not, and those that race the heat will get the priority seeding for the final. Just looking at Hawke's Bay there.
So where are Hawke's Bay now in all of this?
I'm not sure because the bow numbers don't align to the lanes. So once you get a view of the whole, all the crews, you should be able to sort of spot what lanes everybody's in.
Pity there's not a number on that black flag there that we can see towards the bottom right-hand corner of the picture.
Oh, so I think we said Oamaru Composite Crew is in lane 2. So I think Hawke's Bay is in lane 3. Yep, they're off. Just watching Canterbury here take off from the line.
The men's novice coxed 8 final in slightly different lanes than they were assigned due to
There's a lot of water coming off that Canterbury crew. There's a lot of splashing going on there.
Yeah. Compared to the boat out to the right there.
Yeah, it's Hawke's Bay, a little bit cleaner and tidier. Definitely a lot of splashing going on, so those conditions must have definitely roughed up there.
Well, I think you can even tell from our drone picture there that the little mini white caps that are starting to appear.
Yeah, that wind is picking up.
So you tell me, who's leading this race at the moment?
Looks like Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay have got off to a great start there. They're racing in lane 3, Hawke's Bay are. So they've got off to a great start.
And then
inside them is, and then I think that Canterbury crew that was making a lot of splashing is currently sitting in second place.
And that they're in what lane?
5. There doesn't appear to be a crew in lane 4.
Working from the top of the screen.
Yep. And then we've got a good battle going on in third there with the 2 composite crews, I think. The Oamaru composite crew over in lane 2 and the Hamilton composite crew, and then the Avon crew in lane 1. So the only crew to drop off the pace at the moment would be that Petone crew. Otherwise the other 5 crews are all overlapping there. So yeah, strong start by Hawke's Bay out there in the middle of the course. And coming up onto the first 500 metres. Yep, so Hawke's Bay got sort of a quarter of a length lead out there, but that Oamaru composite boat, made up of some Oamaru and Timaru rowers there, are chasing them down, along with Avon there in lane 1.
Yeah, so even look about the field, so you could argue, I suppose the organisers have got it right by changing around the lanes because of the wind conditions.
Yeah. No, just making some moves over there. Those 2 inside crews, it definitely looks like that water in the inside is a little bit better.
You can tell that from just looking at it. It's very perceptive.
No, but there's still got 5/8 here overlapping, which is great to see. These novice men out there, first year of rowing, getting a taste of what rowing's all about. It's great to see. And great to see some of these composite crews allowing these athletes to row in some bigger boats if the clubs don't have enough to field an 8 themselves, but they've
it's a good
mixed
idea.
up. It's great.
Excellent idea, yeah.
But no.
So we agree that it's Hawke's Bay still in front.
It's a very close battle over there with Hawke's Bay, alongside them the Oamaru Timaru composite crew and Avon in lane 1.
So Go the Bay, I don't think they've won a final yet, have they, from memory?
No, but it looks like their fast start might be starting to
pay for it.
Avon in lane 1 there, maybe just sneaking their nose in front, having a really good battle with that Oamaru Timaru composite boat, but these 3 boats are still locked very close together as they're coming up on the 1,000-metre mark.
So at the halfway stage of this men's novice coxed 8 final, it is those 3 crews there that Avon, Oamaru and Hawke's Bay, all still very much, you can see the Oamaru sign on one of the boats there. That's the crew with the yellow singlets on. There is the official halfway mark, 1,000 metres gone, just under 1,000 metres now left.
So those 3 crews separate themselves off, and Canterbury and the Hamilton composite crew are having their own battle out here. And as we pan back to pick up Petone there in the fluoro yellow.
Way at the back.
But no, there's a great battle going on here. The Oamaru Timaru crew are just trying to inch their way away, but Avon's really sticking to them there on the inside.
Still nothing between these two, stroke for stroke, and you can see the oar work is a lot cleaner now, wasn't it, at the start, where the big splashes were coming up.
Yeah. No, we've got sort of those 3 crews over there on the inside, and then out to here to the Hamilton composite crew with Canterbury having their own little battle there. But Oamaru just starting to stretch out there as they're taking a few rough strokes.
Oamaru in the yellow singlets.
And the Timaru and they're mixed in there with the white and blue crosses. So the Timaru boys sitting in the middle and the Oamaru boys setting the pace. It's like a sandwich there with the Oamaru boys either side and Timaru sitting in the middle.
And it's Avon on the other side there. That
just done a big move there, Avon. Yep, the coxswains are sort of eyeballing each other there. So the Avon coxswain of
Zihan
Kang doing a great job there, battling with the Oamaru coxswain.
But it's
Greer Dixon.
Oamaru Hawke's Bay have faded somewhat as well over the second 1,000 metres, but it's Oamaru, Canterbury and South Canterbury.
Yeah, great battle going on here.
And look at this, there's nothing between these two.
No, stroke for stroke. There's some oars flying around in the air there, but they're getting in and having some big strokes. Exciting racing for novices here.
And these young men throwing the kitchen sink, as it were, at these boats in the hope of getting across the line first. Still too close to call. Look at that. It's just centimetres between the two of them.
No, it comes down to this is a great sort of coxswain race where the 2 coxswains will be really trying to get these rowers to battle.
Lift their rates, And now they are separated by, I'm not even sure if they are separated. It could be a dead heat at the moment.
And Hawke's Bay sitting back there in third, but we've still got this battle. This Oamaru composite crew all just edged out to a canvas lead here.
Oamaru with Avon to their left on their far side, coming down to the last few hundred metres of this men's novice coxed 8 final.
Some big strokes going on there by that Avon Timaru composite crew. Some great calling there.
Oamaru have just got their noses in front at the moment.
Yep. It's a great calling by the coxswain there. Greer, she's made some big moves there and just pushed out. They're sort of almost getting half a length now over that Avon crew.
Avon have tried hard, but it looks like they're going to be coming up a little bit short.
Anything can happen still. This is novice racing, Brendan. It's not over till they cross that line. Look at the steering there. There's something going on there in that Avon boat. They're steering into the Oamaru lane. There might be a little bit of oar clashing here.
Could be a protest.
Oh, jeepers, yes.
Anyone put their hand up so far?
The Hawke's Bay are now coming up. They're going to drift across the line. They are. Oamaru, Avon drifting across the line there. Hawke's Bay coming in across the line for third. Canterbury doing a late surge there, along with Hamilton. But
Well, you'd imagine that the Oamaru crew wouldn't be very pleased with what happened with that boat drifting right across alongside of them, but I didn't see any hand going up in the air. So
No, I guess they still managed to win,
they
I think.
won,
So
didn't they?
I don't know.
Might have been different if they hadn't won.
Yeah.
But they
Great.
got there.
Great battle.
So Oamaru, well done to the boys of South Canterbury, getting ahead there at the finish line from the hotshots from Avon.
No, that was a great
And we
great
might-
battle down there on the inside.
We might see a bit more of that near clash. It was a bit more like GP sailing than rowing there towards the end. Well, there was
No.
plenty of separation at the start of the race, as you'd expect. And there's Oamaru, what are they, third from the right? And this is later on in the race. They were still legally separate there. But over the last 100 metres, would it have been the crosswind that caused Avon to drift?
Yeah, not sure whether there's something wrong with the coxswain steering. Maybe their rudder got jammed. Definitely a little bit of crazy steering there, but as I said, I think with Oamaru still crossing the line in first, I don't think there's probably any need to protest that. But obviously those conditions are starting to get a little bit challenging out there.
Yeah,
Brendan.
yes. It'll be interesting to see what happens later on today. It's still 4 or 5 hours of rowing left if this wind continues to build, and we might be in for a repeat of what we had yesterday. The postponement around about, initially I think it was around about 3:30, wasn't it? The postponement, and there was a examination again of the conditions at 5:30, and it was touch and go, I think, at that stage, but they finally decided no, they couldn't start. The wind hadn't subsided enough, so we came back early this morning to get through those races before we got into the finals.
Yep, so I've got this men's intermediate coxed quad coming up next.
There's the lineup: Timaru, Waikato, West End, Canterbury, Aramoho, Pororua, Dunstan and Mercer. The intermediate coxed quadruple sculls.
So I have to have another look again to see where they end up putting these crews to get the lanes right.
Yes. Don't leave the commentary box, please.
Let's see where they're lining them up here.
Well, they are changing. It looks like one crew's moving around.
Yeah.
Someone has been put.
So the Dunstan composite crew is still in lane 7. So looking here at the Aramaho Wanganui crew.
Well, in theory, they're supposed to be in lane 5.
Yeah, so we'll just see if they've changed the boats on this boat. Dunstan crew still out there in lane 7. The Dunstan Cure composite crew
Yeah,
there.
we can see the lane identification there to the left.
So maybe these crews are going to be in the original lanes. We'll wait and see. And then we've got Pororua, Aramaho. It looks like these crews are in their original assigned lanes, so that's going to make life a lot easier for us. Yep, I'd say the crews are all in their original lanes there, Brendan, so it's
a relief anyway.
Yeah.
Timaru, Waikato, West End, Canterbury, Aramoho, Pororua, Dunstan and Mercer. 1, 2, 8. No scratchings. See the 8 boats there, all ready to go.
Coxswain's hanging on to the little rope there to keep the crews nice and straight.
Now that water may not look terribly kind of choppy, but it's enough to, I guess, disturb the equilibrium of these very narrow shells that they sit in.
Yeah, no, you
And
can.
there that gets a better indication. When you get down to water level, you can see that there is a little chop there.
No, and the coxswains are really having to hang on to those little ropes there to keep the boats nice and straight. So there's a bit of a cross breeze coming across the bow, and they're off.
Away they go. It looks like it's Pororua and lane 6 that got the quickest start.
A little jump there on the start.
And alongside of them, on their inside, is Aramoho, one of the fancied crews of Jordan Hallett, Conan Brewer, Achilles Paikia and Charlie Brown, with Morgan Wood the Cox.
Yeah, no, so we have got Pororua and Canterbury off to some And Aramaho off to good starts there in the middle of the field. Oh, no, so that's West End. Canterbury hasn't got off to the greatest start there.
No, they're sort of
and there's
buried in the middle.
Aramaho, the strokes. Just stopped rowing there for a little bit. And he's got his blade back, so must have caught a little bit of water there. So they've got a bit of work to do now to make up that little bit of lost ground.
Yes, they've lost at least half a boat length, haven't they?
Yeah, it is only early days, so there's still a lot of the race to go. So he's hoping they can get their rhythm back and get back up there.
So who's that West End one starting to show out?
Got the West End and Pairua having strong starts there, and the rest of the field relatively close together.
So West End 1 comprising of Liam Fox, Eric Brownlow, Sean Brooke Adams and Crew Alice Williams. And their cox is Caitlin Lawrence.
Nice on West End and Pairua.
Yes, they've cut away from the rest of the crews in the field, those two, but it's West End that have shown out. Nothing coming from Waikato in lane number 2 yet. And Porirua doing a good job here. They went out hard. I don't think one of the fancied crews here, but Jordan Spark, Jack Jenkins, Jack Clark and Alberts Fonopole, along with Hamish Brown Cox, hanging on to some of their more celebrated opponents in this race.
Yeah, no, those two crews got their nose in front, but the other boats are all got overlap here, so anything can kind of happen there. Aramaho is starting to get back into the rhythm, with Canterbury and this Dunstan Cure combination crew are all sort of moving up.
This is Dunstan down the bottom here.
Yeah, Aramaho's caught another little bit of water there, which has set them back again. Those conditions are obviously quite challenging out there for the crews.
Well, at around about 9 o'clock, when I was just having a cup of tea out on the finish line here, the flags that were blowing clearly indicated that it was a clear headwind at the finish line.
Definitely a bit of a crosswind at that first half of the race
as
up
well.
there. We have a good move here by Canterbury, who are trying to push themselves up beside Pairua here, but West End seem to be extending out a little bit here. We've got Canterbury who just moved their nose into second place there ahead of Pairua, and Aramaho fighting back again.
So that's where the action is in those middle crews. So at the top of the picture there, it's a West End 1 alongside Canterbury, Aramoho and Porirua 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yes, and lots of competition there in the middle of the field.
And Mercer as well. No, they're out of it, sorry. But Dunstan Arms trying to get into the picture as we come to the 1,000 metre mark shortly.
Well, West End still just hanging on to a length lead there, but Canterbury's sort of keeping their bow near the stern there. Nice strong push there through the 1,000. West End ahead of Canterbury and Pairua just ahead of Aramaho and the composite crew from Dunstan and Cure. So I think there's going to be some battle for the minor medals there, and we also have crew over there, Timaru in lane 1, just sort of sneaking up there in that nicer water there. West End are hanging on to that length lead.
West End from Canterbury, Aramoho, and then Porirua still going hard at it and still hanging in there after that very fast start. I guess that was part of their strategy to go hard and see if they can defy the fly and die philosophy. But
no, this West End crew is looking very strong out there,
aren't they?
Yeah,
very measured indeed. With
crew stroking that boat there as a former.
And the blades not washing up much of a splash either, are they? In these
keeping it pretty
slightly
tidy,
choppy conditions. Yes, good clean work coming from the West End crew, and now look at that lead. As they go through the 1250 metre mark. So they've got about 700 metres left of this race to the finish line.
Canterbury sitting in second there. Oh, poor Aramaho having some more
so they
problems
stopped
there. No, the 3 seats just sort of caught a bit of water, and we've got a
start again.
Good battle going on out here. This Cure Dunstan crew is just pushing away from Pairua a little bit. So there's as I said, Timaru over there in lane 1 are just sort of sneaking up as well. So the battle for bronze might be quite a hot one here.
Yes, you can see at the top of the picture the white boat there of Timaru in about 1, 2, 3, 5th position at the moment, but they're not that far off the money, as it were, for a bronze medal. But it'll be something special, you'd think, from here as they go through the 1,500 metre mark. So 500 metres left, and it's West End clearly in front where they've been for most of the race, and trying to chase them down as that Canterbury crew probably still feel that they're in this race here, only just off the back of the stern of the West End boat. But also coming strongly here is Dunstan.
Dunstan Cure composite. Yeah, they're just...
Don't forget me, they're saying.
Working away at Canterbury there. So, yeah, West End got a nice beat out there and ticking along, staying on top of the water, doing a great job.
That's 1 and 2 there, West End and Canterbury.
Well, we've got the Dunstan and Cure composite boat really trying to put some heat on this Canterbury boat.
Good Auckland-Canterbury duel going on here.
Yeah. So coming into the final 250 now with West End sort of clear water advantage over Canterbury, and half a length Canterbury over the Cure Dunstan composite crew, and Pairua and Timaru sort of back for 4th and 5th.
Well, they shouldn't lose from here, West End, but that's not to say they won't. But Canterbury trying to close the gap, but don't appear to be really making any real impression on West End, with now less than 200 metres to go, and West End finishing strongly, and I think Canterbury are done, basically. They gave it their best and couldn't really close that gap, couldn't really get in touch, couldn't overlap the boat in front of them, and so West End will power away to take out the men's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls final.
Yeah, we've still got the Canterbury crew here, but we've got Dunstan and Cure composite crew here trying to fight for that silver medal position. So sort of looks like the finish here for 2nd and 3rd might be quite tight. Yes, you can see the West End crew across the line, and it looks like Canterbury will just hang on for that 2nd place over the Dunstan Cure.
1, 2 and 3. West End, Canterbury and Dunstan. That's how it finished in the men's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls final. And the brave boys from Porirua hanging in there to the end, but unfortunately have been shaded for a medal despite their strong showing early on in the piece.
We're all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
With the Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships in April, here's what you need to know. There are singles, doubles and quadruple sculls. The boats have bows which cut through waves and a stern which drains water. Let's talk about the beach sprint finish where your fastest athlete guns it out to the finish line.
Well, imagine doing a 500-metre sprint on the rowing machine, absolutely maxing out, and then turning around and jumping out of a moving car and trying to run. That's basically what you're trying to do.
The boats are going at I think we were going at about 12 k an hour into the beach, and you've just done a 500-metre max effort. To get your feet going and jump and land on the sand and keep going is quite an art, and it's not something that I've mastered.
All the action from the New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be live streamed thanks to Milford partnering again with Rowing New Zealand and Altitude HD capturing some epic drone footage.
The drones will go up, there'll be good vibes on the beach, and I think it's going to be a big part of the Olympic program in the future.
Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie district at the base of the picturesque Southern Alps is the southernmost rowing course in the world. Rowing teams have travelled here from all over New Zealand to race in this idyllic location. Athletes warm up from the boat park at the western end of the lake, row past their supporters and into the start blocks of the 2,000 metre course at the eastern end of the lake. Crews hit top speed in the first 300 metres, fighting for early dominance. They then settle into a rhythm, maintaining a base speed through the race's middle. Around the 900 to 1100 metre mark, decisive moves test opponents' stamina and rhythm. As fatigue sets in, the strongest crews emerge. In the final push, lactic acid builds, ratings rise, and gold medals are decided.
With the Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships in April, here's what you need to know. There are singles, doubles and quadruple sculls. The boats have bows which cut through waves and a stern which drains water. Let's talk about the beach sprint finish where your fastest athlete guns it out to the finish line.
Well, imagine doing a 500 metre sprint on the rowing machine, absolutely maxing out, and then turning around and jumping out of a moving car and trying to run. That's basically what you're trying to do.
The boats are going at I think we were going at about 12 k an hour into the beach, and you've just done a 500 metre max effort. To get your feet going and jump and land on the sand and keep going is quite an art, and it's not something that I've mastered.
All the action from the New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be live streamed thanks to Milford partnering again with Rowing New Zealand and Altitude HD capturing some epic drone footage.
So the drones will go up, there'll be good vibes on the beach, and I think it's going to be a big part of the Olympic program in the future.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
We welcome you back to Ruataniwha after a delay, or postponement is supposed to be more correct in proceedings and racing up for the last hour due to the high winds, but they appear to have abated sufficiently for the program to resume, and we are running probably about 60 minutes behind the scheduled time, which I'm sure will be made up over the course of the day. And this is the scene here at the finish line. It looks like it's a very calm surface water on the lake here, but there is quite a chop at certain parts. It's a crosswind blowing from right to left as you look at that image there, and it does complicate for sure the ability of the crews to even stay in their correct lanes as the strong wind drifts them across the course. So it's very demanding, and it was felt that it wasn't appropriate for racing to continue under those circumstances. But looks a little calmer down there around the 1,000 metre mark as we look at the lineup for the next event, which is due to take place, the Women's Premier Single Sculls, with Avon, Waikato, Canterbury, Ashburton, Waikato, Theta and Hauraki Plains, the finalists in this event. Sponsored by our good friends Milford, invested in you, and always there when you need them. And there, lining up in this event, is Ella Kossel. She will start in lane number 2 from the St Hilda's Gold Coast. That was the school she went to. Her home club was Waikato, the powerful Waikato club. And tall, very impressive figure, and hanging on there. Not, I think, so much because of the strong winds, but the wind is still a factor out there. There's no question about that. Felix ran with me again, and we've had this postponement for about an hour, but does it look better to you?
Yeah, for me personally, I think, it's definitely got a little bit better than it was. It was blowing a bit of a storm. But I think these scullers are, one of the highest qualities in the world. So, I feel they know what to do. They've got their plan, and they're just going to stick to it. So.
And of course, this is, I suppose, where we'll be looking for the next breed of single scullers amongst our female ranks. We think of Emma Twigg, their success again last year at the Paris Olympics, and her career coming to an end if it hasn't already ended. And so here's an opportunity for these young women to fill the vacant gap left by Emma Twigg, and a good performance here, an excellent performance here, and they're well on a way to establishing themselves not only in New Zealand rowing, but probably further afield as well.
Yeah, I feel like for me this is the new generation of scullers coming through. You have some big names here: Ella Kossel, Shannon Cox, the lightweight Olympian. You've got Veronica Wall, Sophie Egnott-Johnson, Lisa Shaynard. She's the Dutch sculler, and they're underway here.
And off they go. You can see there's a little bit of a chop in the water right down there at the start, 2,000 metres away as they head for home, and a good even start, but it looks as if it's in 1, 2, 3, lane number 5. The quickest away from the start was Veronica Wall from Ashburton, and across the far side there in lane number 1, Catherine Glenn. And also we can expect Ella Kossel to feature here as well, Shannon Cox from Canterbury and Veronica Wall from Ashburton, and Sophie Egnott-Johnson But look at that, nothing between those leading 4 at the moment.
Yeah, for me, my favourite who I really want to win is Veronica Wall. Veronica Wall has got an insane history in the single scull. She's won the under-16, under-17 and under-18 single scull at school twice, the under-18 single 3 times. She's won 24 national titles, but she's never ever got a red coat, so it'd be pretty cool to see her winning this event and getting her first red coat just by herself.
Well, she's wearing about 2nd place, I think, at the moment, isn't it? Because if we look across the far side there, is that Emma Kossel? That's Ella Kossel at the moment that's in the lead?
No, I don't believe so. I think that is Catherine
Glenn. Okay, Kossel inside of her. And then Shannon Cox and Sherman and Veronica Wall, who's probably in 1st place or 2nd place at the moment, but still nothing between those 4. And in the white boat there from the ESA Data Club, there's Elisa Scheener, the Dutch competitor here. At the moment, it looks like she might be in 3rd or 4th place.
Yeah, it was great. I talked to her yesterday, actually. I managed to sit down and have a chat with her. She's done 3 Olympic cycles, but she's been in New Zealand for about 3 months. She's rode everywhere. She's rode in Wanaka, rode up north, and she loves tramping, so she's been doing a lot of that. She says now she's focusing more on the fun and enjoying the sport. But yeah, so I think it will be good to see. She is a powerhouse, though.
And there she is in lane 7, 2nd from the bottom, W7, from ESR Club. And inside of her there is Sophie Egnott-Johnson, and across the far side from the Avon Club, coached by the rowing New Zealand summer squad, Catherine Glenn.
Catherine Glenn. She's had a big history herself. A lot of sculling history. She's represented New Zealand multiple times. So, this whole field is just sculling powerhouses. To make this A final, you have to be one of the best. So I feel like Catherine is definitely one to watch and can upset Veronica Wall.
Well, there they are, 1 and 2 at the moment. W5 is the shuttle of Veronica Wall, coached by Richard Tonks, Dick Tonks, say no more. With his peerless record as one of the world's foremost rowing coaches over many years. And here he is working with Veronica Wall in 2nd place at the moment behind Catherine Glenn.
Yeah, definitely Dick Tonks, legend. Eric Murray, Mahe Drysdale, you name it, the twins. But I would give some credit to Veronica's dad. So Veronica's dad, Justin, he's an umpire at the start or around Rowing New Zealand. He coached her from when he was young, when she was young at Ashburton, all the way through high school, got her all those medals. Then now she's in the elite program under some incredible coaching.
So it's still no change at the top of the field, with Catherine Glenn leading from Veronica Wall in the middle. And W6 there, you can see, is Sophie Egnott-Johnson. She's got good credentials coming into this race as well as with Lisa Scheener, as we mentioned. So nice even look about the field at basically the halfway stage. I think that's the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, so they're going through the K now, and this is where you'll see some pushes, some strategic movement. I feel like Veronica, this is where she makes her move, especially with Dick Tonks coaching Mahe Drysdale. There's going to be a lot of Mahe you see in Veronica.
Yes. And I'm sure everyone else in the race is aware of that as well.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on Veronica.
So I feel like she's starting to make a move now. I feel like she needs to. She's held the distance with her and Catherine pretty well. So yeah, and it looks like Shannon Cox is also moving up the field now, and Sophie Egnott-Johnson. Yep, Sophie Egnott-Johnson is making a move in this middle K. So this is going to be interesting when it comes to the final sprint. Who's going to take home the red coat? It's going to be Veronica Wall. Never won a red coat before. I think it would be incredible if she does it by herself. Yeah, so right now I think it's still Catherine Glenn. Yep, Catherine Glenn, then goes to Veronica Wall, then it goes to Sophie Egnott-Johnson.
How difficult is it when you're in the inside or the outside lane?
I feel right now, for Catherine Glenn, she is the advantage, especially when it's a bit of a crosswind. Catherine Glenn has the advantage. Being in those middle lanes, it is a little bit tougher, and Sophie Egnott-Johnson has actually just gone through Veronica Wall. But yeah, no, so definitely a lot. I wouldn't say that much of a difference, but it does have an effect. And especially in the single, it's a little boat. Anything little can make big changes.
Is she getting any advantage there, sheltered from the crosswind down on the inside?
Yeah, a little bit, I would say. But yeah, anything can really happen. And to be honest, here comes Shannon Cox. Shannon Cox has actually just gone through Veronica Wall.
And she's moved into third place. And so it's still pretty tight in the middle of the race. We've got Sophie Egnott-Johnson across the far side, almost disappears out of the picture. She's so far away from the action as Catherine Glenn, where she's been from the start of the race, really. But now she has been caught.
Yeah, Catherine Glenn, great start. But I think Sophie, she is a great opportunity. But Catherine Glenn, she has some incredible experience. So she would have strategically made this race.
Well, she's got about half a boat length, maybe slightly more, over W6 there, which is the boat of Sophie Egnott-Johnson as they come down to complete this 2,000 metre race. And yes, it looks as if Glenn might have gone a bit too hard too early, and coming through in the middle there is Egnott-Johnson.
Yep, Sophie Egnott-Johnson from Waikato under some incredible coaching staff, but Catherine Glenn has still got the lead here. Shannon Cox is coming up on Sophie Egnott-Johnson. Veronica Wall has dropped back, but Catherine Glenn is in the last 250. She's going to be really gunning for this.
Yeah, she can sense the finish line now. Can she hang on? She should, you would think, from this position here. And the challenges coming from in lanes 4 and 6 from Veronica Wall and also from Sophie Egnott-Johnson. But they're not going to be able to catch, I don't think.
Well, you don't know. It is a single scull. Shannon Cox is really going up. The lightweight sculler, the Olympian, she's got some incredible experience as well. She's going to go past Sophie Egnott-Johnson. She's just gone past, but I think she's not going to have enough water to catch Catherine Glenn. I feel like Catherine Glenn is going to win this. She's going to get the red coat. She's coming down the line. But it is a race for second here. Second and third. It's going to be Shannon versus Sophie Egnott-Johnson. Can the lightweight... Can she beat Sophie? Can she beat Sophie? Oh, it's neck and neck here. Catherine Glenn, but she's about to cross the line.
So Glenn gets it. Second place looks as if it will go to Sophie Egnott-Johnson at the moment, but a desperate burst coming right at the end here from Shannon Cox. But it looks as if Egnott-Johnson got there just ahead of Shannon Cox. 1, 2 and 3.
You could say that is a bit of an upset for me. That is an upset. I did think Veronica was going to take that. She's looked strong all season. She won in the North Island. She's beaten Catherine Glenn before.
Just had a bad day.
And I think that is a shame for me.
That does happen in every sport, of course. Doesn't matter how good you are, what your world ranking or otherwise might be. Sometimes things just aren't happening for you on that day. And that's possibly what happened for Veronica Wall today. Who knows? The conditions might have been a factor as well.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's a big time for her in a race for her first red coat. But yeah, so big shout out to Veronica there. I would not be disheartened with her season at all. She'll learn from this, and it'll be a good opportunity to, see what happens in the future.
So welcome along to the New Zealand Rowing Championships, coming to you in association with Milford Investments for all your investment concerns. And the situation here where we've had a wind interruption today, a postponement because of the increasing strength of the wind, but it appears to have abated to some degree. And so after an hour of postponement, we're back with our scheduled event. The next event, another one of the big ones, the men's premier single sculls.
For me, this is the race I have been waiting for.
The race of the week.
This race of the week, 100%. Why? As a bit of a rowing geek myself, so much, history, stats, the weather has so much to play. For me, the main headline for this is the lightweight versus the heavyweight. Robbie Manson, the world record holder, 6:30:16, I believe. And then you've got Finn Hamill, who is on a blistering amount of momentum. just winning the head of the Charles. He's won Coastal Opens by himself. He's raced in Hong Kong doing a 42k race with Matt Dunham, and he is on blistering form. He beat Robbie Manson in the North Island. So, for me, this is incredible. But I'm a bit worried for Finn here because he's a lighter guy, and in these type of conditions, Robbie has the advantage. He's the bigger guy. He's got the stronger swing back. But, let's see.
And there he is. He will start presumably in lane number 4. There have been some last-minute lane alterations because of the wind, but doesn't appear to be the case here, and it wasn't in the previous race either, which was the race which saw us resume the program. So Robbie Manson from Waikato 2. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Waikato competitors in this event. It's no wonder they are considered the top club in New Zealand at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Sebastian Fulton obviously raced this morning in that senior.
He's in lane number 1.
Yep, senior single. He won the under-22 race convincingly, so he's on some good form. Angus Kenny, I would say he's a bit of a dark horse. No one really knows his name on the world stage. He raced under-23 in the quad for New Zealand, but he's been winning every premier event in the single in the South Island this year.
There's Robbie Manson. Seems to have taken over
It's Finn Hamill, sorry.
Sorry, Finn Hamill. Robbie Manson, who seems to have taken over the mantle from Mahi Drysdale.
Yeah, you could say that after Rio he did.
Yeah.
In this shot right here, we have Ben Mason. He's another one to watch. He's a dark horse as well. Came second, beating Robbie by about 0.5 of a second, not even. He's been racing with Robbie in the double at the World Cups, World Champs.
So we have a Manson and a Mason in this field, and a Rustin and a Fulton. There's the picture down 2,000 metres from the finish line, where they have assembled for this race, one of the blue ribbon events of any rowing regatta, particularly at the New Zealand Championship. So often winners of these events, the men's single sculls, go on, of course, to international fame at both the Olympic Games and World Championship level. To some degree, that has been the road that Robbie Manson has taken. He'll want to confirm his status as the country's premier single sculler. This is his chance right now in these conditions.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. Sorry, I made a bit of a mistake. Oscar Rustin won the under-22 single yesterday, convincingly. So it'll be good to see. He's going to be up against these powerhouses. There's Robbie Manson there, the world record holder. He's looking like he's going to have a blistering fast race. He looks prepared.
This event sponsored by Milford Investments, as we await the start with Robbie Manson.
Yep.
Itching to get underway.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a whitewash here, but Robbie has raced in these type of conditions before. He's raced on the world stage multiple times.
And this is where, as you I think alluded to before, that strength and power within his build could be the deciding factor at the end.
Yeah, especially in a cross headwind. You know, you have to be really technical. That's the hardest kind of water to race on. He's got the weight going into the back end of the stroke, and yeah. So I feel, I'm just going to make an early prediction. I feel Robbie Manson's going to take this. He raced in the heat, and he was looking blistering quick.
We will find out over the next 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race.
You can see from there that these lanes are very wide, but we did have a situation in one of the races earlier which probably led to the postponement, where a crew had drifted right across, almost touching the boat in the lane next to them. There's Robbie Manson, full of activity, pressing hard, pushing hard right from the start.
Yeah, so I feel for Robbie Manson, he needs to get off quick. For Finn Hamill, he needs to go out quick.
Stay with Manson.
He needs to go before Manson. Robbie Manson, because Finn's sprint is incredible. He did it in the double at North Islands, and he did it in the single as well. That gives him all the advantage for a good sprint. So anyone will be wanting to hold on to Finn or get in front of Finn before maybe the K. So the middle K, this race is very important. So Finn's looking really strong there. He can rate incredibly high. He's got an incredible aerobic base.
So that's Hamill leading at the moment, with Manson further to the left of him and possibly second place alongside Angus Kenny, who's got off to a good start as well. They are the first three. Then down at the bottom of the picture is Luca Harris. Inside him, Oscar Rustin. Then Ben Mason. Yeah,
Ben Mason. So, you can never count out Robbie, though. Most of New Zealand sculls in the first 500 metres on the international stage, they start behind. The middle K is where they go. So I feel like Robbie, this second 500 is going to be pretty big for him. He's going to be making pushes up, and then in the third 500, he's going to capitalise on Finn Hamill, and then it's going to be all down to the sprint. So it'll be interesting here.
Different tactics.
Yeah.
And we don't know which is the superior and the better for the conditions until maybe the last 50 or 100 metres.
Yeah.
But at the moment, Hamill doing a good job here. Manson just doing his own thing in his own time, not concerned, I imagine, at this stage about the fact that there is a competitor nearly a boat length ahead of him.
No, he's going to be wanting to keep an eye. He's in a peripheral vision. He's going to be wanting to keep Finn there. It's okay if he's there. It's a single scull. Anything can happen. It's not like an 8 where, half a boat length's a big deal. In the single, anything can really happen. Anyone can overtake anyone at any point of time. So I think Robbie will be keeping him here, using his experience. And then in that third 500, I think that's where you're going to see him go. But what Finn needs to do, maybe 100 metres from the K, do a big burst, knock Robbie back, and then really capitalise in the third 500. It's going to be a painful race for Finn, but if he does it well, he's going to take this title.
And Hamill, with a small advantage of being able to hear exactly where his chief rival is, right next to him, and a boat length behind him. So that's an incentive, you'd imagine, for Hamill to keep working hard. And we can already just see the bow of that boat starting to move further up the boat of Hamill, the overlap. But Hamill trying to keep him at bay as they come down to the 1,000 metre mark. Felix Moran just mentioning a key component in the race will be the next 500.
Yeah, this is the biggest part of the race for Finn. Finn, he's
got to go, does he?
No, he's got to go, but he doesn't need to go too early. He just needs to keep Robbie at a comfortable distance, and then he's going to set him up well for the sprint. So Robbie right now in this third 500, you're going to see him go up, but Finn, he needs to counter from what Robbie does. So yeah, you see Robbie now, his stroke rate's gone up. His power's going through. This is the most important part of this race.
And already he's made an impression on Hamill. The overlap there now significant. It's less than a boat length.
Yep.
It's not much more than half a boat length. X4, the shell of Manson, and alongside of it, Hamill having to work hard. Still a long way to go for Finn Hamill. Best part of 700 metres still left, and Manson into his work, and sensing that he's closing in. He'll be hearing the wash from the boat that he's getting closer to, and now it's probably less than a boat length. Manson at the top of the picture, Hamill, who's led from the start, looks like he's just having to work a little harder. Compare the frames of those two rowers, and Manson looks very smooth and collected. Hamill really having to work hard, the shoulders just a little bit bent, in contrast to Manson.
Yep, so here we go. So you can see Robbie, he's going to push up here. This is when people get tired. This is when people don't want to work. And if Finn can just keep calm, keep relaxed, he has got this race in the bag. He knows he can do it. He's done it before. Get to the 500. If he's in front of the 500, I think Finn has a great opportunity here.
Well, it's coming up to the 500 metre mark for any moment now. And then it's a straight sprint to the finish. But...
Yep.
Manson, he's been doing a very good job in this third 500. He's catching Hamill, and in fact, if he continues with this kind of momentum, he'll have the edge.
Yep, I feel like Robbie won't be too pleased. He's obviously closed the gap, but I think he wanted to be either level or in front of Finn here. So Finn has just gone through the 500, and they're half a boat length, about a canvas difference. So what Finn needs to do here, he needs to do what he's been doing all season, what he's good at, what he was built to do, and that is sprint. He needs to go now if he's got any shot. Robbie's a great sprinter as well. You saw in that 6:30 world record race that he set. He was an incredible sprinter.
And here he comes.
And I think here goes Robbie Manson. I think Finn needs to really dig deep here. This is his only shot.
So what a great finish this is for the Blue Ribbon event here at this championship. The two best scullers in the country at the moment, and Hamill looking to dethrone Manson, and he's done a good job up until now. It was a brave front-running approach he's taken, but Manson, he has the momentum, and as Felix has been telling us, he also has the body strength, which could be vital in these last couple of 100 metres.
Yep. It's young versus the old. This is the Mahe versus the Robbie. It's the last 250. It's two different styles, two different weight classes. It's the lightweight versus the heavyweight. This is going to be a massive, advertisement for lightweight rowing. This guy has an opportunity to show people.
But he won't go away, will he? Hamill won't go away. Manson throwing everything at him here.
Yep.
He's caught him. He's made up best part of a boat length in the second half of the race.
Yep.
But can he get his nose in front?
Yep.
Can he get that stern in front? I don't know whether he can.
Yeah, Finn
Hamill
really
hanging on for grim death here.
Finn really needs to hang on here. It's the last 100 metres. He needs to dig deep. If he wins this, he's won a red coat in the quad, the double, and the single, all with Robbie Manson. So he can get this race here. It's going to be pretty close.
It's Manson and Hamill.
Robbie Manson has dropped back. Finn Hamill is... Yeah, he can do it. He's got about 50 minutes to run now. Finn Hamill.
So Hamill staying with this pace he set, and there it is.
And Finn Hamill has done it. He has won the men's Premier Single Scull. Incredible stuff. He has showed lightweights that you can compete. When people don't believe in you, he's done it.
What a look for all money, didn't it? That Manson, he got that momentum at around about between the 1,000 and 1,500 metre mark, made a huge inroads into that significant lead. But over the last 200 metres, he just didn't have enough left to bury Finn Hamill, who hung on, as I said, he hung on for grim death there. No one was going to beat him, and Manson threw everything at him, but in the end it was only probably a matter of a couple of metres, but enough to give, as Finn Hamill is now aware, he's won the red jacket, the red coat, and he will be crowned the men's Premier Single Scull Champion of New Zealand for 2025.
Yeah, I'm probably a little bit biased, but I'm so happy Finn Hamill has won that race. I've been watching Finn all season. He just deserves it. He's got so much momentum. The selectors are going to be looking at him going, he's potentially New Zealand's... He's potentially the next Mahe Drysdale. So, great on Finn. He's got some races coming up this afternoon in the pair. So we're going to see him again. But he must be so happy, and the momentum's going to keep going.
This is where, right to the finish line, Manson, I think, still felt even 100 metres out that he could get there. Because he was making such a big impact on Hamill's lead. But in the end, he just perhaps left his surge a fraction too late, and that gave Hamill the opportunity to hang on as the clouds come in over Lake Ruataniwha. But a wonderful race, fitting also considering the significance it holds in the history of New Zealand rowing.
I agree.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
2025.
NZ Beach Sprint Champs.
See you there.
Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie district at the base of the picturesque Southern Alps is the southernmost rowing course in the world. Rowing teams have travelled here from all over New Zealand to race in this idyllic location. Athletes warm up from the boat park at the western end of the lake, row past their supporters and into the start blocks of the 2,000 metre course at the eastern end of the lake. Crews hit top speed in the first 300 metres, fighting for early dominance. They then settle into a rhythm, maintaining a base speed through the race's middle. Around the 900 to 1100 metre mark, decisive moves test opponents' stamina and rhythm. As fatigue sets in, the strongest crews emerge. In the final push, lactic acid builds, ratings rise, and gold medals are decided.
Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Hey folks, so we're just away here in the Women's Novice 4 category. This is first year for these sweepers, and this is, as you know, as a sweeping club, this is the event you kind of want to win. So right now we have Dunson Arms in first place there. Then we go back to, I believe that is, whoa, sorry. I actually don't know who that is. No.
So they're underway in the women's intermediate double sculls A final. And conditions still very choppy on the water, you can see there. That is no glass surface anymore. And it's a factor in these races. But good compact look about the field through the first 500 metres, past the little island sitting out there to the right, with the yellow sign indicating the first 500 metres has been completed. And the white boat of Waihopai looks like it's just being shaded there by, across the far side, the is it Tauranga 2 Union?
That is, sorry, actually, yeah, I think that is Tauranga we have in our picture there.
Can't quite see the...
Oh, there's a bit of a crab there. Trying to see the lane number. That is Waihopai in lane 6. They're looking like they're in second or third place. But the people in the lead at the moment are
Across the far side.
Tauranga. Yep, so in our picture screen right now, that is not Clifton. That is Canterbury Rowing Club in lane 5 in the Women's Novice 4. Sorry, folks, we just got a bit of a...
Some of the lane changes, I think, will have taken place also just before the start of the race, which...
Oh, here we go. Sorry. So we have Wellington 1 in the lead here. Then we go back to Canterbury, who's in 2. Then we go back to Oamaru 1. And then back to Aramaho. Yep, so that is Wellington. Wellington is in the lead here. Then probably about Canterbury is looking to go into second. And it's a battle for third here, so it's Aramaho and Oamaru.
So look at the 4 of them. That's as close as we've seen from any race after the first 1,000 metres. All 4 of them still very much in the picture here to take out the top prize in this event.
Yeah, so obviously these conditions for novices will be pretty challenging, so it's pretty impressive. They're going really well. It's kind of interesting. There's only 5 people in this race. But Canterbury look like they're going to make a push on Wellington here, so I think they're going to take the lead. So Canterbury's going to be sitting in first. Yep, they are. They've just overtaken Wellington. Then we get but Aramaho Wanganui has made an incredible push. Oh, something's happened to Canterbury there. They've just suddenly dropped back. Maybe a crab. But Aramaho Wanganui are taking the lead. They've made a really nice push. For novices, they look really nice. Yep, they've made a clear push. And Wellington's just a bit rocky there. In novice racing, you never know what can happen. It's the cleanest crew that normally win. Yep, Aramaho Wanganui have got nearly clear water here.
But Aramaho clearly leading. They've got about a quarter of a boat length over the crew nearest to us on this side as they make their way down to the finish line. This is the women's...
This is the women's novice 4. Yep, so... Yep, so a bit of a funny angle there, but Canterbury are looking like they're behind. I don't know what happened. I think maybe a crab. It stopped their boat run. They were looking like they're in the lead. But here we go. So it's Aramaho Wanganui. Then we go to Oamaru, and then we go to Wellington. But it is the battle for third here. Two of these crews is gonna miss out on a medal. Aramaho are looking pretty confident. They're going to go through in first, I believe, but anything can happen in novice racing, especially in these conditions.
And there's Oamaru staying in touch with Aramaho as well. And further across the other side, also still there in contention. So it's not cut and dried by any stretch of the imagination at the moment. From Whanganui, the Aramaho Rowing Club, having a very good day here. We've seen a number of their crews perform extremely well in these difficult conditions.
So they've just gone through the 750 now. Aramaho are looking pretty confident. Oamaru on the other side, they've got a sprint going, but it's the battle for and there's a bit of a crowd from Wellington there, so Canterbury have got the advantage in terms of momentum and boat run. So Aramaho look like they're going to take the win. They're just about to go through the 100 metre mark. 100 metres to go. So here go Aramaho Wanganui. This club has been doing extremely well at this regatta so far. But here come Oamaru. There was a bit of a crab from Aramaho, but Oamaru, anything could happen here on the line.
And a strong finish here coming from the South Islanders. But it looks as if Aramaho might better just hang on here.
Yep, Aramaho Wanganui.
This is hard work, isn't it? This is really hard work.
Yeah, especially in these conditions. But Aramaho Wanganui have crossed first. Oamaru go through second, and it looks like Canterbury are going to go through third. No, sorry, Wellington go through third. massive one. This isn't even
Call it Aramoho. Not Aramaho.
Okay.
Oh, he's getting terribly upset. So, just put a ho on the end. Aramoho.
Okay.
So we'll... So all ready for a start now in their women's intermediate double sculls A final. Here is the lineup: Tauranga, Union, Aramoho, Cure, Clifton 1, Clifton 2, Dunstan 1, and Waihopai 1 as well to complete the lineup. 8 starters. As conditions start to close in a little here, the temperature has got a lot warmer, I'm pleased to say. Might even be into double figures. Wouldn't guarantee it. The sun is out, but of course the cloud has come in as well. Usually cloud cover tends to settle the wind a bit, doesn't it? And so looks reasonably calm down there at the start line.
Yep, so on your screen now is Clifton Rowing Club 1. For me, this crew is going to take it. They have been so dominant all season. At the North Island schools, they won by about 25 to 30 seconds from first to second. So they are dominant, and in the heats as well, they've been dominating in the semis. Yeah, so for me, this is the crew that they need to watch. That's Cure Boating Club, though. If any crew are going to upset Clifton, that's the crew.
It's Macy Barnes, Perry Stevenson, coached by Alex Kennedy. So full lineup of 8 starters: Tauranga, Union, Aramoho, Cure, Clifton 1, Clifton 2, Dunstan from Central Otago, and Waihopai.
Yep, so there's Clifton 2 there. It's so good for the club. 2 crews in an A final and in small boats. It just shows the depth of talent.
And they're alongside each other as well. I imagine they're all good club mates.
Yeah.
So there'll be a bit of ribbing going on, I suppose, later this afternoon over who wins this race. Bragging rights as well as a national title on the line here.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing each other, and I'm sure some tips have been thrown around. But what an achievement for Clifton Rowing Club.
And the other thing we should mention here is at stake the Centennial Oar, which has been a feature of the rowing championship since 1962. It goes to the most successful club at the Regatta. The current holders, the Waikato Rowing Club, who've won this prestigious title 11 times. So 11 times they've emerged since 1962. So they're winning it about once every 4 years as the top club in New Zealand rowing in terms of performances right across the board in all of the different categories and age groups.
And here we go. They are away. That's Clifton there in your pictures. They're the favourites. But, they might need to fix their steering there. They've just gone into the other lane. Yeah, they're fixing their course.
Was that steering or wind or both?
That was steering. So they were facing towards the way the wind's going. But what they need to do, especially in a crosswind, is you face into the wind.
Into the wind, yeah.
And then it will.
So you're crabbing a bit, aren't you?
Yep, you are. But it doesn't matter. See, look at the start they've had. Now they're on their way. They've almost got clear water already.
It's Clifton 1 in lane number 5, Bella Neal, Isla Robinson, and coached by Greg Cox and Jason Williams. So good clear A confident start there has given them the early advantage, so they can dictate to some degree how this race will unfold. The rest are chasing them.
So, yeah, no, it looks great. This is a great drone shot here, shows the intensity of the start, and that's Cure Boating Club next to them. And then that is Aramaho.
And look at the direction of some of these boats are going at the moment.
Yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult, especially in a crosswind. You have to really, as a stroke seat and a bow seat, you always kind of have to be turning.
They're pretty wide lanes that they're each allocated, but it still means that you can't just totally let the boat drift across into another lane, or else the opponents have the opportunity to put in a protest. They just raise their hand.
Yep.
You can see that boat behind there with officials on it as well as cameras. And there's the field all bunched together as they come to the first 500 metres.
Yep, but you can see here, so second right now would probably be Cure Boating Club, but on the outside is Waihopai. You know, it's interesting being the outside lanes. You know, if you're in the middle lanes, that's where the favourites are. On the outside, I would call them the dark horse lanes. You know, you can snipe from anywhere, and people can't see you coming. So it's great to, you know, good advantage. And I think Waihopai are
in about fourth place, aren't they, at the moment? Contesting fourth place with Clifton 2, maybe.
Yep, so they're competing with Clifton 2. So Clifton 2 aren't out of the medals here. They've got Cure and Arama... Oh, sorry, is that... Yep, so they've got Clifton and Aramaho.
But away goes Clifton 1. They're just greeting the rest of this field even before we get to the halfway stage of the race.
Yeah, looking... Obviously, it's a bit messy. It's a bit like a washing machine. But no, they're still looking pretty clean. They know the conditions, and they're going to be smart. They're not going to go out and race like it is a tailwind or just flat conditions. They're racing to the conditions. This is why this crew is so good, and that's to the help of their coaches.
And you can just look at the blade work there nearest the camera on this side. Very little splash despite the chop.
Yep, they're looking really good. They're raising their blades high at the catch, making sure they don't crab accidentally. You do not want that in a final, especially with a crew of this caliber.
And the gap now has widened, 3-4 boat lengths between them and the rest of the field. In total control of this race, but as we have seen today, once they get near the finish line into that strong headwind, power and strength also comes into it, as well as judgment. When do you go? When do you turn full power on? Some have left it a little bit late. I just think back to that race not so long ago of Robbie Manson, who made huge strides in the last 500 metres, but in hindsight, he probably should have gone harder a bit earlier.
Yeah, you could say that, but I feel like Finn did do that race well. He strategically did that race, get in front of Robbie.
And controlled it.
And control him. Yeah, so a great race from Finn. But back to this intermediate double sculls. They are looking really good. That is the crew of Clifton 1.
Bella Neal and Isla Robinson.
Yep, so now it's going to be the battle for second and third here. So Aramaho and Cure are looking pretty good, but you can't count out Waihopai and Clifton 2.
And the coaches get plenty of exercise as well, don't they, when these races are on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the best thing about...
2 kilometres every couple of minutes.
Yeah. Like Ruataniwha, they are looking... Yeah, the whole stretch is like international racing. The coaches follow on the on the bikes.
Are they allowed to talk?
Yep. Yeah, you can shout out.
There's no restrictions on giving instructions?
No. You can shout out. So normally all this, all the coaches sit at the K.
Yeah.
When going into that red zone, you've got the support of your coaches, and it's really nice.
It's an indication of the importance of the bikes here. There's even a stand here, I notice, of a bike stand in the area around the headquarters here, so you can go and get your bike fixed and changed and the tyres and the wheels swapped.
Yeah.
And they're probably doing pretty good business, judging by the number of bikes we've seen going down the course today.
Yep, so if you just went back to that picture there, you can see Axel Dickinson, the coach of Aramaho, and Alex Kennedy, the coach of Cure. So I'm sure they're going to be having a little bit of banter. But my goodness, the lead that Clifton have made, they won't be touched.
They could probably stop for a cup of tea and still win. But you never know. It's always so dramatic in the last couple of 100 metres.
Yep.
And if they tend to relax just a little, that adds as an incentive for those chasing them who increase their efforts to try and pull them back. But just at the moment, it looks pretty cut and dried. Clifton won from Cure alongside of them, and then further across the side is Aramoho from Whanganui with Abigail Roy and Ruby Bullock.
Yep, there's a real good shot of them there. They're looking really clean, really relaxed. The bow person there giving a few instructions. But yeah, it is the battle for second and third. I feel like Clifton 2 are out of medal contention now. They didn't go early enough and they didn't hold on. But it is the race for second and third, and it's going to be between Cure and Aramoho.
Cure nearest our camera position, and Aramoho further away. But look, there's nothing between the two of them.
Yep, it is neck and neck here.
C3 and C4.
They're really going to be fighting.
So there's the 1750 mark they've passed. So now probably around about 220 metres of the race to go for these two, battling for that silver medal. First place is done and dusted, we would suspect, with Clifton Blue leading from the start, and the further the race has gone, the greater the distance between them and the rest of the field. But a very different story back here for the minor medals. Cure and Aramoho. And I think we can safely say Clifton Blue just easing down to the finish line, still going to win by the best part of 4 or 5 boat lengths, if not more. Maybe Aramoho just might have their boat slightly in front at the moment.
Yep, it's going to be the race for second. Congratulations, Clifton. We're going to give you the win now. There's no chance that they're just about to cross the line, but it's the race for second. So here come Cure Rowing Club, and now it's Aramoho. It's the sprint. Who's got the better sprint?
Can't be separated at the moment. Maybe it's Cure closest to us. Yes,
just on the line. I think it was Cure.
Cure just ahead of Aramoho, and so that's how it finished. 1, 2, and 3. All of the action, as often is the case in these races, in the middle lanes, and that's the same again here in the women's intermediate double sculls final. Won very convincingly. Been very few wins quite as clear cut and quite as big as the one we've seen from Macy Barnes and Perry Stevenson, from Cure, but Bella Neal and Isla Robinson were clearly in a class of their own and won easily. And their coaches, Jason Williams and Greg Cox, will be two very happy chaps on the bikes as well, as we just have a look at some of the moments of that race. And there was all sorts of issues here at the start, with boats being basically blown across the course. And you can see that one of those boats, I think it might have been Cure, was it, that finished up drifting across.
Well, that was Clifton. That was
Clifton.
The winners. Yeah. So obviously it didn't affect them.
Well, there were two. There was one, and then there was the Clifton one.
Yeah.
One was going in one direction, the other was going in the opposite direction. But they corrected themselves very quickly and recovered from that little spot of adversity at the start and went on to win. Yes, their hands held high in triumph, and I suppose given the little problem they had at the start, it just added to the joy of that victory.
But what a season for Clifton, especially these two girls. You know, dominating all season and a happy ending. You get a bit nervous actually, because you don't want to mess up in that final big race. But what a season for these two girls, and I'm sure we'll see them next year in the club or even senior events.
So as the clouds continue to roll in, the racing continues, thankfully. We've got a still fairly heavy program to go. We're scheduled to finish probably somewhere around about 3:30. Might be a little bit later than that today. So a lot of exciting races still to come here. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. Brought to you in association with Milford Investments for your KiwiSaver plan and investment plans. Can't go any further, need not go any further than Milford. crowd's not as big today, I think, because of the coldness. The weather, I'm sure, the temperature probably was hovering around 10 degrees, if that. This morning the sun came out for a while and it's warmed everyone up. But the racing must continue, and we're ready now for the men's Club 4. This is the coxless 4 with a full lineup of 8 starters. North Shore 2, Hamilton, West End, Wellington, Oamaru, Avon, Hawke's Bay and St George's. That's the lineup from 1 to 8 with their colours alongside their name.
And they are off here. St George's got 2 crews in this final here. Oh no, sorry. St George's got their Club 4 on the side. Sorry, I was thinking about the pairs, but those 2 pairs that were in the A final, they're going to be racing together.
But it looks like it's Oamaru there in the middle of the race, with their boats just slightly ahead of the boats on either side of them, Wellington and West End.
Yep, it's great to see. Avon yesterday, they set a blistering pace of 6:19 in this Club 4. They're the favourites for me, but it's going to be interesting to see how they're tested in these type of conditions. Yesterday it was more of a tailwind, but now we're doing a cross headwind, which is tough conditions. So it'll be interesting to see. The more technical crew will come out on top, and right now Avon are looking like they're in the driving seat of this race. Yep, so we go to Avon, and then we go back to Auckland Rowing Club. They've got a pretty strong club team this year, with the likes of Louis Upton, Alex King. But Avon really starting to go to work now. Auckland are doing well to hold on. Yeah. So Avon are looking pretty strong here. Then we go to Auckland. Auckland are trying to hang on to Avon as best they can, but they're almost past Avon. So this is a little bit interesting, but let's see what happens here.
Avon, Auckland in the middle of the course, in the middle of the race also having a right battle here, and further out across the far side. St George's 1 making a pretty good fist of things as well, and then Avon 2 and Wairoa in between the 2 leading boats, still Avon and Auckland.
But that is St George's on the far side in lane 1.
Yep.
They're looking really good. You saw in the pairs what they can do. They've got a real bit of depth, especially from all the school kids that have come through. So they're looking to even pass Auckland Rowing Club. But I would have thought Avon would have had a bit more distance than this right now. But, oh well, maybe that's their strategy.
Well, maybe the wind has forced them to take a more conservative approach for the first 1,000 metres. They're coming to that mark now. As we look back down to the start line, directly behind them, to the left of that cluster of forest that you can see out there to the right. Of course, dead straight for 2,000 metres as Avon with a comfortable lead at the moment over Auckland, but still a long way to go. Then St George's out on the far side, and between them is Avon 2 and Wairoa. And yes, St George's not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. They might even be in second place at the moment. In fact, I think they are just ahead of Auckland, who might be paying the price for trying to stay with Avon through the first half of this race.
Yep, so it's going to go Avon, then we go to Auckland, then we go to St George's. The race isn't over here, but I think Avon are definitely going to go to work. They're trained vigorously by some really good coaches. You've got Leon as well, but also they're overlooked by Logan Keys, an incredible coach.
Yeah, Leon Barraclough has had a very successful day, in fact a very successful week here. Coach of the Avon crew, comprising of the crew, Charles Beale, Benjamin Ashman, Bede Guerra and Luke Tompkins, and Leon Barraclough, assisted by Alice Drummond as far as the coaching is concerned. He won the boat of St George's, staying with their more vaunted opponents in this race. But just drifting a little off the place, but they are comfortably in third place at the moment. Very clear cut, isn't it, at the moment? Avon, Auckland, St George's across the other side of the field of the course.
Yep, so Avon are looking pretty good here. They're out to Clearwater. They've gone to work. They know what they need to do. You look at that 3-seat there. He's hurting, but he knows the finish line is not too far away. Looking really clean there. Especially in fours in these conditions, it is hard to steer because it's coxless. So the stroke man has foot steering. So he twists his foot which way he wants the boat to go. So especially in these conditions, you're focusing about the wind direction, you're focusing about rowing yourself, but also steering the boat. So that stroke man is busy.
He's got to be able to read the wind.
Yep.
Like when match racing and yachting, being able to read the wind, it's everything. And a day like this here at Lake Ruataniwha, the wind being a factor.
Yep, so Avon are looking really good here. They've got 250 metres to go. I believe they're going to be the national champions in the men's Club 4 of the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Championships. They've got nearly a boat length of clear water. They're looking really good, but it's the race for second, so it's going to be Auckland Row Club versus St George's.
But away goes Avon to surge their way to victory and the national title. Men's Club Coxless 4 champions, that's them there. They still have some work to do, but it's just formality now for them. They did all that hard work at the beginning and they shrugged off and fended off the challenges that came from Auckland initially, and St George's, they've stuck to their job commendably out there across the far side, but they can't make any impression, certainly on Avon. No, they won't get second place either. They'll have to settle for third. So that's how it's finished. Avon get there first ahead of Auckland and St George's. 1, 2 and 3 in the men's club Coxless 4 here at Lake Ruataniwha.
Great racing, especially in club now. They're making it harder to get into seniors, so there's a lot of good depth in quality rowing in the club category. So congratulations, Avon. Avon, for me, I believe they might win the Centennial Oar.
So all is in readiness now for the men's senior double sculls A final. This should be a very good race. Avon, Canterbury, Aramoho, Auckland 1, Dunstan, Wairoa, Clifton and Dunstan 2 are the starters.
Sorry there, I was just having a bit of a cake that I got from the volunteer lounge. Big shout out to
Keep
those.
your energy up, good idea.
Yep. Shout out to those ladies, these cakes.
Yeah, they're doing a
are
fantastic
amazing.
job.
Can't stop stuffing my face.
Nothing beats home cooking.
No, it is not.
And these athletes have been dining out on that as well, as they hear the gun and they're on their journey. So Avon at the top there, Canterbury, Aramoho, Auckland, Dunstan, Wairoa, Clifton and Dunstan Arm 2 on this side.
Yep, so definitely Dunstan Arm, they're ones to look out for. They've been dominant all season, Matthew O'Meara and Hugo Clatworthy. But then again, you have to look at Ryan Gass, Herbie Austin Baker. Herbie Austin Baker raced this morning in that single.
But it is a Dunstan Arm that is leading through the first couple of 100 metres. Bit of a challenge coming at the moment from Clifton on the near side. And also Auckland 1, as expected there, sticking with Dunstan through these first 500.
Yep, so you can see obviously there, so Dunstan Arm rowing really nicely in front of that backdrop. Dunstan have been really dominant all season, especially with the senior boys categories. They've been really good in the doubles, the quads, the singles, everything to do with sculling. Dunstan own it. So, and I don't think it's changing here. So Dunstan have gone out really hard, and Auckland Rowing Club are beside them.
So Dunstan with the crew of Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. Simon Smith again, that name, that coaching name, who pops up regularly, has done today and on the other days of the week as well, having a very successful regatta with his pupils as they were. Jack McDonald and Ryan Gass, yes, the Auckland crew with Peter Mills and John McDermott.
Oh, but you look at Clifton Rowing Club here, so that is Liam Cox, I believe. So Liam Cox, actually one of the captains for the Prem draft, so he selected his crew the other day. But it's good to see he had an incredible club season last year. He was winning everything. This duo was winning everything. So it's great to see he's doing the same in the senior category. He might be, someone to watch in the future of New Zealand rowing.
But at the top of the field, it is still Dunstan from Auckland and third place at the moment. Possibly is it Canterbury maybe, across the far side. But very close for those third and fourth places at the moment, but pretty cut and dried up at front with these two, the two favourites, pre-race favourites, Dunstan and Auckland, both impressive in their heats and semi-finals and battling it out head to head.
Yeah, this wind has picked up, so it's going to get harder and harder. These guys are incredible scullers. Ryan Gass rode, for New Zealand, maybe a reserve in the under-23 campaign, but he's struggling out there. It's a head crosswind. It's the hardest kind of weather to row in, so good on them. But here, Clifton have just dropped back, but especially in these smaller boats, anything can happen, especially with a K to go.
Yes, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark as we come to that little island of pine trees, and there you can see the orange and yellow marker across the far side indicating 1,000. That's how many metres they've got left and how many they've done. Exactly the halfway stage. And Dunstan Arm, they led right from the gun and they still have that lead, not by much. And clearly in third place at the moment is Clifton 1.
Yep, so they've just gone through the K now. And honestly, in these conditions, it's looking like a really rough crosswind. And it's going to be the most technical crew that comes out on top, especially in these conditions. You can have power, but if you can't get your blade in and your boat isn't balanced, running well, it's not going to do anything. All Ryan and Auckland are making a move on Dunstan Arm. A few dirty strokes from Dunstan there.
I think they might have even overtaken Dunstan there as a result of that. And so it's, as they like to say in the horse racing language, it's neck and neck at the moment, boat and boat. Just the two of them, and they've cut clear from the rest of the field. Clifton 1, calling out to them, don't count me out yet, we're still in this, and if they have a really big finish, who knows where they might finish. They could still conceivably run down both of those two crews.
Yep, I definitely agree. I don't know, has Dunstan gone out too early? There's so many factors to play, especially in these conditions, but who's going to set themselves up for their sprint? Dunstan are looking like it at the moment. Ryan and Auckland, they try to make some pretty good moves in the third 500, but Dunstan have replied, so they have not been successful, so that could have an effect on their energy levels going into the last 500.
So no change, still Dunstan and Auckland. The big shots and the small guys, 1 and 2 at the moment, and the Clifton not looking as if they're going to make any great impression yet. We haven't got quite to the 500 metre mark. Here it is now. So that's, I guess, where these crews, some of them, particularly those that are trailing, will put the foot down and go hard, all out, all or nothing. And yes, it's Clifton starting to make some impression here. They're overlapping with Dunstan, just and no more. And Auckland just fading a little as well, so who knows, we could see Clifton coming through here, and they've certainly got some momentum going here now. And Auckland struggling a bit in their boat in second place maybe. It's very close between Clifton and Auckland, but at the moment it's Dunstan that are calling the shots. And further across there is Aramoho Wanganui, but they seem to be out of it. These are the two that have basically contested this race from the start. Auckland with Jack McDonald and Ryan Gass there to the right, and Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy there from the Dunstan club.
Yep, so Dunstan, they're looking really clean now. They're more relaxed. The conditions here at the finish is a lot better, so they're going to get their sprint up and going.
And the fact that their boat is still dead square in the middle of the lane suggests they're not having any problems with any crosswind that may be down there. And Auckland coming again, are they?
Yeah, but it looks like Clifton might be able to catch Dunstan if they're lucky. Liam Cox is a really good sprinter, so let's see what happens here. Are they going to run out of water? I think so, but who knows? They've definitely passed Auckland Rowing Club. So through go Dunstan at the 100 metres mark, and Clifton followed behind. It's going to be a sprint.
Coming right up to the finish line, but it looks as if Dunstan might have enough to hang on to keep both Clifton and Auckland at bay. And yes, they have.
Yep, Clifton ran out of water, but a great job from them.
Wasn't a runaway victory, but they did enough. They did all the hard work in the early part of the race, and that paid a dividend for them in that last couple of 100 metres. They had enough water, as they say, to keep a fast-finishing Clifton at bay, and Auckland never really were able to catch them at all or make much impression on them over the last 100 metres. So another national title goes to the Dunstan Club, with Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy being crowned the men's senior double sculls champions for 2025.
Yep, congratulations to Dunstan. They've been amazing all season. They definitely deserve a few national championships, but we're going to see some Dunstan expertise when it comes to the Premier Quad this afternoon.
So our next event is the Women's Seniors, or Senior, no they're not seniors just yet, the Senior Double Sculls A Final. 8 contestants there you can see their boats already in their starting position to go. From the right of the screen it is Waikato 2, Avon, Waikato 3, Waikato 1. Bit of a Waikato charity race, this event. 1, 2, 3 of the first 4 crews. Then Dunstan Twizel. Big moment for the small club here, the small home club, a town of only 1,600 people. And they've got themselves a team into this A final.
Yeah, it's incredible from Twizel. It's great to see. You know, we all come down here and we use their facilities, we use their land, and you know, it's amazing to see that they're doing so well here. They know this lake like the back of their hand, probably.
So there's Dunstan Arm, by the look of it, away very quickly and very fast. Alongside of them, Waikato 1. And where's Twizel at the moment? They're probably somewhere in the middle of the field. I was talking to a local here who I've worked with some years ago, who's telling me that it's only 1,600 people live in this town, and well, they've got one of the best. They'd have one of the best rowing facilities in the world on their back doorstep.
Yeah.
And but not a big enough population or a big enough kind of base, I imagine, to build any strength in the club. But anyway, someone's doing a good job down here. May well be their coaches, Kelvin Maker, and certainly their coaches, Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson, and this couple of Sadie Mason and Kiara Dine, who are in that Twizel boat in lane number 6.
Yep, so it's great stuff here. So Dunson, again, in this sculling event, they've got the distance. They look like they're in the lead. So that's Olivia Key and Emma Spittle.
Mm-hmm.
Olivia Key, big name this season. She's got a lot of momentum behind her. She's she's probably the best sculler from Dunson, and even in the South Island, if you're not including Shannon Cox.
And again, we see the name of Simon Smith. Boy, he seems to me, just from the number of times we're mentioning him, probably been the most successful coach at this regatta.
Yeah, definitely. He has changed Dunson. Incredible.
This is this little club in Central Otago, right?
Yep, Alexandra.
And so where is their home water? Is it a lake? Obviously, it's obviously a lake or a river.
Yeah, I think so. It's either a lake or a river. I'm not too sure. You can't really quote me on that.
Not too many beaches in the middle of Central Otago, so there's probably a lake somewhere.
But it's almost acting like a performance hub, an old RPC. People are going to train at Dunson to get better and just for the coaching. So right now it's Dunson. Probably got about half a boat length on Waikato.
Olivia Key and Emma Spittle in the Waikato pair of Jenna Lee Markruff and Emily Gordon alongside of them there. And these two got the race to themselves at the moment. The rest spread far and wide over the waters of Lake Ruataniwha.
Yep, so it's the battle. It's going to be the battle for first. But Waikato, it's going to be neck and neck going into the 1,000 meters. As you know, it's the red zone for me, and I think Waikato have just overtaken Dunson.
Marginally, I imagine it's still over 1,000 meters to go, so don't imagine either crew will be hitting the afterburners just yet, or conversely panicking. But they've got each other where they want them, so it'll come down to who is the strongest of the two, who can generate the most power over those last 150 metres or so, and it'll be a bit tweedledee, tweedledum till then, unless someone decides to go at the 500 metre mark, which is often the go point, isn't it?
Yep, and that's why I keep saying this middle K, this third 500, it sets you up for that last 500. It's all about the sprint finish, especially in these neck and neck races. And Waikato look like they're making a push right now.
And it could be Avon 1, I think, across the far side there, probably in third place at the moment.
Yeah, but what a distance. What a distance between second and third. That's probably about 4 to 5, even more boat lengths. So impressive stuff.
And is that Twizel there in 4th place maybe?
Yeah, I think it is.
Sadie Mason and Kiara Dine.
Yeah, good on them. They'll be, Twizel don't have too many finals, but if they can capitalise and get themselves a medal here, it'll be pretty impressive.
Twizel will be humming tonight.
Yep.
down their main street, which is about a 10-minute drive here from the lake.
Yeah, I imagine the Foursquare might be kicking off or something along there. Maybe Top Hut.
No, that closes at 8 o'clock tonight because I was in there last night buying a toothbrush.
Oh, no.
And she said, yeah, no, we close at 8 o'clock tonight and tomorrow night. And anyway, back to the racing. Dunstan and Waikato.
Yep, so it looks like Waikato, they're following their race plan to a T. Waikato have used that third 500 really well, and now they've set themselves up for an advantage going into the last 500.
But there's no real difference there and between the two. They've been neck and neck for the entire journey, and that's more or less where they still are. And Dunstan might be just husbanding their English, their energy before they unleash what they've got left for the last few hundred metres, just keeping their opponents right where they want them, not letting them get away. But Waikato are trying to do exactly that, but still only a metre, probably 2 metres, half a boat length between them at the moment. But Waikato looking just slightly the stronger of the two, and Dunstan having a bit of a struggle to stay with them. Yeah,
it's really interesting to see, especially favourites aren't being favourites in this regatta, and I think that is to do with the conditions, and especially in these smaller boats, anything can happen. The more technical crew will win.
And that looks to be the case here, as this strong finish here coming from Waikato, controlled and very decisive with their stroke work, and they've quickly built a boat length almost now, 3/4 of a boat length anyway, over their opponents, Dunstan, who had the race basically in control from the start, but haven't been able to fend off this really strong challenge coming here from Waikato.
But yep, there's a little bit of a sprint here coming from Dunstan, but I think they might run out of water. Waikato just looking really nice. Great tap outs, early squares, everything you want to see in these type of conditions.
The gap basically still the same. Can't quite get the overlap that would help mentally the Dunstan too, if they could get that close to the team they're chasing and trying to run down. Got about a couple of 100 metres to go. If they're going to make a move, it has to be right now, and it's not coming. And I think Waikato will have this race pretty much under control, and the gap's starting to widen fractionally between the two boats, and that will ensure that Waikato of Jenna Lee Makaraf and Emily Gordon get the national title. They win from Dunstan. Let's see from these minor placings, see where the locals finish. The Twizel group, they're out of shot at the moment. Third place looks to be going to, would it be Waikato 3 or even 1? And we can hear the big roar going up here for Twizel, who are coming home in eminently respectable place there, 4th place by the look of it.
Yeah, well done to Twizel. I think that is Waikato in 3rd as well. But yeah, well done to Twizel. Yeah, just look at that wind conditions. It looks like a horrible...
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah.
Horrible. But oh well, the strongest crew's going to win. The most technical is going to win, and that was Waikato.
As the presentation ceremonies continue, it's been a very busy day here at Lake Ruataniwha today. If you've just joined our coverage recently, we had a delay yesterday, a postponement, and so we started proceedings this morning at, I think, from memory, around about 7:30 now. It seems a long time ago. I started an hour earlier to catch up with a dozen or so races that weren't able to be completed yesterday. We got through those, and then around about 8:30, 9 o'clock, we started our program, which was probably about half an hour to an hour behind schedule. But everyone has rolled up their sleeves and got into the swing of things, and no complaints. The officials have done an excellent job getting through these races as we look at this next event, which is the Women's Club 8, Coxed 8. Is Jenny coming in?
Sorry? Oh, no, not yet.
I thought it might be for these women's events, but...
No, Janie's not back today. It's going to be Jared Cummings, one of the New Zealand selectors.
Jared, is it?
Yeah.
Jarrod.
Jard.
Jared.
Oh no, it's Jared.
Coming.
Jared, yeah, Cummings. So we're here for the Women's Club 8. Do love watching 8. It's pretty
Yeah,
much
so
the
we
battle
have
of the clubs.
64 rowers on the course for this race.
Yep. Great shot of Waikato there.
They're in lane number 5. And looks as if they might have made the best start as well, with a narrow lead over Dunstan. With Simon Smith with another crew in another final. So we've got Cure in 1, Star in 2, Auckland 3, Dunstan 4, Waikato in 5, Avon's 6, and completing the lineup is the Columba College Composite.
Yep, so right now I think that is Waikato going to work. They are looking like they got the early advantage. Following them is Dunstan. I don't know what they're doing at Dunstan, but something incredible.
Yeah. Well, it's Simon Smith, I guess, who needs to take a lot of the credit for it. He's coached this 8 as well.
Yep, so the thing about 8s racing is, you know, if people get to a lead, it's much harder to bring it back.
I guess the more people you've got in the boat, the steadier you can keep the ship, as it were, online.
Yep.
And so this is the first time we've seen an 8 race today, and you can see there from our aerial shot that most of them, all of them basically seem to be unaffected by the wind compared to some of the earlier races in the smaller boats. But still very tough conditions out there, even when you've got 8 people in the boat, but 3 crews looking likely at the moment: Auckland, Dunstan and Waikato.
Yeah, it's the battle of the clubs here. If you can win an 8, just shows your depth and your talent of your club. And Waikato, they look like they're in front. They've got about half a boat length over Dunstan Rowing Club.
And Auckland back in the 3rd place. And then further out across the far side is Cure, I think, would be in 4th place. Star in 5th place. There you can see those 5 boats, all within, in a sense, touching distance of each other. But right down there in the middle, it is Waikato.
Yep, that's Waikato there. Yeah. They're looking really clean, really composed. They're racing against the yellow bucket hatch you see next to them.
Let's have a look at this Waikato crew, comprising of Louise Goodwin, Kate Stewart, Peyton Barnard, Pippa Dixon, Elise Smith, Tegan Negus, Frances Casey, Madison Wright, and of course the Cox, can't forget her, Heidi Baldwin.
Yeah, so a really good crew there. You know, being from St. Peter's, I knew Peyton. She's going to Alabama on a full scholarship for rowing. So this crew consists of some pretty high caliber athletes.
And they're doing the job expected of them at the moment as they come to the 1,000 metre mark. Just a few metres away, and so no change in that order. Waikato, Dunstan, Auckland, 1, 2 and 3. And the rest of the field probably in the wake by the best part of 20 or 30 metres, some of these back markers at the halfway stage. So it looks like it's as they say, a 3-horse race. Well, I don't imagine we can entirely discount Cure across the far side.
No, you can't. So that's Waikato. Waikato are going to go to work here.
Interesting point here about these crews, Cure and Dunstan. Simon Smith coaches both of them.
Oh yes, okay, yeah, that's really interesting.
Where does your loyalties lie, Simon? Pity we haven't got one of those microphones that they can use at half time in a lot of sporting events.
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm sure he'd say he's totally objective, totally neutral, and he'll settle for 1-2.
Yep, he will.
But at the moment, it is Waikato that are doing their best to upset the Dunstan hegemony here. There's the Cure crew out on the far side.
Yep, Waikato have increased their distance. They've nearly got some clear water. The bow's sitting on the stroke seat.
1, 2, 3 and 4. still Dunstan, Auckland and Waikato, along with the Cure out there on the far side. Really has not been any change to that formation for the last 3, 4, even 500 metres.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about 8s, you know.
Very steady.
Very steady
as it goes.
One person can't change the pace of an 8 entirely. But if you can get all 8 people to, you know, start moving, get it on the legs, that's when you're going to see change. So it takes a whole crew. It's like ultimate team sport.
And the role of the cox, very important, I suppose, particularly in the last half of the race.
Yep. It goes back to the saying, you know, a great crew can win, win a race, but a great crew with a cox can be legendary.
Even better, yeah. So there they are, 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks as if it's set in motion here, the formation. No one's really made a move yet. No one's showing their hand. As we come down to the 500 metre mark, and that gives an indication of the difference between the 4. I suppose Cure, I'm not sure whether they can turn things around from where they are now. They needed to make a move, you'd imagine, in that third 500, and they haven't really done that. No one's really challenged Waikato yet, who've just got a nice steady lead here over their opponents, Dunstan, alongside of them. There is the 1500 metre mark. 500 metres left.
1750. 1750.
1750,
so
sorry,
250 metres to
so
go.
Still room for a move to be made by any of those first 3 crews anyway.
Yep, I think, especially in 8, they're going to run out of water. I think Waikato are going to take this race. They're the cleanest crew by far. Dunstan, they're going to be coming second, and Auckland will be coming third. Cure, sadly, are just going to miss out.
So the green of Waikato doing the job here as they increase that lead. They've got now half a boat length over Dunstan. And Auckland comfortably in third place. Cure fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. But no question about who's going to win this very prestigious Women's Club Coxed 8 final. It'll go to the Waikato 8, followed by Dunstan and Auckland.
Yep, it's always a cool experience winning in an 8. You know, pretty much, especially at Nationals, all your hard work throughout the season is paid off, and you're doing it with a bunch of brothers, bunch of sisters. So they'll be feeling over the moon with that performance.
This was the start about 10 minutes ago, and Waikato showing their skills off right from the start. You can see they jumped out to a very handy lead and were asking questions of their arch rivals Dunstan right from the word go.
Yep. But, you know, fair play to Dunstan. Impressive stuff from them. You know, people really see Dunstan as a bit of a sculling club, but this season they've been doing everything. Sculling, sweeping.
And the work of Simon Smith very much to the fore. So as we look back down the course for a moment, come back to the start line now for the men's intermediate Coxed 8 final. Avon 2, Canterbury, Petone, Hawke's Bay, Avon and Canterbury 1. Canterbury 2, should I say. 6 in the final. No one in lane number 1 or number 8. So those presumably are considered to be the most wind-affected lanes, are they? 1 and 8.
Yeah, probably lane 8.
Because you'd think on a windy day.
On the outside.
Depends where the wind's coming from, I suppose, to some degree, doesn't it?
Yeah. Obviously the insides might be more protected, but depends where the boats all are. Yep. So that's Hawke's Bay there.
And lane number 5, the Hawke's Bay 8, or 9, I suppose, to be perfectly honest. There's 9 men on the boat. You can see the coxswain there with his back to us, with his good sun hat on, getting plenty of protection from the sun, and his 8 mates in front of him.
And here we are. Here we go. They are racing. Powerful start from Hawke's Bay. Pretty clean as well. All blades off the water. Really powering the boat along. It's great to see Hawke's Bay doing well. They have some incredible alumni. You have Emma Twigg, Tom McIntosh. Tom McIntosh obviously raced in the single at the Olympics this year. Was pretty unlucky. Didn't manage to get a medal. But still an amazing performance. He was one of the favourites going into the event. So Hawke's Bay look like they've got off to a flying start.
Yes, they have. They're leading from, at the moment, by the look of it, it is Avon towards the bottom of the screen there, and Canterbury 2 as well in the picture. In fact, all those 6 crews there. There's only 6 in this race, and they've all made good, clean starts, but a small advantage to Hawke's Bay. Wellington there alongside of them, the Petone Union Wellington Club, and rather mirrors what we saw in the previous race, 1, 2, 3 and 4, just a few metres between each of those first 4 boats.
Yeah, now Hawke's Bay are looking pretty clean, but if you look beside them, you know, they're looking pretty good. So that is Avon. Yep, that is Avon Rowing Club again.
Have almost caught Hawke's Bay, haven't they now?
Yep, they're almost about to pass them. Hawke's Bay have a little bit more of an advantage. But here come Avon. They're pretty much neck and neck now. And I think, yep, Avon is now past them.
So it's Avon there in lane 6 ahead of Hawke's Bay, and probably Petone Wellington in third place. Then Canterbury further up the screen, as it were, in lane 3. They are the leading 3 at the moment.
Yep, so Avon just ticking away. They've got into their work. Yep, they're looking really good here.
Avon 1, comprising of Ryan Gardner, Cooper Titterton Leckie, Brodie Clements, Isaac Dent, Fletcher Franklin, who's the cox, coached by Aaron Maxwell. And it's Avon leading there from Hawke's Bay, and Petone and Canterbury, 1, 2, 3, 4, just like it was in the women's race not so long ago. Same 4 lanes dominating, and in that order.
Yeah, funnily enough, I was coached by Aaron. Oh, no, sorry, I wasn't coached by Aaron. I've raced Aaron, and he rode for Dunstan. So who knows, maybe Simon Smith has got a little bit of stuff in this crew as well. So, But Avon are looking really clean here from rowing on the Avon River. You can barely call it a river. It's pretty much an Avon stream. But a couple of boats fit on it. But they're looking really good there, and they're going to go into the K with almost clear water.
Avon, Hawke's Bay, Petone and Canterbury coming into the picture a little. They may well be, yes, I think they're in third place at the halfway stage. 1,000 metres left, and does seem as if Avon 1 are just putting their foot down a little here. They've increased that lead to half a boat length over Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay comprising in the boat of Talon Grelman May, Carlin Johnson, Jack Litherland, William West, and Reuben Pope, Josh Massingham, Kobe Holton, and also Zach Fitness, appropriate name for a cox. Here they are, 1, 2 and 3, neatly spread at the moment, and so Avon have done a good job of splitting this field, and now they've got to hang on. They've got a lead now, getting up to a boat length, and Hawke's Bay and across the far side to Canterbury trying to stay in contact with Avon.
Yep, so Avon have got clear water now, and they're going into the last 500. I don't think anyone will catch them now, but who knows, maybe a boat stopping crab, especially in these conditions. Anything could happen, so it's going to be Avon. Then we go to Hawke's Bay. But good on Hawke's Bay, though.
All very cut and dried at the moment as we come down to the closing stages of this men's intermediate coxed 8 final. 2,000 metres, of course. Is that the 1,500 metre mark?
Oh, yep, sorry. That is the 1,500 metre mark. So they've got 500 metres to go now. And Avon are looking really clean.
I think your prediction might bear fruit here, Felix, with this lead that they've got. No one seems to be making any impression on them. Not Hawke's Bay and not Canterbury.
No, but it is, right here, it's the battle for third. So that is Batoni, I believe. Batoni and Cure. Oh, no. Oh, Batoni and Avon too. Avon want to go. Avon want to be in the medals. It'd be pretty cool if they go first and third. But Batoni has something to say about that. So Batoni, the small club from Wellington, they're moving up. I don't know where they've come from, but they have moved.
Yeah, well, they've kind of been hanging around for most of the race. They were in the middle of the field, and now they've decided to try and have a go for a medal anyway. They're certainly not going to catch Avon or Hawke's Bay. And the Wellingtonians looked as if they've been shaded here by Canterbury, who've just, they're swapping the lead, these two crews.
It's going to be close, and I think Batoni... it's too close. It's on the line.
Wellington coming back, the Wellingtonians coming back to try and keep the Cantabrians off the victory dais. That's where the real race is. It's all cut and dried further up the field.
It's the race for third, and I don't even know who it's going to be. They are the same, but I think Batoni may have an advantage. The win's going to go to Avon, then it's going to go back to Hawke's Bay, but it's the battle for third, and I think Batoni are looking like they're going to win it.
100 metres to go.
100 metres to go, and an 8th race, and this is huge. Who's going to get it? I don't even know. Maybe Avon are in the front right now. Batoni.
No, I think.
I think Avon took it.
Avon might have just got there.
Don't quote me on that, but I think Avon.
1 and 3.
Yeah, Avon 1 and 3, but who knows? Good. But Batoni think they've won it. What a race from Batoni.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
So for me, this is another race I've been waiting to watch. It is the men's premier pair. You have some incredible athletes here. You have some incredible athletes. In lane 1, we have Ollie Welch and Ben Taylor. In lane 2, we have Jack Cooper and Callum Tutbury. In lane 3, we have Zachary Rumble and Flynn Watson. In lane 4, we have Matt Dunham, and again, that red coat winner, Prem single scull winner, Finn Hamill. Then the next lane over to them is Campbell Crouch and Joshua Van Donovich. And then after them, it's Blake Bradshaw and Ethan Blight. And in the final lane is Henry Kirk and Fred Vavassar. There are so many insanely good sweepers in this race from all over. Ollie Welch, he won the under-22 pair. Yesterday it was a clinic race. They executed their strategy so well. In his boat, Ben Taylor went to the Olympics as a bit of a reserve, raced the Anzac pair with the fellow Australian. Then you have Jack Cooper, rode at Oxford Brooks. The program there, incredible. Then you have Zachary Rumble, Finn Watson, Campbell Crouch, Joshua Van Donovich, all summer squad athletes. Bradshaw and Blight rode over in the States. They've got Ethan Blight, insane ergs. Got a bit of Samoan in him, so he's a bit of a beast. And in lane 4, we have Matthew Dunham and Finn Hamill. Let's see Finn Hamill was pretty tired after that single race today. He would have been pretty stressed out, but he's back up to the start line, and let's see if he can win again. And here they go. They are off, and straight away, look at that, Matthew Dunham and Finn Hamill so quick off the line.
And the white boat in the middle of the screen there, assuming the early lead, trying to take control of this race, but sticking with them. Alongside of them is the Regatta 1, and also a good start made across the far side there from Avon. So we're in for a good race here, I think. And yes, Finn Hamill, I'm trying to think back, was it an hour ago?
Yeah,
that he was
an hour
in that single sculls final. So whether he's had time for a rest, or I don't imagine he's been out in the gym, working in the gym or jogging around here. So I'm seeing a lot of these competitors do. In fact, this morning I saw a group of young men, rowers from one team, I imagine, going for a run on these shingled roads in their bare feet.
Yeah.
Don't ask me what that's all about. But
it's New Zealand.
Yeah. Anyway, back to these events here unfolding on the water, and look across the far side. It's the Avon pair by the look of it.
Yeah.
Oliver Welsh and Ben Taylor.
Ollie Welch and Ben Taylor. Ollie Welch, obviously a world champion in the under-23 pair for New Zealand, and his teammate Ben Taylor. Ben Taylor rode a pair, reserve pair in the Olympics, so they know how to move this boat.
And so they have a a narrow lead at the moment over Waikato. And also in the picture there, there's only, of course, 6 in this field.
Yeah, but I'm pretty impressed by Wairau. This Wairau crew, Henry Kirk, Fred Vavassar.
In third place there, are they?
Yeah,
yes.
Pretty young crew, but they raced in that under-22 pair against Ollie Welch and his partner. And they came second, but it was a great race from both of them. Being coached by a New Zealand coach.
But across the far side, all alone on their own. Hope they're not getting too lonely over there. I'm sure they're not. When they look across the water and see this quite substantial lead they have forged over the first 500 metres of the race. Oliver Welsh and Ben Taylor, boy, they're going out hard. They're laying it down to these other competitors. If you want to get that medal, the gold medal, you're going to have to really lift your rate and lift your game. But can they stay there for the rest of the race?
Yeah, who knows whether they have. You look at Waikato 1, who's coming in second right now. That's Campbell Crouch and Joshua Van Donovich. Joshua Van Donovich has got an incredible erg power. He can lay down the watts, and he can move a boat very, very well. So he's in the summer squad, and he's trained alongside Ollie Welch, Ben Taylor.
That's the view. Basically, the perspective that Welsh and Taylor have as they look across the field and see that they've got a huge lead as they come down to the complete the 1,000 metres.
Yeah,
yes,
about to the K. But this is a great race by Wairau. Good on them. They're looking like they're going to move past Joshua Van Donovich and Campbell Crouch, and this will be a big upset if they can beat them. Henry Kirk obviously rode for New Zealand in juniors in 2022. He rode in the 4, I believe. And Fred Vavassar rose out of Dunedin. But yeah, it's the race for second here. The race is on. But you can't count out, again, Finn Hamill and Matt Dunham. They're fit. They know how to sprint. And let's see what happens here. But the clear leaders right now are Avon on the far side.
So Wairau and Waikato contesting for their minor places at the moment, lanes 5 and 7. But I think they probably have resigned themselves already, wouldn't they? That's the best they can do today with this fast start that Avon made and their ability to maintain it.
Yeah, but definitely. But I think my prediction will be that Joshua Van Donovich and Campbell Crouch pull away. Maybe Wairau will fly and die, but who knows? They're going really well at the moment.
Well, they're still flying. There's no sign of anything more serious happening to them. And there they are, the Avon crew and the Avon colours.
Yep, they're looking really good. A pair and a crosswind. That is incredible. It's really difficult.
Because of the size of the boat.
Size of the boat is the hardest boat to balance. You know, you have two variables and you have the wind as well. So, yeah, they're looking really clean, though. All these crews, they're the best sweepers in New Zealand currently.
But here comes Wido still in this race.
They're hanging on.
For a medal of some description.
Yep. In the last 500 now, they've crossed the line. Can Wairau do something special here? But Joshua Van Donovich and Campbell Kraus, they're looking really good here in that New Zealand boat. Sitting up really tall, moving with the legs together. But Wairau are hanging on.
Remember, that's these big close-ups we're showing you is of the race for second place, because way out in front still, no one really able to make any impression at all on this powerful display coming from Welsh and Taylor across the far side of the course there, and they look in prime position to take out this Premier Coxless Pairs title. But it's not over till it's over, and we've seen some very dramatic events in the last couple of 100 metres of these races in these choppy conditions. The wind, it just looks like to me when I look out of our broadcasting caravan here, there's been a big tall Norfolk pine tree which is absolutely still at the moment, which hasn't been the case for some time. So the wind looks like it has died down, which is good news for the organisers here that we can get through our schedule today as this battle continues to unfold for second place. And the gap is closing.
Can Wairau do something here? I think Matt Dunham and Finn Hamill are going to miss out on a medal here, but it's the battle for second. Well done to Wairau, but can they beat Joshua Van Donovich and Campbell Crouch? This is massive for Wairau. Wairau, I think they can do it.
Kirk and Vavasseur in the boat nearest to us.
I think they might be able to do it. They have done it. They've beaten them for second.
Well done to Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasseur, coached by Mark Stallard, second to the Avon Bear. We shouldn't forget the runaway winners in this group, in this particular race. Fantastic performance right from the very start. Oliver Welsh and Ben Taylor took control of this race. And how much effort did they put in to their second place, the Wairau crew?
Yeah, that's incredible.
They gave everything and more.
Yeah, this pairing, they've been together all season pretty much, and it's great to see what they've done. Well done to Henry Kirk, Fred Vavasseur. Yeah, great race from there. That is really impressive. Not many people would have thought they'd medal in that event, and especially a silver. They've beaten a few summer squad athletes there, so good on them. So now this event is the Premier Women's Pair. So this is a bit interesting here. They're all going to get a medal because there's only 3 in the race. But what colour are they going to get?
2 of the medals are going to go to one club.
Yeah, so...
to Waikato. Waikato 1 and 2 and Cambridge / Otago. That's not Cambridge University / Otago University. It's Otago Uni. And, well, there's no recognition there of Cambridge, but on our start list we've got the official title is Cambridge, I'm thinking probably from Karapiro, where they're based. And that's Hannah Matahaere and Rebecca Lay, Isla Blake and Alana Sherman in Waikato 1, and Katie Lush and Isabel Eliadis Watson in lane number 3. That's Waikato 2. So 4 from the Waikato and 2 from, well, it's a combination of Otago and Cambridge.
Yeah, so Waikato as well, so there's one outlier.
Yes, exactly. Yes, Rebecca Lay from the other crew, it comes from Cambridge, so she's very much a Waikato product at the moment.
Rebecca Lay, I remember her. I went to St. Peter's. She set the world record for the under 16 erg, I believe, when she was that age. She rode over at Stanford a lot over the last couple of years, so she's got some incredible sweeping technique.
So the fact, Felix, that we've only got 3 in the final, does that indicate perhaps a paucity of talent in this event in women's rowing?
No, definitely not. There's a lot of high standard sweeping in New Zealand, but just some people just choose not to enter. I think there's a lot younger, sweeping.
What do you mean
field.
by sweeping?
Sweeping field. So this is sweeping. So sweeping is 1 oar each. Sculling is 2 oars each.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So this is a sweeping boat. But yeah, so I feel like there's more of a younger field of sweepers coming through, but absolutely not. The quality of sweeping in New Zealand for women's rowing is very high. You look at Ella Kossel. She's going to be on commentary tomorrow. Incredible athlete.
Well, we'll see who can sweep all before them then over the next few minutes as we get underway with this women's premier coxless pair. Well, the water looks very calm at the moment, but that's from our drain high above the water. You get down there from the ground cameras that we have in the boats, and you can definitely see a bit of a chop still on this water here. But it does look as if we'll get through our program today and be on time again for the start of the third and final day tomorrow.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really interesting. Only 3. They're going to be racing for a red coat, so let's see what happens.
Let them go. They've been sitting there for a while.
Yeah, waiting for the umpires, I believe.
Be chilly down there.
Yeah, jeepers. Yeah.
For those competitors sitting in the boat.
Oh, and you can just see the barge behind there. And there's that crew of Rebecca Lee and Hannah Matahiri.
Very good. Hannah Matahiri.
Matahiri. Yeah, I've been working on my pronunciation, so give it a go.
So, still waiting for the officials to all get in place.
Yeah, but the wind... yeah, it's definitely turned into more of a crosswind here. Flags behind me are flying like crazy.
Okay. Well, there's a boat that has just sailed quietly across in front of these competitors. Maybe they're waiting for that camera boat or the official boats to get into a position which won't interfere with them.
Sitting, waiting patiently. I remember when I was rowing, this was one of the most anxious times, sitting and waiting for that 2-minute warning in the roll call. So these rows will be, I'm sure, pretty anxious, but I think they're pretty excited to race.
They'll be getting specially keyed up.
Oh, here we go. So the blades are squared. And they've just let go.
Will we ever get a start in this race?
Yep.
Yep, we're finally underway with Cambridge, Otago on the right, followed by the 2 Waikato crews in lanes 4 and 5. Just 3 contesting this women's premier coxless pairs final. And it's Waikato 1 and 2 at the moment, and the composite crew in third place. Everyone's going to get a medal in all 3 boats.
Yeah. So right now it is Waikato 2 of Katie Lush and Isabel and Ladis Watson. They've gone out fast, but following the hot on their tails is Osa Blake and Alana Sherman. Alana Sherman, captain of one of the Premier 8s that will be coming down, and a lot of these crews are going to be in that Premier 8 that was drafted on Wednesday.
So the girls from the Waikato have got the race to themselves pretty much by the look of it after just a few hundred metres, 1 and 2. You can see the two boats there and the two competitors in Waikato 1, Waikato 2 I think is Katie Lesh and Isabel Eliadis Watson, and further across Isla Blake and Alana Sherman.
Oh wow. Look at if you look at the close up there, that is rocky. That is like a washing machine. Balancing the pair is tough, especially in these conditions, but Waikato in lane 5, they seem like they're having a good time and they've moved out.
Yes, Lush and Elidas Watson have said goodbye to their club mates and also to the crew further across, already conceding probably the best part of 30 metres, 2 or 3 boat lengths, and it's hard work in these conditions, especially when you're at the tail of the field. But they will get a medal for their troubles at the end of it anyway.
Yeah, they will.
But that's the first 500 done. Still just under 1,500, about 1,400 metres of the race to go.
Yep, so they're in their strides now. They're in their work. So it's going to be the battle for the gold.
So when you've got a situation like this with Waikato 2 and Waikato 1, do the numbers mean anything? Does it mean that the best in this case rowers go into Waikato 1 and the third and fourth best go into Waikato 2?
So traditionally, number 1, that's your number 1 crew.
Yeah.
Then your number 2, that's your number 2 crew. But
they don't mix and match either.
Sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
So I mean, here at the moment, in theory, if this is how it finished, the number 2 crew is outperforming the number 1 crew.
Yeah, exactly. So
upsets, they do happen in all sports. Rowing's no different. But sticking together.
But the standard of these athletes are insane. So here we go.
All in the same colours, of course, coming from the same club. Well, let's hope they can stay together and produce a really close, dramatic finish. And that's possible.
Yeah, that's a really nice drone shot there. Shows really long and strong, really relaxed in the shoulders. A really nice leg drive with each other.
But the boat on the right looks to be on a slight angle, doesn't it? It
Yeah.
might have been just the position of the camera above them, but they're both still in contention for the gold medal. This is what this race now really is about. Which of these two is going to take the gold medal?
Yeah, it's going to be a close one, and I'm sure in terms of these guys will all be friends. I'm sure there's going to be a few bragging rights. Whoever takes this out. And again, this is a red coat race.
Still quite a way to go in this race. So not surprisingly, no one showing their hand really here. They're both, I think, quite happy just to make sure that they are in contention. So it'll come down to the sprint. That's the difference between them. What is that? Just half a metre, maybe a metre at the most. Between Waikato 2 and Waikato 1, and the number 1 crew, living up to their exalted ranking, have assumed the lead at the moment by a very narrow margin.
Yep, so it's that New Zealand black boat versus the green Laszlo, I believe. You can see Jordan Parry, an amazing sculler in New Zealand, now coaching at Tauranga.
So why is his name on the boat?
Oh, because he's such a kind of a legend in
okay.
New Zealand rowing.
I thought you were going to say he makes the boats.
No.
So the boats that they're in don't necessarily only used by one crew.
No. It can be used by multiple.
Yeah. So are they identical, these two boats?
No. So that black Felipe there, Felipe are one of the best boats in the world. It's probably one of the most used boats internationally on an international level.
So you give your best boat to your best crew?
Yeah, but then again, when it gets to the elite levels, many people use different boats based on the feel of the boat.
What suits you?
Me?
No, I'm saying what suits one individual, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But who knows? This crew is people can go as fast as people in fast boats. They just need a better crew.
So well and truly past the halfway stage in this race, coming down to the business end. There's the 1,500 metre mark, 400 metres left, and the number one crew look like they might have just edged ahead fractionally here. So some work to do for Katie Lush and Isabel Eladis Watson in M5. And there's their club mates just across the water. Still got the overlap there, so it means that they are close enough for them to still win the race if they can find that surge that they need somewhere over the next few hundred metres. But it does look as if Blake and Sherman might be taking control of this race.
Yep, they're starting to. They've got clear water now, and with 250 metres to go, I don't think the number two crew will catch them.
There's the 1750 metre mark, the red yellow sign that you can see across the other side of the course. And the coaches on their bikes sticking with it as well. But Isla Blake and Alana Sherman, those are the two that look to be heading for the big prize in this event in New Zealand rowing, the women's premier coxless title. And they get a red coat each, I suppose, do they?
Yeah.
Or do they have one coat for 6 months and give it to their mate for another 6? No?
No.
But anyway, that's how it looks at the moment. No real impression being made here from Waikato 2.
Yep.
Finish line now within sight for Blake and Sherman, and they will win it comfortably. They stayed with the club mates, Lush and Elada Watson, for about 1,500 metres. But when they got to the 500 metre mark to go, they hit go and haven't really been challenged. There's the horn for Blake and Sherman, number one in the Waikato Club in this event first. And they finished in their numerical order. Waikato 1-1, Waikato 2-2. And the third place going to the composite crew from Cambridge and Otago University, Matahaere and Rebecca Lay, who are somewhere out there, still with just a little while to go.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit disappointing. Like, these two are incredibly good sweepers, Rebecca Lay and Hannah. So I would not. That is not a representation of their skill level.
So here's how it started. It took a while to get the race started. Not quite sure exactly what the problem was. It wasn't to do with anything of the course. It wasn't like the wind had suddenly got up. But eventually we got underway. And it was the two Waikato crews that basically had a straight match between them. And this is how it stayed for most of the journey up until the last 200 or 300 metres. There was nothing much between the two crews. But eventually Isla Blake and Alana Sherman took off with about 500 metres to go and closed out the race very convincingly indeed. So have we got a break now?
I think we do.
Because according to me, the next two races, one being cancelled for sure. I think they've both been cancelled. So our next one is, I think, at about 2:05. So we're going to have a pee if nothing else.
Oh, Batoni won it. You know that 8 where we thought it was Avon? Avon 1 and 3, and Batoni were coming?
Yeah.
Yeah, Batoni won. Avon didn't come third.
Oh. Well, we'll just have to live with it.
2025.
NZ Beach Sprint Champs.
See you there.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford.
With beach sprint championships being added to the 2028 LA Olympics, no surprise some top Kiwi rowers are adding their name to the list, vying for selection.
Maybe just go out to the first buoy, around the first buoy and back in, just so you get a bit of a feel for it. Get as many people through as possible.
If you can come in at more of an angle, you've got less turn. Exciting, it's new, it's a different challenge to going out for the flat water, and even though it is rowing, it is a very, very different sport.
Yeah, I think that unpredictability is really cool. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong in a race, and you can be, 3 or 4 lengths ahead and still not have won the race.
Top tips from the Olympians: how do you do well in this sport?
Getting to know the waves, getting to know how the boats work in the waves, but also entries and exits are crucial. You can win and lose a race getting in or out of a boat.
100%. And turning as well around the end buoys is quite important. You can lose or gain a lot of time on that turning, but probably my biggest tip would be getting out of the boat. When you hit the beach with the boat, you actually run the boat up onto the beach, and so you hit the beach with a lot of speed, and if you don't get your feet moving quickly after racing for the last 2 minutes, you'll just face plant.
We've
At the
both
World
face
Champs,
planted
yeah.
at the Worlds on the biggest stage, and I think, eating sand is the new thing to do in coastal rowing.
Rowers aren't typically known for being coordinated as well, especially when it comes to running, so there might be an element of that.
There's just so many elements that make it a spectator sport, and you just don't know. It can come down to literally a second, and you've got 2 people diving on a buzzer. Now an Olympic sport, we've got prospects of medals up for grabs, so again, these young kids on the beach are going to stand and have their first go potentially today, and any one of them could be at the LA Olympics. So it's a really new and exciting space for young rowers in particular.
Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie district at the base of the picturesque Southern Alps is the southernmost rowing course in the world. Rowing teams have travelled here from all over New Zealand to race in this idyllic location. Athletes warm up from the boat park at the western end of the lake, row past their supporters and into the start blocks of the 2,000 metre course at the eastern end of the lake. Crews hit top speed in the first 300 metres, fighting for early dominance. They then settle into a rhythm, maintaining a base speed through the race's middle. Around the 900 to 1100 metre mark, decisive moves test opponents' stamina and rhythm. As fatigue sets in, the strongest crews emerge. In the final push, lactic acid builds, ratings rise, and gold medals are decided.
So, just woken up, down in Twizel. I'm going to give you POV for a day in the life of an old buck rowing with a young buckfin hamel. That's what a day down here looks like. Hurry up! Hurry up! You're lucky you're faster rowing, eh? We got something. One day, we will go training. Always important to warm down training with a little bit of a dip in Twizel. We've got the commentators up behind us. We'll see how slick they are with a few tongue twisters.
6 slippery sails stood slightly seaward on silvery sand.
It's not even hard, bro.
That was very easy.
Jordan! Elite rowing to coaching. How is it?
It's so different. There's so many different dimensions. It's not what you would expect. Plus. Plus, do the plus symbol. Plus symbol. Plus. Now I've forgotten what I need to say. Next question.
Bread fed, teat bread, and teat fed, bread bread.
Oh, he's done it before. This is radio school. Another recovery swim.
How are my girls going? They're going great. Everyone's happy. We all get along. Do a pan.
They look stoked with their results. How are you guys going?
Really good.
How's coached by Jordan Perry?
I'm a bit soft, but
He's a bit soft.
Yeah.
Jordan, do you agree with us?
Yeah, I am. So, those are my notes, my work on.
Right, level 3, let's max it out.
Here we go. Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter Betty bought was bitter, so Betty bought a bit of butter to make the bitter butter bitter. That's not right, but it's close.
That's good. He's fun. What does he do that's so fun?
I don't know. Buys us food. He's quite funny. Yeah, makes he's like a little princess.
What is it? What's his most princess thing he's done?
Calling Robbie Wop.
What? What's the uwu? Can you do the uwu?
Okay, so we go put them together like this, and then you close these. One finger, index finger out. God damn it, feet! And then down to my feet. Look at my feet. There we go. Okay, next. Oh, my best friend is Robbie, and his name is Bob.
Time for more recovery. Hot pull time. Doing it right.
novice coxed. So our first one is at 240. Yeah.
So is that the men's novice?
It is the men's novice coxed quadruple sculls.
Oh, they're away, I think.
Are they?
Yep. Oh wait, is it just check the lanes? Aramaho. Is that Hamilton in lane 6? Oh, who's in lane? Is that Timaru? Yep.
Away in the men's novice coxed quadruple sculls, a final with the teams lining up and underway. Dunstan Arm in 1, no one in Hawke's Bay in 2, Oamaru in 3, Timaru 4, Aramoho Wanganui 5, Hamilton 6, Nelson 7, and Cure BC in lane number 8. And off to a good confident start, the lads from Timaru.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. Josh Sadler, the stroke seat there, I believe. He, he's a well-performing novice athlete, so Timaru are definitely ones to watch in this race. Also, Aramaho Wanganui, coached by Axel Dickinson or around Axel Dickinson. They breed success at the moment. They've changed their training program, so let's just see how they do. I think it's going to be a big humdinger between Timaru and Aramoho Wanganui.
And Dunstan across the far side there in lane number 1, Hawke's Bay alongside of them in 3, then Oamaru, then Timaru, Aramoho Wanganui. So what's happening to the water over the last 45 minutes or so?
So it's still a little bit choppy, but it is better than what it was. It's still a bit of a cross, more of a headwind, but it is calmed down. So it's great to see these novice crews race in flatter conditions.
So it looks as if we may well get through the day's program without any of the postponements, which we had to live with yesterday. Still probably the best part of another hour and a half of rowing left today on this first day of finals. And this is one of them, the men's novice coxed quadruple sculls final. But way out in front, still Timaru by the look of it, is it?
Yep, so Timaru at the moment, I don't see... Oh, no, it's Aramoho Wanganui.
Aramoho Wanganui have taken over the lead, both of them in the middle of the course there, but Aramoho alongside Timaru. And the Wanganui 4, comprising of Thomas Dwyer, Harris Whittington, Adam Friesler and Ross Lanetta, with Lauren Davis in the Cox position.
Yep, so there's Aramoho there, looking really nice for a bunch of novices. They are new to the sport, so I think doing this well and looking this good at this age and also at this point of their careers in rowing, I think it's great. It's really interesting to see, especially with novice racing, there isn't much strategy involved.
It's just power.
It's mainly just... Go. Just get to the line as quick as you can.
Get your body into the boat and go hell-bent for leather.
Yeah.
And the subtleties of strategy and tactics will come later.
Yeah, exactly. But I think as long as you're having fun, especially in novice, that's what it's all about. Building the love of the sport, and yeah. But
and this is Cure BC in lane number 8. With Marcus Lavalley, Xavier Lavalley, brothers, one assumes, Fletcher Howden, Tommy Baldwin, and Hannah Thompson, the cox in this particular 4.
Yeah, so it's quite a spread out field, as you would expect in novice racing. But Aramoho are looking strong, but Timaru, they have an opportunity to come back here. There's probably about 100 metres until the last 500. So anything can happen there, Han.
Yes, you would think that probably only Timaru have a show over these last 500 of running down Aramoho, but you never know. It's a long way back to third place. There is the marker. And no change in those positions with Aramoho, Timaru, and who we got in third place, Oamaru. There they are, in third place. the Aramoho 4 with their cocks. I notice in some of the boats the cocks is at the different ends of the boat.
Yeah, so you can have a stern-faced cox, which is at the front, so that's in front of the stroke seat.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can have back, obviously, bow-faced cox. So look at Aramoho there. That's a bow-facing cox.
So that means that the cox is closest to the stroke, isn't he, I suppose?
In a stroke face, but yeah. So that's a bow face cox. What you're seeing on your screen there, obviously closest to the bow, so they'll cross the line first. It's interesting, as a bow face cox. It's good when you're kind of behind, because then you can make moves on other crews. You can properly see what they're doing.
Yeah.
A stroke face cox, you can see kind of all around you.
Mm.
But yeah, so kind of different styles there.
So it looked like we could be in for a close finish here.
Yeah, it's going to be good. So it's going to be Aramoho versus Timaru.
And possible to pick it from here.
I don't think you can. Timaru have the momentum. They've just crossed the 100-metre buoy line. Aramoho is the North Island versus the South Island champions. I don't know who it's going to be. Timaru look like they've got the advantage here. They've got the sprint.
And they're moving away for sure, responding to the exhortations, no doubt, of their cocks.
Yeah.
And
they've got it.
They got it by half a boat length from Aramoho, who did all the hard work for most of the race, only to be run down in the last 100. And yes, they are ecstatic, the boys from Timaru.
Yeah, they are gutted. He just slammed his rigger there. I think maybe a lack of strategy, but hey, it's novice racing. You can't get yourself down. You're the second best in New Zealand. So good on them. Good on them.
Won't seem such a long drive home, I'm sure, for the boys of this boat. Back to Timaru on Sunday. Well, they might even get back on Saturday night and celebrate.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, they're going to be really chuffed, especially a bunch of novices new to the sport, and they've just won a national title. Congratulations to them. There's a star of Aramoho Wanganui, really clean. Yeah, all these novices look really quite clean. So I give a good big shout out to all those coaches, and also the confidence to get into rowing to start. It's a tough sport, and yeah. Look at Timaru. They look ecstatic.
So that's how it finished in our first race after a break, as the Victory Dais preparing for another victory ceremony, as we turn our attention now to the men's under-22 double sculls final, with the Waikato, Auckland, Nelson, 2 composites there, Aramoho, Wanganui, Waikato, Dunstan, Mercer and Tauranga. The complete lineup of the 8 starters.
Yeah, some big names here, also some combinations that we've seen before. Finn Allenson, Ashley James Fitzgerald.
And although they're only starting in lane number 6, Simon Smith coaching the Dunstan arm team, so you'd expect them to feature in the last 500 metres.
Oh yeah, definitely, but you have to look at Aramoho Wanganui. I think it's Jake Newton and Herbie Austin Baker, some big names. Jake Newton came second in the boys under 17 single sculls at Marty a couple years back, and Herbie Austin Baker is a big name from the UK that we have seen race twice today.
Close the door. So all in readiness for the start of this men's under-22 double sculls final.
Yes.
There in lane number 6 is Matthew King and Hamish Yateman, and this is the pair coached by Simon Smith. Another one of his many crews that he's got through to the final of various events, and this time his rowers are starting in lane number 6.
Yeah, but also some big names, and I think congratulations for Tauranga 1. That is Luke Berquist and James Hollard there. They've been in accommodation for a while now. I've seen them around, and I think it's great. They're racing in one of the top events at the National Club Regatta.
So this is the men's under 22. Most sports it's under 21 or under 20.
Yeah.
But rowing likes to row its own boat, I suppose.
Yeah, well, because I think most of these crews would be trying to go for, well, most of these athletes would be trying to go for a under 23 selection. To row for New Zealand. So if you're placing in one of these, you have a very high chance at representing the country. So I think they have a lot on the line here. But yeah, so a lot of crews and a lot of athletes in this race have the opportunity. They're high enough caliber, and let's see what can happen.
The 8 crews just waiting for the sound of the start. Again, there's just been these longer than normal delays for a few of the races this afternoon. I'm not sure whether it's anything to do with the wind.
Yeah, I think it can be stuff with the wind, maybe the barge, the camera boat not being in position. But I think they're ready to get underway. If anyone's interested, you can see what some of the rows are holding on to. So you can see Ryan Gass there, the bow seat of Auckland, holding on to that yellow thing. So that's just to help keep them in line, so they don't drift away. And big shout out to the boat holders there. They would have been in the sun all day. So hopefully they have their sunscreen. Nice drone shot there, out to HD, doing some of the drone work.
And you can see that boat 1 to 3rd, 4th from the left, just on a slight angle. I guess that's the wind at work, is it? The crosswind?
Oh yeah, a little bit, but that's okay. I think the bow person will just tap, which means just a nice little stroke on bow or stroke side to square them up. I'm liking Wairau's bucket hat there. That's lane 3. I think that is Flynn Mercer. Oh no, sorry, that's not Flynn Mercer. That is Liam Collins. Liam Collins with the LMP bucket hat there. So we've got some fashion at rowing at the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Champs this year. And here we go. They've let go. So I think we're almost ready to get underway here. Blades are squared. And we're away.
Finally away in this men's under 22 double sculls final with the Wairau in 1, Auckland 2, Nelson 3, Aramoho Wanganui in 4, Waikato in 5, Dunstan 6, Mercer 7, Tauranga 8.
Yep, so it looks like, oh, wow. I think that is
Waikato, isn't it?
Yeah, Waikato.
That have jumped out to an early lead there in lane number 5 in the middle of your screen. To the left of them is Dunstan. This is the Simon Smith coached crew, so they're sticking with these flying 2 from Waikato. And also in the picture is in lane number 4 Aramoho Wanganui, as I mentioned, Waikato and Dunstan. They are the 3 through the first couple of 100 metres. And good start also made down there in lane number 1 by Wairau. There was Finn Ellison, Ashley James Fitzgerald, and they're coached by Kay Sergina and Matt Straker.
Yeah, so in lane 5 there, so that includes Ben Olifiers. I haven't really heard his name much over the last couple regattas, couple years, but he is a good sculler. He's been drafted into one of the premier quads. So he's a high caliber athlete and well known around the boat park for his long blonde hair. But wow, on the outside there, lane 1, Finn Allenson and Ashley James Fitzgerald
have quickly caught the fast flying Waikato crew and Aramoho Wanganui, and so there we are. There's the first 5, very little between them, and the other 2 down the bottom of the picture there, not entirely out of it, but good even race in the making here as we just pass through the first 500 metres, heading towards the halfway stage of this 2K race.
Yes, I think Dunstan could be in front now. So that is Matthew King and Hamish Yeatman, another Simon Smith coached crew. So Aramaho, Wanganui are further back in the pack than I would have expected. But Auckland very much consistent in the middle of the pack here. So it goes Dunstan, then Waikato, then Auckland, I would say.
Auckland, in fact, they might even be in front now with Auckland. We're close to it anyway.
Yeah.
As they move ahead of Wairau, who might have had their day in the sun.
Yeah.
And the power of the Auckland pair starting to show through here, and they're looking very comfortable as well.
Yeah, both these men know how to move boats pretty well. Ryan Gass, I've mentioned his name a couple times. Rowing obviously in the under-23 squad.
And across the other side, closer to the cameras.
So that is Dunstan Arm.
In the white boat, that's the Dunstan combination of Matthew Kim and Hamish Yateman.
But there's 4, even 5 crews are in contention here. So I think this K is going to be very interesting to watch in terms of push. So keep your eyes on the screen, because some people are going to go. You're going to see a lot of different strategies here to play into the final 500.
There they are at the halfway stage in this men's under-22 double sculls final, and there's nothing between those first 3 or 4 boats across the far side of the course where all the fast action is coming from.
Yep, so there we go. You can see the first move, so that's Auckland. Now they are in the lead.
Yes, they've pulled away certainly from Wairau, and also shading Nelson and Aramoho and Waikato and Dunstan. So Auckland in control at the moment, but still 750 metres of the race to go.
Yeah.
Aramoho there as well, trying to stay with them. You can see those two now.
Yep, so they've made, so that's a big middle K for Aramoho as well. So Auckland, Aramoho, the first showers of kind of the first couple bursts you're going to see in this middle K, especially in the third 500.
Waikato and Dunstan out to the left as we look at them. So the 4 of them there. No one yet has really put the foot down and decided to go. There's the 1250 mark that we've just passed. 750 metres left in this very intriguing race, which has seen the lead change hand 2 or 3 times. And at the moment, it is back with Aramoho Wanganui, Jack Newton and Herbie Austin Baker, who's had a pretty busy day here.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting to see. So Dunstan, I think, are being consistent with their pace, not bursting during this third 500, but I think they're going to be wanting to sit with the competition, and then they're going to have a pretty good sprint. So it's going to be an interesting finish here. So Auckland have definitely set themselves up for an advantage.
And Dunstan, nearest to our camera down the white boat there, down on the inside. So they're conceding the best part of a boat length or close to it to Auckland at the moment. There's the Auckland pair.
Yeah, they're looking really nice and composed, really nice connection and a nice leg drive.
Fletcher and Gass. And Gass will be hoping his mate's got some gas left in him as well as they head towards the finish line. Nice, useful lead that they've got over the rest of the field. Don't look as if they're in any mood to want to concede any of it at all. No move yet coming from Dunstan, but they biding their time wisely, or perhaps in hindsight they might wish they'd gone a little earlier, but they're back in third place, possibly fourth at the moment. But if there's any one of those 4, Auckland, Aramoho, Waikato or Dunstan.
See, and that's why I reiterate that third 500. They haven't set themselves up for they haven't set themselves up for a sprint. Their sprint isn't that good that they're going to catch Auckland from here. So who knows? They might miss out on a medal, or they might not.
They are closing up, those 3 on Auckland, but have they got enough left?
No.
To mow them down over the last couple of 100 metres? Doesn't look as if that will be the case. So Alex Fletcher and Ryan Gass, too much gas by the look of it for the rest of this field. Coming hard at them is Leander Callisman and Ben Olafias from Waikato, and the Dunstan pair of Matthew King and Hamish Yateman also trying to get into the picture, but it's all going to be a bit too late.
Yep.
Coming up to the finish line, it'll be a clear victory for the Auckland composite crew of Fletcher and Gass.
Yeah, what a race from Auckland. Well, strategically planned race. Aramaho, Wanganui, they come in second, and Waikato come in third. And I think Dunstan are going to be a bit upset with that race. They didn't
Didn't feature, did they, really? They were in it. They were nicely placed through the first 500, maybe 1,000, but when it came time to kick, it didn't happen.
Yeah, I just feel like they didn't execute their race plan well. There's some good rows there. A bit surprised by the result, but congratulations to Auckland. That's a big win for the club.
So they are the men's under-22 double sculls champions. After that close race, they had to work hard. Really, it was only in the last 100 metres of the race they could have had any sense of relief that they were probably going to win and ease down to the finish line.
It was a great start from Waikato. They really got away quick. But so did Dunstan. Yeah, really powerful. It's really interesting. You look at the stroke seat of Waikato there. Bends his arms, doesn't enter fully straight. That's just activating his biceps. So yeah, lots of different styles in New Zealand these days. So, and congratulations Auckland, they'll be pumped with that.
Yes, congratulations all round to the Auckland pair. Meanwhile, back at the close to the finish line, we're having another victory ceremony here.
Yep, so we're underway now. We've got some more boys action with the men's club single scull. So in lane 1 here we have
Avon, followed by Hamilton, Wellington, Nelson, Dunstan, St George's, Aramoho, Whanganui and Waikato. That's the lineup for this men's club single sculls final.
Yeah, so you see Harrison third. He's been a big name for Dunstan this season. An amazing club rower. 3 golds, I believe, at this year's South Island Club Champs. So let's see if he can make it a clean sweep at this regatta.
Off they go. As we still look down the course, as Cruz there positioning himself for the next race.
So right now it looks like it is lane 5, which is Harrison third. He's looking like he has got a bit of a lead. And next to him would be lane 6, which is Liam Cassidy from St George's. It's great to see St George's. They're doing really well at this regatta. Oh, so it looks like St George's Liam Cassidy is out in front. This would be great for St George's if he can bring something home here. Just shows the caliber of the men's club, the club ability at St George's, especially in this division and age category. But yeah, he's got about a little bit of clear water here, so yeah, it's good to see. Good to see. Harrison third is yet to respond, but it's only early days, so let's see what happens.
Third in the middle of the picture there in second place, coached again, need we say, from Dunstan Arm, guy by the name of Simon Smith. He'll be very pleased when these championships are over. I think that he can get his life back.
Is Simon Smith the only coach for Dunstan or something?
Well, I'm thinking he might be the only running coach in New Zealand. Yeah. He seems to be in. Sometimes has more than one crew in a final. But his man this time, Thode, is in second place behind Liam Cassidy, coached by John Cook, and a bit of a move coming further across the course there from, who was that, the Wellington competitor, Tim Winkler in lane 3.
Yep, so that is Wellington, Tim Winkler.
So he's moved up basically alongside Liam Cassidy, contesting second place, but they're both in the wake at the moment. Sorry, in the wake of Liam Cassidy, Harrison Thode and Tim Winkler, second and third. So Thode rowing a pretty smart race here, isn't he, Felix? He's just keeping the front runner clearly in his sights. Only half a boat length between the two of them. He can make that up easily enough in the last couple of 100 metres.
Yeah, definitely. But then again, it comes down to this third 500. It's going to be interesting to see all these different strategies come to play.
The move is being made by the Wellingtonian, Tim Winkler, who's got himself probably into second place, even marginally ahead now of Thode. That's the 1,000 mark.
Yep, that's the 1,000 metre mark. They've just gone through Liam Cassidy, and then it goes back to Harrison Thode, then Tim Winkler, and then we go back to Sam Johnson of Nelson Rowing Club.
So there you have the four of them lining up to bring us a very close finish by the look of it. And this is the 500 that Felix Warren always gets excited about. This is what it's all about. The 3-point shot in basketball.
It is. It really is. Harrison Thode, see, he's making his push there.
Yes.
And Nelson as well. That is Sam Johnson. He's making a little bit of a push as well.
Winkler's still there.
Yeah, there's 4 crews going for 3 medals. So
Thode leading the race now. He's taken over the role, if you like, of pacemaker, and now Cassidy has to key off him and try and stay with him for the last 750 metres, 1250 mark they've gone through. Halfway through this key 500 metres, and clearly it was Thode's intention when they got to the 1,000 metre mark to go, and that's what he's done, and he's now forged a good lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, Liam Cassidy, he slowed down a little bit there.
Yeah,
I don't know what his strategy was. I think it was to go out quick. But, oh, wow, look at this. I think we can see a push from Sam Johnson here. He's moving up to Harrison Thode. He's left Tim Winkler behind, and it's going to be the race for third. Harrison Thode, he has control. He has view of the pack.
But at the moment it is Thode from Dunstan who was leading from Sam Johnston, and then Tim Winkler.
Yep, there's Harrison.
This is the Dunstan man, Harrison Thode.
He's got some nice pink socks on.
Don't exactly go with the yellow hat though.
No, they don't. Interesting. Maybe Simon needs to work on his fashion. Can't be good at everything. But Harrison Thode gone through the 500 now, and then we go back to Sam Johnson.
That's in the middle of the course where all the action is coming here for the gold medal in the first place and the national title of men's club single scull champion for 2025. At the moment, the advantage being held by Thode.
But Sam can catch him here. If it was an 8 race or a 4 race, I would have questioned it. But here we go. There was a big shot here.
Johnston trying to close that gap down, but he's running out of water. There he is in W4 boat in lane 4 from Nelson, Sam Johnston. But yes, he's closing the gap further. When we get a high shot, we'll get a better indication. Well, no, can be deceiving some of these cameras at the ground level. And Dunstan, has he done enough to hang on? Looks like he may have done. And Johnston, I think he realises that the game is up and the title will be going. Yet another title.
Oh, I wouldn't say that yet. I wouldn't say that yet. This is really close racing here. Sam looks like he's got the momentum as well.
He's found another gear, has Sam Johnston, just when we thought
Harrison Thode has slowed down. And I think he's got the better sprint.
Doesn't
Harrison
seem to be
hasn't started a sprint.
No real reaction coming here from Thode, is there? He's just trying to stay with him rather than get him in front of his opponent.
Yeah.
And so
and
Johnston...
Sam has gone through first. Nelson has now overtaken Harrison Thode. Harrison Thode hasn't started a sprint.
Might be too late.
Yeah, I think it might be too late, and I think Sam's going to take it. It's going to be right on the line, but I think Sam has the advantage here. Looking out my window, it's going to be close. Yeah, but Harrison Thode just doesn't have a sprint. Maybe he's
nothing there.
He's run out of gas, but congratulations, Sam Johnson. What a race.
And there is Sam Johnson ahead of Harrison Thode. And the third place goes, we think, to Tim Winkler by the look of it. Yes, he's managed to hold off the challenges coming from others in the second half of the field. So it's Dunstan, Nelson, Wellington, 1, 2, 3 in the men's club single sculls A final.
Liam Cassidy had a good run at the start, but think it was a get out and pray kind of race. There's Harrison third there. Great technique, really well drilled down at Dunstan. He rose more like the Dutch scullers. Arm partially extended, connection in the bicep and the lats. But congratulations, Sam. Now that is a well executed race plan there.
Here's the lineup for our next final, the women's club coxless quadruple sculls. 8 finalists: Auckland, West End, Waikato, Aramoho, Dunstan, Star, Canterbury and Dunstan 3. So this time they're off very quickly. Even
Look a bit confused.
yes, that's right. It didn't seem like there was any great sense of urgency as they pulled away.
No, they're... Hang on a minute. I think something's going on here.
Well, there's a...
I don't know if they're racing or not. I don't think so. Yeah, I think something's gone on here, so...
Yeah, there's boats going in all directions here.
This looks more like a... Oh, that umpire boat's just waked out. Yeah, sorry, I don't really know what's going on here. One crew's even stopped. They're being told to row to the side, I think. Maybe conditions got a bit gnarly.
Maybe they want them to move aside and allow the next A final to take place.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not too sure what's happened
This
here.
is the women's club coxless quadruples. Well, this is a final, so...
Yeah, I think they're being told to row back to the side, and I think other doubles as well, so I think racing may be on hold.
Okay.
Yeah, they're rowing back to the island. That's normally where they sit at the end of the K, so...
So it looks like we do have another postponement. Well, it's, I think, the second one today, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the wind is picking up a lot. It's going... If we can get some intel on what's happening, that would be nice, then we can let you know.
So they're definitely going back to the start, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're going to go sit at the 1K.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you. At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
So hello everyone, we are back after a little break / on hold regatta. We are back with the women's club quad. Hopefully this time they do some proper starts and get away racing.
Waikato in 1, Star in 2, TGAC in 3, Hamilton in 4, Hawke's Bay 5, Waido.
Auckland and 1 West End.
Auckland West End.
So in lane 1 we have Auckland, in lane 2 we have West End, in lane 3 we have Waikato, in lane 4 we have Aramoho, Wanganui, in lane 5 we have Dunstan Arms, lane 6 we have Star Boating Club, and lane 6 we have Canterbury, and lane 7 we have Dunstan Arm 3. So we're about to get underway here. We're finally back racing. The conditions have calmed down a little bit.
Really?
Oh, a little bit.
And
they're away.
Off they go in this event. Auckland, West End, Waikato, Aramoho, Whanganui, Dunstan, Star, Canterbury and Dunstan 3. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 competitors here.
So off the line. That is Dunstan straight away, and Star Boating Club are following them. We also go back to Aramaho, Wanganui, and then a battle for 4th between Canterbury and Waikato. So they're your leaders right now. Have a nice arrow. But Dunstan Arm are leading this race, and Aramaho are going with them.
It's Canterbury nearest us in lane number 7. And all fairly tightly bunched at this early stage of the race. No one wishing to show out. Maybe there's a concern about just how choppy this course might get towards the finish. So everyone being just a little more conservative maybe than rather showing their hand too early. There it is, the, what do you call it, the arrow or the spearhead as they call it in swimming.
Yeah, there's a nice spearhead shot there, especially on that left side. But Dunstan are really moving now. Waikato have dropped back a little bit, but it's definitely so Dunstan, then Aramaho, then Star. It's between Star and Canterbury at this point of time. So there, Dunstan have just gone through the first 500, and Aramaho are hot on their heels.
Yes, it's almost as if the 500 metre mark caused the field to split a little and spread, and that has what's happened quite quickly. There's the spearhead not looking quite so aesthetic at the moment, but at the top of the field still is Aramoho Wanganui with Te Atakora Potaka, Osborne Milner, and alongside of her is Ava McDonaghy, and Beatrice Douglas and Ruby Amershaw.
Yep, so Dunstan are looking really strong, I think. Adamaho have got clear water on 3rd, 4th and 5th right here. They seem to be all in line. But Dunstan, I think Adamaho need to stay with them if they have any shot of winning this race.
Dunstan from Aramoho, 1 and 2, bit of a gap now back to 3rd place. Across the other side, probably Waikato, was it, I think, in 3rd place, contesting with Canterbury, closest to us in the white boat. Those are the 2, 3rd and 4th. Yes, it looks as if Waikato might be just ahead of Canterbury, and Star in there as well. But coming to the halfway stage of the race.
Yeah, so Dunstan, Adamaho have got clear water. That's the front leading pack. Then we go back to Canterbury, then Waikato at this point of time. So it's going to be the race for 3rd, I believe. But let's see. Here we go. Let's go back to this important part of the race.
Halfway through this race, no change at the top of the field. Dunstan got off to that very fast start, and they've been holding off the competition, including Aramoho Whanganui, although it looks as if Aramoho might be staging a bit of a kind of an attack here, deciding at the 1,000 metre mark they'd lift their work rate, try and push to close that gap with Dunstan.
Yeah, but there seems to be a bit of a trend with Dunstan at this period of time. They go off quick, but they don't really have a lot of sprints. But let's see what happens here.
The tactics of...
they're doing a bit of a burst here.
Tactics of Simon Smith, who might have said to them, right, go with 7:50 to go.
Adamaho here, they're closing in on them.
Yeah, they are.
So let's watch this race. It's the battle of the sculling powerhouses.
It's going to come down to the last 500, as often is the case in these races. Both just biding their time at the moment. Not trying necessarily to fox each other up, but just making sure that they don't show their hand too early. Wanting to leave that sprint until as late as possible.
Yep, Dunstan looking really nice here. They've got great connection. All looking like they're together as one. Looking cleaner than Adamaho. They've got the highest stroke rate as well. So going through the last 500, they're going to have the advantage, but let's see what Adamaho can do. They're well known for their sprints, so it's the battle of the stars, battle of the strategies again.
Dunstan under the guidance again of Simon Smith. And it's probably going according to plan so far, but here we are at the 500 metre mark now. So the sprint is on, and the water looks, well, maybe deceptively reasonably calm down there.
Oh, it's going to be close. So definitely 1st and 2nd, but it's the race for 3rd here. Who's got the sprint? Is it Canterbury or is it Waikato? Right now, I think Waikato are in front.
And Dunstan holding off Aramoho as well in the middle of the course, trying to steer themselves to the gold medal in this, the women's club coxless quadruple sculls final. 1, 2 and 3, and the 4th team in the picture at the moment, Waikato across the far side. Yes, I think as Felix suggested, they might just have their noses in front. Looks to be the case as they go past those lane markers. No change at the top of the field either, with Dunstan, Maggie Hepburn, India Nichols, Oliver Olenshaw and Bella Breen, coached, as we said, by Simon Smith, and they're hanging on here and not able to make much impression at the moment as Aramoho, but not through the lack of trying.
But yeah, no, I think, Dunstan, I feel like they're going to take the win, and then Aramoho, they're going to come second. That was a great race from both of them here. Oh, Duck nearly got hit there. But, here we go, Dunstan.
Yeah, they look as if they've got it under control. Aramoho coming hard at them for sure, as is Waikato further out. No sign of Canterbury, but yes, Waikato have nailed that 3rd spot at the moment. Canterbury in the white boat nearest to us.
Oh, it's going to be really close here. I think Waikato will take it though, yeah. Adamaho going 2nd, and it's going to be
Might have been Canterbury with a
might have
surge
been
in the
Canterbury.
last 20 metres,
Yep.
yeah. That's how it finished in the A final, the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls final. As we resume our program, we had that break again because of the winds getting up a bit, but they seem to have come down. And quickly underway, by the look of it, is the next event, isn't it? The Men's Premier Double Sculls final.
This is the Men's Premier Double Sculls.
It's a big one too.
Yeah, this is a big event, and they're actually already at the K. So that is Finn Hamill and Matt Dunham. You've seen these names before, and then we go to
Avon and
Flynn Watson and Ben Mason.
And Avon and Dustin making up the four here. So yes, this memorable clash we had earlier today between Manson and Hamill in the men's single sculls final, and it was Manson that was pipped, or Hamill pipped Manson, and here they are again. It's an opportunity for revenge, I suppose, to some degree for Manson. He can atone for his loss to Hamill. He's with his mate Oscar Rustin in the Waikato boat.
Yeah, so right now, obviously, there is a clear leader, and I think it is Waikato 1. So that is Robbie Manson and Oscar Rustin. Oscar Rustin's have a hell of a regatta at the moment.
And they've got a clear lead over their clubmates. Although it's the Waikato composite of Matthew Dunham from Cambridge and Finn Hamill from the Waikato club. 1, 2, 3, 4, very clear cut at the moment. So I guess they're pushing these races as quickly as they can while the wind permits them.
Yeah, but Finn Hamill, Matt Dunham, obviously the two lightweights, they're looking good. They're coming in second at the moment, but it's Robbie Manson and Oscar Rustin. Oscar Rustin winning that under 22 single. And Robbie Manson, obviously Robbie Manson. He just came second in that tight finish in the men's premier singles scull against Finn Hamill, and this is his revenge arc.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be a happier Robbie Manson, a sweeter Robbie Manson who leaves Lake Ruataniwha if he can at least claim a gold medal, which I think he probably felt he had a good chance of doing it even with a couple of 100 metres to go, but he just could not close the gap on this very determined fellow in this Waikato composite boat, Finn Hamill. And Hamill looking to make it 2 gold medals on the one day, but not sure whether it's going to happen from this vantage point at the moment, conceding a sizable gap there and the lead to Manson and Rustin.
Yeah, what a race from Robbie Manson. He's going to be hungry to get a gold medal, especially this Nationals.
And further back, the Avon crew of Watson and Mason, and then the Dunstan crew, one of the few times where it looks like a Simon Smith coached crew probably is going to feature in the medals. But let's not write him off just yet, because he's had a magnificent regatta, particularly today. Simon Smith's crews, I'm sure, exceeded beyond what he would have expected from them. They've had a very successful day. But at the top of the field here,
so in that Black Felipe boat, they're going nearly into the last 100 metres now. Matthew Dunham and Finn Hamill, they won't have enough water to catch them. So it's going to be a gold medal for Robbie Manson and Oscar Rustin here. Oscar Rustin, he definitely deserves a red coat at this regatta, and he's going to get it.
So it's Waikato 1 first and Waikato Composite 2 second. That's how it'll finish in this men's double sculls, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation.
Yeah, congratulations to Robbie Manson and Oscar Rustin. They're going to win the Premier Double Sculls. Congratulations, Oscar Rustin. He's throwing his hands up.
Punching the water.
Well done, Finn Hamill and Matt Dunham as well. And here comes Flynn Watson and Ben Mason, some high-class scullers here. And well done to Dunson as well. They had a great race.
Finishing in fourth place. So Waikato 1 and 2, Avon 3 and Dunstan 4. That's how it finished in the men's Premier Double Sculls. Our next event will be the women's Premier Double Sculls. Another race that should produce another close finish. But we'll go back to just have a look at the start again with Manson and Rustin, who got out to a lead right from the start and basically contained the rest of the field quite comfortably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. And this guy passed away. He's New Zealand's oldest rower.
What, today? No?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So now waiting for a start in the next event, which is the women's
I need to head off. I'll be back.
Premier Double Sculls. And just while we're waiting for a start of this race, some news passed on to us today that the oldest registered rower in New Zealand, Reg Douglas, has apparently passed away, born on the 19th of April 1930, and represented New Zealand at the 1954 and 1958 British Empire Games, as they were known then. He twice won the gold medal in the men's coxless pair alongside Bob Parker. He also won the silver medal in the men's double sculls in 1954 and competed with Parker at the 56 Olympic Games in Melbourne, finishing third in their semi-final in the coxless pair, missing out on the place in the final. September 2023, September of 18 months ago, Reg was acknowledged as New Zealand's oldest living Olympian. So sad news that this individual has passed away today, former New Zealand rower, at the age of 95. A remarkable effort. Our thoughts are with Reginald and his family on this day. We'll see, would have been 95 in a few weeks' time. So passing away at the age of 94 today, New Zealand's oldest living Olympian, Reg Douglas. Back to the start again, and another one of these long delays before we get underway for the women's Premier Double Sculls. We've just had the men's, won by Manson and Ruston from Waikato. And there's a Waikato crew here as well. In lane number 1, it is Katie Lush and Sophie Ignot Johnson. And in lane number 2, alongside of them, is Shannon Cox and Lisa Sheenard, the Dutch rower, competing and training here in New Zealand. And then the Ashburton composite of Catherine Glenn, Veronica Wall, and Waikato composite of Stella Clayton Green and Ella Kossel, who I think we saw win a gold medal earlier this morning. So some very good scullers in this race. Should be a close one. They're off, finally, in this Premier Double Sculls final for women. Just the 4 combinations of Waikato, ESR, Ashburton and Waikato 2. Katie Lush and Sophie Ignot Johnson. And it looks like it might be the Ashburton composite of Veronica Glenn and Catherine Glenn and Veronica Wall, who've got off to a very good start, as have the composite crew on the outside in lane number 4, or inside, depending which way you're looking across the course, Stella Clayton Green and Ella Kossel, who had a very good performance in single sculls, I seem to recall this morning. She's in her second final today at least, and she's showing the way with her teammate Stella Clayton Green at the moment. And further back in third place, it is Cox and Sheenard for the ESR composite team, and Lush and Sophie Ignot Johnson, who I'm sure will feature in this as well. They've also had a fairly busy day today. This is at least their second final, but it is Kossel and Clayton Green showing the way through the first 3, maybe 400 metres, and they've taken out a carved out a fairly sizable lead already so early in the race. And you can see how hard they're working there to hang on to this. That must be their tactic. See if they can put some distance between themselves and the rest of the crews in the race, say at the halfway stage, and hope they can hold on. A bit of the fly and die, as they like to say here. Fly out of the blocks and hope you don't die. And maintaining that lead, nearest the camera, Clayton Green and Ella Kossel. Got a lead now, at least a half a boat length over the Ashburton couple of Glenn and Veronica Wall, who you would think probably would start, I would have thought, as the favourites given their form earlier today, these two in various races. And then ESR back in third place, and Lush and Sophie Ignot Johnson, who also, I think we can expect a fast finish from them as well. So it's a staggered look about the field now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kossel and Clayton Green, who got out the best, went out the quickest of the four, and have retained that lead through the 500 metres as they head towards the halfway stage. And now Glenn and Wall, coached by Dick Tonks, so he will have a very clear plan for these two, Glenn and Wall, and they'll be trying to stick to it. So he clearly wants them to be in a position close to the lead, if not the lead, at the halfway stage. We're coming up to that now. But the leading pair of Clayton Green and Kossel still out in front, but the challenge coming here from Glenn and Veronica Wall, as expected, and they have caught the Waikato composite pair. One and two nearest the camera, and the white boat there of the Ashburton composite group of Catherine Glenn and Veronica Wall, and there is the halfway stage, and no change out in front. It's still Waikato ahead of Ashburton, and Waikato won also in this race across the far side, but I think in third or maybe even fourth place, but I suspect they're just biding their time for a sprint finish closer to that 500 metre mark. But right now, Kossel and Clayton Green done this very good job. They look relaxed. Good boat work coming from both of them. Square blades. And here's a surge coming here from Glenn and Veronica Wall. As we said, that I think they probably started as the pre-race favourites, and here they are. It's more than just a little surge. This is a powerful surge coming from the Waikato composite pair of Clayton Green and Kossel, and they've taken over the lead for the first time. And now Clayton Green and Kossel have got some work to do to get that lead back. And further across the course, we've got the ESR team along with the Waikato pair of Lush and Sophie Ignot Johnson. I'm surprised that that pair haven't been more prominent in this race, given the very good form they showed in some earlier finals today. But right now, it's Glenn and Veronica Wall, also two of the form scullers here this week, and they're living up to their reputation, and that very good form that they've shown in earlier finals, and combining well here, Wall and Glenn, as they go towards the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, so definitely Veronica Wall's going to have some fire in her belly after not performing what she thought she would do in the Women's Premier Single Scull. This is the opportunity for her to get her first red coat, and it would be a great opportunity.
But the surprise here, Felix, is Lush and Sophie Ignot Johnson across the far side there in lane number 1. Would have thought that given the form they've showed earlier today in these finals that they would have been more prominent.
Yeah, no, I think it is interesting to say, but again, there's mixed conditions. You know, people racing in different conditions.
And their bodies, I suppose, react differently from having been in a final this morning as well.
Exactly.
Some recover quicker than the others, but they're not in it at the moment. It's Veronica Wall and Catherine Glenn continuing this good form that they've shown.
Yeah, so obviously Catherine Glenn won the single this morning, And I think she's going to be telling Veronica, hey, lift your head up. It's another race. Let's lock in and do it.
Coxed and Clayton Green got off to a very good start, led for the first 1,000 metres, and Coxed has also been one of the form scullers or rowers at this event, but perhaps they did go out a wee bit too hard.
Definitely. So it's interesting. Ella Coxed, she is a great sweeper. She rowed in the States for Washington, but she's made the switch over to sculling. So it's interesting to see how she's done. So I think she's doing a fantastic job. She's going to be on commentary tomorrow. But yeah, so it's interesting to see, but I think the more experienced scullers are going to win here today. Veronica Wall, she's going to get her first red coat. So congratulations to her. She definitely deserves it. Quite unfortunate in the single today.
And dare I say, the coach, Dick Tonks, has brought them home. I'm sure he had a very clear plan for them. This is how you have to row stroke for stroke for 2,000 metres. They've clearly done what the legend of rowing coaches has told them. And there they are, comfortably in front at the finish line, ahead of Clayton Green and Coxed. Second place. Third place goes to Ashburton, and third place goes to the composite crew from ESR and Waikato, taking home fourth place.
Yeah.
So it looks a very peaceful setting there at the moment. So we hope that the wind, if whatever it is continues to die down, and we can get through our program. We still have a number of races to come. The next is the men's intermediate double sculls A final.
So here's Veronica and Catherine, very technical scullers, and they're going off hard, and what a race they had.
Yes, it was Coxed and Clayton Green that went out hard right from the start, forged a sizable lead actually through the first half of the race, but the tank wasn't that full when it came to the business end at the 1,500 metre mark, and these two strong when it mattered, and finished comprehensively ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, well, Dick Tonks, he does big Ks. You know, in the Rio Olympics, I remember they talking about him. He does long Ks, real technical stuff, real hard stuff, so they're going to be fit, and I think that's where they got the advantage there.
Smacks very much of the Lydiard principles.
Yep, exactly.
Endurance.
Yep.
Build the endurance, and from endurance comes speed.
Yeah.
So now we come to the men's intermediate double sculls final. And we're underway already, are we? By the look of it.
So, yeah, no, they are underway here. I was talking to the West End crew in lane 3 that they needed to get a good start, because it is possible, especially in this race. It's going to be tight racing.
But I think they're being left behind a bit, aren't they? The West End crew?
Yes, they are, just a little bit.
So, at the moment, it's the crew alongside of them that is leading proceedings at the moment. That's Clifton, coached by Jodie Haskell, with Oliver Colassi and Jake Hurl in the boat. But pretty even. They're across the far side there. And nearest to the camera, we've got Waikato 1, then inside them Hawke's Bay, Aramoho, Whanganui, Clifton, and West End. So lanes 7, 6, 5 and 4, that's where the pace is being set at the moment. West End in lane number 3, still a little bit off the pace, followed by Clifton, who have made a bit of a surge, and Clifton look as if they have taken over the lead now from Waikato, and Aramoho Whanganui in between those two boats, along with Hawke's Bay. So coming down to the 1,000 metre mark. Clifton from Aramoho Whanganui, Hawke's Bay, then Waikato. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks to be where all of the action, the real action, is going to come in the second half of this race. Lanes 4, 5 and 7. Clifton, Aramoho and Waikato. There's the 1,000 metre mark, the halfway stage, and it's Clifton that has got themselves ahead of Aramoho and Wanganui, who are trying to close the gap. Hawke's Bay look as if they can't stay with this pace. Well, Waikato trying to get in on those two boats further across the course, who are ahead of them at the moment, and then Otago nearest the camera. But those boats in that second tier there look as if they'll probably miss out on the medals, and the gold, silver and bronze looks as if it could be those three crews that we can see at the moment. But still 800 metres to go. Dunstan arm across the far side. Another Simon Smith coach team of Brennan Keane and Jed Tisdale not in the race at the moment. Clifton, the best of good things here, working well as a team and smoothly and in a very relaxed fashion going about their work here. Aramoho Wanganui trying to narrow that gap so that they can have a go at them over the last 500 metres. We've passed the 750 metre mark, coming down to the 500 metre mark. 500 metres left in a moment when we go past the red marker across the other side of the course there. But the gap seems to be widening. Clifton now with a very comfortable lead over Aramoho Wanganui, and Waikato getting into the act as well. Might just marginally be ahead of Aramoho Wanganui and have taken over in second place. Yes, they clearly have now. There's the 500 metre mark that we've passed. And is the gap too big for Waikato to crawl back? They're certainly giving it a go, and they're doing a very good job here. They're bringing plenty of power. They lift their work rate and trying to close that gap on Clifton. So Waikato still in second place, and they've moved ahead of Aramoho clearly now, but will they have enough time left? Will there be enough water left for them to catch Clifton? Looks doubtful at this moment. The Clifton Rowing Club comfortably in front here as we near the finish line, just a couple of 100 metres away. The Clifton pair of Oliver Colassi and Jack Hurley, coached by Jody Haskell, coming down to have a very comprehensive victory, clear-cut victory to these two. Solid race right from the start. And good finish coming across the far side there from the Dunstan crew of Brennan Keane and Jed Tisdale. They've got themselves into contention for a medal, and the real race is on for that bronze medal. Looks as if Waikato will probably stitch up the second place. There's the finish line now. You can see those white poles. And no question about who's going to take the title here in the men's intermediate double sculls final. The Clifton pair of Colassi and Hurley. And second place looks like it's also pretty much cut up by Antonio Van Duysen and Jasper Mailing. Strong finish coming here from Dunstan across the far side of the course, but they won't have enough time or room to catch the Waikato pair. So it's Clifton first, Waikato second, and Dunstan third. 1, 2 and 3 in the men's intermediate double sculls final. So we're off and racing in this, the men's Coxed 8 final, one of the big events here. Senior Coxed 8 final, I should point out as well. Avon, St George's, Waikato 1, Avon 1, Avon 2, North Shore 1, Avon 3 and Avon 4 completing the lineup. So 4 from Avon, 2, 3, 4, in fact 5 crews there from Avon in lanes 1, 4, 5, 7 and 8. How many medals will they take home between them? Very even look about the field, as you'd expect. This is the 8s, and it's very competitive. Of course, historically, one of the marker events in New Zealand rowing. That gold medal came in 2021 or 20 in Tokyo, and we thought we might be getting back to the golden days of New Zealand dominating 8s. That wasn't the case 4 years later, but these crews, wanting, I guess, to stake an early reminder to the selectors for the next Olympics in Los Angeles in 2028. So the Avon crews, I don't think we've had five, pretty sure we haven't had five finalists from the one club, an event, a senior event at that as well, but nothing between Avon 5, but the move coming here from, probably by the look of it, Waikato, and then Avon 1, Avon 2, and Avon 3 and Avon 4 nearest the camera. So pretty good chances, 5 chances out of 8 that it'll be Avon that takes this, but at the moment it's not the Avon crew or an Avon crew. Looks like it could be St. George's, I think, or Waikato. And so it's all of a sudden broken wide open, and it looks like it's the crew there in the middle of the picture that are doing the best work, St. George's and Waikato, and there's Avon 2 trying to get into the race as well, and Waikato alongside of them, but I think that is the St. George's crew. The 8 from St. George's, coached by John Cook, and they've, after a very even look about the first half of this race, it's suddenly been broken open here by St. George's, and they look the best of good things at the moment.
Yeah, some great racing here from Avon.
Well, you've got 5 crews to pick from.
Yeah, for all season, Avon have been wanting to go 1-2. This is their moment. Their main competition was definitely Waikato and North Shore. But here we go. I think they are going to go 1-2. The second crew making Avon proud. They like to be called the Shadow Squad. And they all like to say, that's a boom. So great job from Avon there. Great racing, and congratulations to all those rowers. And it just shows the depth of talent in Avon.
Exactly. I said I don't think we've had 5 crews from the one club in a final before, so 5 chances out of 8 that they were going to win a gold medal or a medal for sure. And just a matter of who missed out. I think the 2 over the near side, Avon 4 and Avon 3 might have been the 2 that missed out on the medals. But Avon 5, Avon 1 and Avon 2 are in there, along with Waikato and St. George's.
Mm. Yeah, impressive stuff. Really just shows the depth of talent. The whole squad, coached by Leon and Logan Keys. So we're underway here in the women's senior 8. Can Avon win the men's 8 and the girls' senior 8?
There's the lineup: Nelson College, Avon, North Shore, Waikato, Avon Rowing Club 1, Dunstan 1, and Waikato 2. Also, of course, the 2,000 metres. And nothing out of the ordinary happening in the early stages of here. All the crews just settling into their work, wanting to stay close to the pace, being set by the boat there in the middle of the picture, which looks like it's Waikato, is it?
Yep. Yeah, right now it's going to be Avon versus Waikato. This has been kind of lined up all season.
But also in the mix there is, yes, Avon 1 and nearest the camera in lane 5. And their arch rivals just a few metres away. They are the 2 that have quickly separated themselves from the rest of the pack, as it were, and the rest are left to chase them.
This really is the 2 major clubs in New Zealand going head to head. Avon and Waikato, and they're neck and neck going into the 1K. Avon just has a slight lead.
Yeah, the white boat of Avon, as you can see, just passing the buoy marks there at the 1,000 mark at the halfway stage, only centimetres or maybe half a metre ahead of Avon. And in third place, it looks like it could be Dunstan.
Yeah, Dunstan have been racing very nicely in this 8 all season. They actually beat Avon at South Islands, but from what I've heard, there was a handicap. Avon handicapped themselves, so maybe this experience from Avon has paid off, and right now they're just pipping Waikato.
The green boat of Waikato on the right, and Avon from Christchurch, of course. Avon won. So we had 5 Avon crews in the men's Coxed 8 final, and 2 in the women's. So that's a remarkable record, isn't it? To have 7 crews in 2 8s finals. It's virtually half of the 16 crews contesting the 8s from one club.
Yeah, their club's only going to get stronger and stronger. Success breeds success. So, yeah, I can't wait to see what they can do over the next couple seasons. Coached by Tim Hopkins. Avon are looking really nice, really relaxed.
Just have the edge over Waikato, but, well, I wouldn't exactly say it's early days yet because we've passed the 1,500 metre mark, and so action's got to happen quickly here for Waikato, and I think it is happening.
Yeah, Waikato are starting to move up, but both the boats have tandem rigged, one on bow, one on stroke. It's interesting to see what combinations coaches put together, which rowers row well together, all the seating order. It's fascinating stuff, and obviously there's some real good coaches from Avon and Waikato, Olympic level.
So it's just a 2-horse race, straight match racing here between these two, Avon and Waikato.
Yeah, Avon have just got the advantage going into the last 250. I think it is going to be Avon.
Brave call there from Felix Moran. Avon with the white boat and Waikato in the green, trying to come again. They put a little surge in at the 1,500 metre mark. They've got to try and find another one now. But Avon doing a very good job, keeping them at bay, building ever so slightly that lead. You can see the white boat, their stern just prodding forward further ahead of the green boat, not being able to make much impression at the moment. Waikato, or is it about to change?
It's going right down to the line. Who's got the surges?
Well, Waikato might actually have the momentum with them at the moment.
Yep.
And Avon trying to keep them at bay. Take your pick here.
It's going to be down to the line. I think Avon will get it.
Avon, yes.
Avon will just get it on the line.
By literally, I think, less than half a metre. Very good finish coming there from Waikato. They just didn't quite have enough to nail it, and so they have to settle for second place in the silver medal, and third by the look of it going to
Dunstan.
Dunstan, yes.
Congratulations, Dunstan. They have had an awesome regatta.
Well, we've got through, I think, the program. There is one event left, a mixed exhibition club coxless quadruple sculls, sponsored, of course, by our good people from Milford.
Yeah, it's interesting to see where the world of rowing and also sport is going. More mixed races.
Well, it's happening in many sports, and there's no reason why it shouldn't happen in rowing as well.
Yeah. Increased viewership.
These days of thinking that women were inferior to men in a lot of areas of sport has been blown out of the water.
Yeah.
And it's a very good thing.
Yeah. It's it's good to see. gets more viewership to both the men's and the women's sports, combining audiences. So it's it's great to see. And there we go. We can see Ruataniwha getting her red coat there. Okay, sweet. Cheers.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
With the Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships in April, here's what you need to know. There are singles, doubles and quadruple sculls. The boats have bows which cut through waves and a stern which drains water. Let's talk about the beach sprint finish where your fastest athlete guns it out to the finish line.
Well, imagine doing a 500 metre sprint on the rowing machine, absolutely maxing out, and then turning around and jumping out of a moving car and trying to run. That's basically what you're trying to do.
The boats are going at I think we were going at about 12 km an hour into the beach, and you've just done a 500 metre max effort. To get your feet going and jump and land on the sand and keep going is quite an art, and it's not something that I've mastered.
All the action from the New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be live streamed thanks to Milford partnering again with Rowing New Zealand and Altitude HD capturing some epic drone footage.
So the drones will go up, there'll be good vibes on the beach, and I think it's going to be a big part of the Olympic program in the future.
lane 4 with North End, lane 5 with North End again, and in lane 6 with Canterbury, and in lane 7 we have Union. So obviously people would say this event is more jokey as it seems, but it won't be in the next couple years, and we're going to see who becomes the first champions of New Zealand. So we're about to get underway here is the Mixed Exhibition Club Quad. So 2 males, 2 females, and they are away. The first Mixed Exhibition Club Quad race is underway. So who has got off the line quickly here? I think right now it is lane 6, which is Canterbury Rowing Club. That's the crew of Libby Greaves, which is the stroke, Oliver Ellis, Georgia Wynyard, and Sam Clark. They've gone off hard, but also in lane 3 you have North Shore, Savannah Freeman, Phoebe Dobson, Oscar McFarlane, and Theo Brown. They've gone off really hard in that wing, Rigid Laszlo. So right now it's probably North Shore, and then we go back to Canterbury, but also in the mix as well is that North End crew, I believe. Is that North End crew composite with Cambridge. Sorry, I'm not sure who that is, but anyway, so North Shore, they're away. Following behind them is Canterbury, and then in third we have that North End composite crew. So pretty much explaining what this event is. So World Rowing are currently undertaking a strategic event and calendar reassessment to ensure World Rowing is adapting to fast-changing global environment, to ensure classic rowing events stay relevant and World Rowing events are attractive, sustainable and commercially viable. So World Rowing, they're looking to introduce mixed gender races at World Championships, so that's to be confirmed around March and September of 2025. And to prepare for this, Rowing New Zealand look to introduce 2 mixed gender exhibition races at this Nationals to review the viability and seek feedback on the potential new format of racing. So here we go. That's the explanation of the event, but now back to the actual racing. So North Shore are in front here. They've got maybe a canvas or half a length on Canterbury here. Obviously, Theo Brown was part of the Mount Albert Grammar squad. He was rowing with some big names: Cam McGillivray, Nick Bryant, Lewis Mazza-Carson, some big names. And the year he won the Springbok Shield in the 4, so it's interesting to see how he's going to go sculling, but hey, things have changed. So they're looking really nice here, really nice stroke. I've always been interested to see how people would seat the crew. You know, would you put males in the front, males in the middle, males at the back? Obviously, girls statistically are way more technical than the boys, so maybe put them in bow, hold the boat up a little bit more, chuck them at stroke seat to compose the crew, chuck them in 2 seat, connect the front pair and the back pair. So it's an interesting question, and I think over the next couple of years we're going to see loads of strategy and tactics with this race. So here we go. So right now it's tied up between Canterbury and North Shore. North End have dropped back. Maybe that was a bit of a fly and die here. But no, it's looking really good right now. So Canterbury Rowing Club, it's pretty much on the line going into the K. They are together. Passing the 1K where the drone's up. But yeah, really interesting stuff. It's a mix of tactics here. So you've got Canterbury, they've got a male in their bow. North Shore, they've got a female in their bow. So it is really interesting to see, and I can't wait for the World Champs. You're going to see loads of strategy, and also it's pretty much a combination of new audiences. It's going to be bringing in male audiences, female audiences, and audiences from new sports, especially maybe swimming. Swimming have done the same thing with their mixed relays. So yeah, it's interesting. But again, it's fascinating to see. So Canterbury have gone girl, boy, girl, boy. North Shore have gone boy, boy, girl, girl. So it's interesting to see what people have done, and I really would love to interview some people and understand why they've made that decision. But Canterbury are looking really clean here. Really early squaring. They're moving the boat really nicely together. So a great combination. Lovely moving boat. And it'll be interesting to see the times as well. So obviously we've got a bit of a headwind, but we're going to see what times they come in and compare it to obviously the males and females quad. But North Shore here, they're looking a little bit more messy than Canterbury. Canterbury are starting to move a little bit more now. They've got a lovely looking boat though, that wing rigged Laszlo. So Canterbury now have about almost clear water on North Shore, and yep, they have just broken to clear water. So almost nearly at the 1750 mark, and Canterbury are looking like they're going to take the first ever Exhibition Club quad. They're looking really nice. All pushing with the legs together. Early square, really connecting before they push. It's great to see. Not even that high rate. Just more efficient than North Shore, who are beside them. So right now it's looking like Canterbury, North Shore, and then the crew on the other side, which is Canterbury. Yep, so there's a shot of Canterbury there. It looks really clean with those Concept 2 blades. Interesting shape of the actual oar itself. Anyone who's into kind of shapes of oars, there's Concept 2 do so many, and there's so many different shapes, and who knows what's the most efficient ones. The GB quad race with those type, they're more short, a little bit fatter. So yeah, let's see if that approach has paid off, and right now obviously has. So it's coming into the last 100 meters now. You're going to see the red boys have just gone through. So Canterbury, by about 2 boat lengths, have won the first ever club exhibition quad sculls. So congratulations to that crew. So that is the crew of Libby Greaves, Oliver Ellis, Georgia Wynyard, and Sam Clark. So congratulations to those. And you have now entered the history books of the first winner of this futuristic event. So it'll be interesting to see the times that they go through. I'm refreshing my row, and so should you be. So here's a replay here. Off the start, a little bit messy from some crews, but it's great to see, you know, male and females racing together. Obviously, this is the first regatta that they've run it at, so obviously a big field won't enter. But as time goes on and it becomes more official, I'm sure more will enter. That's great rowing from North Shore, especially the bow person. Blades in before the rest of the crew, moving as one. That's great. That's incredible technique. So that is Phoebe Dobson, I believe. Great racing. They're going to be celebrating. They've just made history. So we have 2 more events. We have the Mixed Exhibition Senior 8. And, man, it's going to be a close one. But Nelson Rowing Club are the only crew in this race. To be honest, I don't really know why. But, oh well, we'll see what happens. Still going to commentate this race. Maybe talk about their rowing. So Nelson, obviously, they've been going pretty well this regatta, I believe. Have some pretty big upsets. Obviously, Sam Johnson winning the club single, outrowing Harrison third. But no, this crew is looking really nice. Obviously, the wind has died down a little bit. A little bit of a headwind still, a little bit of a crosswind. But yeah, so obviously, again, you can bring tactics into this. Obviously, they're not racing anyone, but it's interesting to see where they kind of put their athletes. So they've gone boy, girl, girl, boy, girl. Boy, girl, girl, boy, girl, boy, boy, girl. Yep, so yeah, they've definitely mixed it up there. But yeah, no, they're looking really nice. The coxswain's looking very relaxed, rowing in that Hudson boat. Hudson are here at the regatta, so if you have any questions with them, you can hit them up. Some nice shots from the drone. This is a perfect opportunity for them to practice their stuff. But no, looking really nice. Some great tap outs. Really connecting as a crew, pushing as one. And the boat looks really stable. But I think we should definitely talk about the live stream. This live stream came in about 2022. Sadly, when I left high school. Yeah, and it's just a new way to watch rowing. Some beautiful stuff. You can see the races very clearly. You know, before it was just 3 cameras, maybe at the start, middle, and finish. But now you've got the whole race. So you can see all the strategies in place. You can see when crews push. You can learn lots about New Zealand rowing and all the different styles that New Zealand clubs have to offer. And that's all thanks to Altitude HD, run by John Story and Jed Campbell. And right now on the drones, what a beautiful shot that is. Jack O'Leary, Joe Trappett, some old ex-rowers there. Yep, you have Joe Trappett, obviously big bad boy rower. Red coat winner. You have Jack O'Leary, obviously winner in the under-23 quads overseas, beating the Russians. Rowed for New Zealand. John Story, two-time Olympian. And Jed, he rowed for Westlake and rowed in many New Zealand campaigns. Junior team campaigns. So, big shout out to them. They've changed the way that people can watch rowing and made it more interesting, I believe. So, good on them. So, here's Nelson. Obviously, going into the last 250 metres, it'd be cool to see a sprint, see what they can get up to. But they're looking really nice. It'll be interesting to see the times again. But yeah, no, they're looking really nice, really smooth, really clean. Really nice catches straight in the water. But yeah, some beautiful scenes. Yeah, they're looking really clean here, really pulling it. I think this is more a celebration of Nelson itself, putting out a crew, respecting racing. Obviously, they're not racing anyone, but they're respecting the sport of rowing, giving it their best efforts anyway, and trying to move a boat from A to B as fast as they can. So, congratulations to Nelson. You are the winners of the Mixed Exhibition Senior 8. So, well done, Nelson. Oh, yeah, there's the 5 seat there looking for all the other crews. But, yeah, bit of comedy to end the day. But congratulations, Nelson, for a well-respected effort. So, folks, we have one more event. It is the Novice 8. This race was actually raced today. There was a bit of a crash near the end before they crossed the line, and I think Hawke's Bay protested, and the umpires, after a long, hard think, they accepted the protest, and we will be racing again. So it's Canterbury, Hawke's Bay, Nelson College, Oamaru, and Avon Rowing Club. Avon Rowing Club were the winners. in my eyes, but we're gonna have to race it again to see what happens. See if they can do it again. So there's Oamaru there. So they're getting ready. Blades are in the water. So Oamaru, I believe that is... Oamaru, Timaru. There's Avon there. Those are the people I thought won the race. But they're going to have to back it up. So they're getting ready. Well, they're going to be racing in calmer conditions anyway, so a big, yeah, they're going to have to back it up. Oamaru are sitting in that SLR boat, and they are racing the novice, men's novice 8. And they are away. Maybe Avon have chosen to sit on the outside, but who knows? So who's gotten off quickly there? That is, looks like Timaru and Oamaru, but then you have Nelson. Hawke's Bay have gone off very, very quickly. So they're going to be wanting a chance at redemption. So here goes Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay are looking really nice, but then you've got Canterbury on the outside. I love 8's racing. It's pretty much battle of clubs. Who's got the most depth, who's got the most talent, and it's all comes into one race. But Avon here, they're back in. They dropped off the start a little bit. But everyone's kind of level here. So Canterbury going first, Hawke's Bay going second, Oamaru going third, and Avon going fourth. And then we go back to Nelson Hamilton Composite. So Canterbury, now they start to move. So obviously this race is being rerun. And Canterbury are taking advantage of this. So Canterbury, they're about to go through the 500 first. But it's all neck and neck, really, between Canterbury, Oamaru, Avon, and Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay are dropping back a little bit. If they don't get a medal, they are going to regret calling this protest, but oh well, you live and you learn. So here goes Canterbury Rowing Club. They're looking really nice at the moment. So right now it is Canterbury, then Oamaru, then Avon, then Hawke's Bay. Canterbury looking really good here, really relaxed. As a novice crew, this is, oh no, a little bit of a messy stroke there. So Oamaru and Avon have crawled back just a little bit. But everyone's kind of in a line here. It's going to be really close going into the 1K. And let's see where the strategies come in. They've got their coaches of the boat. I call them coaches of the sea. So your coxswains, they're the steerers. They're the coaches of the boat. They are transmitting the coach's message into the boat. But here goes Oamaru. Oamaru, they are about to overtake Canterbury. It's on the line. So right now it's Canterbury. There's the Canterbury bow seat. He just looked over to see. And Oamaru are making a move. So Avon here, it's not over for them. Let's see what happens here. They have a good opportunity. So Oamaru, I think they've just gone in. They've gone in. They've gone first. They've now moved into the lead, and it's the race for third. And right now, Hawke's Bay are falling back. So it's a race for second as well. Second and first. 4 boats fighting for 3 medals. This is where the race can be won or lost. Where do crews set themselves for their sprint? So right now it's Avon. Oh no, sorry, it's Oamaru. Oamaru, Hawke's Bay have dropped back. We have 750 meters to race here. And looks like Canterbury have dropped back a lot. And it's Oamaru. They've got probably about a canvas over Avon Rowing Club. But can they capitalize on this opportunity? It's going to be close. I feel like Avon need to make a move now if they've got any shot. If they can get level, it's all to play for. So there's Oamaru. Look at that 2C. He's really pulling with his back. So they're almost coming to the 500 meter mark now. 500 to go. It's Avon versus Oamaru. Canterbury have dropped back. But Canterbury is sitting in that third bronze medal position pretty safely. And Oamaru just go through. And so here's Oamaru. They're going really nicely. Look at that 2C. He's really ripping. He's ripping it. And there's the Bowsy Oamaru. Then you see those big Timaru boys. They are big novices. They've got the watts down. But Oamaru, they have extended their lead. So I think Oamaru are going to be safe. They might win it here, especially in this headwind. They're coming down to the last 250 meters, about 300 meters to run now. But yep, Oamaru are looking pretty safe. They've got those big boys in the middle of the boat. That's where you want your powerhouse. Those are the engines of the 8. So here we go. Oamaru, let's see what they can do. Let's see if Canterbury can pull anything back. Let's see if Avon can in the last 250 meters. Oamaru, the small club. Here we go. Here goes Avon. And here goes. They're not going to have enough water. But Oamaru, the small club, the composite crew, Oamaru and Timaru boys, congratulations. That is a massive achievement for that club. The 2 clubs. But it's going to be the race for second. It's Avon versus Canterbury here. And here we go. Oamaru, they have won the men's novice 8. No crashes this time. Avon going second. Canterbury going third. And Hawke's Bay have lost. They are not going to be happy. I believe they were the ones that called the protest. But, oh well, you live and you learn. It's only novices, but it's still a great achievement even getting in that boat. So, congratulations to all of those rowers. And I hope you enjoy the rest of racing, which will happen tomorrow. Is anyone protesting this time? No, I don't think so. But, yep, congratulations to Oamaru, Avon and Canterbury. What a race from Oamaru. There's a nice drone shot of that there. So that concludes racing for the Friday of the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Championships. What a backdrop. There's a bit of a replay here off the start. Some clean strokes. Oamaru were slow with the start. They got connected as a crew off the first stroke, and then they started to get into their work. They're a really well-drilled crew, and big shout-out to those coaches. That'll be an awesome experience, and they definitely won't forget that.
Avon, nice shot there. Really pulling on it. Quite a short stroke, obviously off the start. Nice work from Avon there. Obviously the size difference, I would say Avon are much smaller than Timaru and Onru, but they held on. Onru, this is kind of where the game changed. This is where they got their distance. This is where they capitalized. Great. So thank you very much for the racing today. I hope everyone had a great time listening in, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.